Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
The Sunday Session is brought to you by More Beer, who has just opened their East Coast distribution center and is now shipping orders from California and Pennsylvania. Check them out at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No.
We're going to teabag fight.
Yeah.
You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
What a great turnout we have for our last show of the year. It's the holiday party, and the studio is, for the first time during a live show, inundated with live listeners. It looks great down there.
But get used to it.
There's a huge party. A lot of people are making dick-sucking motions at us.
Is that why you're standing? You want to see that?
Sort of weird. Yeah, why wouldn't I want to see that? They can't. They clearly can't hear us. Someone needs to turn up their volume down there. So
yeah, it's pretty low.
If we're going to make fun of the live listeners, I'd at least them like to know we're doing it. We had our holiday party over at Creek Monkey Tap House right here in Martinez before the show, and invited anybody to come out if they wanted, and a lot of people came out to see us, which was fun. And then we invited all of Creek Monkey over to the studio.
It's basically all of Martinez is downstairs.
Yeah.
Well, all the ones who have like cars to drive.
All of respectable Martinez is what you're getting at. Yeah. All of Martinez that actually has a...
This is respectable Martinez?
This is respectable.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It's the last show of 2013, and Doc still doesn't know to turn on his microphone.
I just punched the button the wrong way.
Helped him out.
Don't judge him.
But Nate, who's been here less time technically overall, helps him out every time.
Right. Well, why wouldn't he?
Somebody's got to have Doc's back.
Hey, look, you promised me a handler way before this.
Doc's arms are too short to reach his own back, so someone else has to get it.
So Kate the Great was Doc's handler tonight at the pre-party, and for the first time ever, Doc has gone to a pre-party and showed up to the show sober, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay, me.
So apparently Kate the Great's one hell of a handler.
Well, she bought me my first beer, which was hoppy.
Yeah. Smart lady.
That's
so that you wouldn't chug it.
So I didn't. I finished it, but it just took me a while.
Right. Very nice.
Pacing myself with two chemicals.
He did just hand me an ice box, though, so I think he's
on
the up and up.
Yeah. Well, that's what I met some of our listeners in the hall. In fact, they're hanging out here in the studio. It was that desert douchebag from Lancaster.
Right.
You know, the one who thought he was... Brace! The one who thought he was less of a douchebag than me because he's from Lancaster.
Right.
Well, anyway... he's
different
like,
desert.
Hesperia, whatever.
Him and his wife are here, and his wife's like, yeah, Doc's kind of sober. Like, what's happening? He's not even all wrecked or anything. I said, give him an hour.
Yeah, you disappointed.
Well, you said I only had to make it to the first part of the show.
Well, I said you had to make it to at least halfway through Matt Brennelson's interview.
Okay, and be coherent.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
To him, that means the first part of the show.
Well, and so there's another interesting. Matt Brynelson from Firestone Walker is with us today. Came to the holiday party. And one of our longtime listeners and friends, he's down there now. He had sent me a message earlier in the week, knowing that we're doing this whole holiday party thing as we're having Matt on the show again. And he was like, "How come you don't like Matt?" And I said, "Well, what do you mean?
Have you seen him?"
And he said, "Well, the last time you had him in the studio, it was the drunk show where you had cops in to test you and tackle you when you got drunk. And now you're inviting him out when 100 of your closest friends are hanging out, and it's going to end up another drunk show. What is it that you have against Matt?"
He raises a good point.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't know. Fuck that guy.
Was that really the last time we had him on?
I was having the same conversation earlier in the week, too. The same thing.
Right. I think it's the last time we had him in studio. Matt, were you ever in studio? I don't think so. We've done remote broadcasts with him since then. We've had some phoners. But the only time he's ever been in studio was our first year, and it was the drunk show.
Wow, it's been since
That was in the garage, right?
Yeah, in the garage.
Because I don't remember that.
The dank, nasty garage.
So now he's in the studios, usually not dank nasty, but we have 100 people in it, so it's dank nasty again.
It's going to get worse.
But we've got some great Firestone things to do today. A listener of ours, who was it, Moscow?
Dave Lowe is his name.
Donated a flight of Firestone anniversary beers. What is it, like years 10 through 17?
Yeah, that's right, 8 of them.
So we're going to try some Firestone anniversary beers. Matt also brought some other goodies from the brewery for us. We've got Pivo Pills on tap downstairs.
Hell yeah.
Pivo Pills?
Bevo Pills. Oh, I should have named it Bevo Pills. That would be great.
Every time somebody says that, I'm like, what?
Huh?
Maybe when the new tap house is open and we get some Firestone beer in there. You know how sometimes you go to a restaurant and they're like, "Oh, it's our beer," and you know fuck well that like Firestone or somebody brewed it.
Right.
Maybe we can change the name of Pivo to Bevo Pills just on tap at the Hop Grenade.
We can do anything you want.
Firestone does that all the time. They get handles that get faucets that are...
Oh, see, there we go.
Yeah.
That changes the name.
We should have like a firkin or something like that with a little like plug of dry hops or something in there.
Anything
Bevo
with
Pills.
a plug should definitely be called Bevo Pills.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, Bevo.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song possibility there.
Yeah, or extra special
please
gift.
don't.
Sugar Valley will
You
get
listen to
right
Sugar
on
Valley?
that.
Yeah, play that back, Sugar Valley.
Justin, don't do it.
I'll send you an email.
Oh, he's riffing, man.
You mean like this song, Tasty?
Exactly like that song.
She's a mighty fine one, a pretty and a sweet one.
Didn't we talk about not doing this when there were live guests in the studio?
You talked
Oh, we
about
did?
I talked about it, but I was ignored.
You're only
You're a dick.
semi-conscious.
Wait, here's the catchy part.
Waka, waka, waka on the
What if we can get the whole studio singing it by the end of the show?
And it suits me just fine.
Wacko, wacko, wacko.
They're having too much fun down there.
Yeah,
Thank God.
drinking that free beer.
All right. So we got a lot to do tonight. It is our last show of 2013. It's also our last Sunday show because 2014 is the year of Mondays.
Did I miss the vote on that?
Yeah.
Because
there was no vote.
No,
We intentionally had it while you weren't here.
No, you actually literally missed the vote. On the last show that you were not here at, I got everybody downstairs and I said, unless you guys have some compelling reason otherwise, we're moving the shows to Monday. And
that was the vote?
Nobody raised their hand.
I did say, Doc and Nate aren't going to like that.
Yeah.
No.
Right. So,
but that wasn't voted.
I'm protesting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Protesting does a lot.
I see it matters.
Yeah.
I know better than to complain right now.
Yeah.
Hey, business
are
is
you
business.
done?
You know what I'm saying?
I just don't cut my pay.
All right. I promise not to cut either yours or Nathan's.
Maybe you should
pay.
get a premium from it.
Yeah, Monday stipend.
Yeah.
Little kicker.
Sure.
Doc's protesting went over about as well as the Occupy movement did.
You can have a pint at the Hop Grenade when it's open, Doc. Does that sound good?
I want
Well,
But just one.
None of it.
I think I need a punch
I
card.
don't know how much you can drink.
I don't know.
I'll punch your card, baby.
A pint.
The problem with here's the one problem I do have with the Hop Grenade. Now we're still it's legal for us to have beer given to us and donated and stuff. When we're in the Hop Grenade, that's not really the case. So literally, you guys are going to start costing me money. I will actually, every pint we have will be on a tab that I have to answer to.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, over the years of all the lost revenue,
I know you don't,
and
I like that.
all the potential lost sponsorship of all the douchey things that we say, we've probably cost you a lot.
That's true.
Fine.
But at least those are much more intangible. The thing is, Tasty's
I might be
easy.
turning in mileage one of these days. You
might have to. But Tasty, as much as you
one
think,
more corporation involved here, I'm thinking this is like a big deal.
I don't think Tasty drinks that much anyway.
I don't.
To be honest with you.
How could I?
I don't think. I think it's all his friends that is going to be the problem.
Oh, that's right.
It's Tasty's bros and hoes.
Bros.
Yeah, it's the hose, not
Bros.
the bros.
All right, I got to get us through this first segment because we got a lot to do.
And Doc needs to get drunk.
Yeah. You too, Bevo.
No.
Yeah, because I want to see. It's Christmas time for Bevo. She needs to get hammered.
You know, we do have a listener sent us some nice tequila and some margarita mix.
That's true.
We could make you up some margs real fast, dog.
I have to go to my real job tomorrow.
Let's do that for New
That
Year.
won't be happening.
You got sick days left.
No, I don't. I already got paid out for them.
Well, you won't be
Sucker.
sick, probably.
All right, Winter Brews Festival is Saturday, January 25th. It's in Todos Santos Park right here, right over there in Concord, California, where the new Hop Grenade Tap Room will be. Saturday, January 25th. You have until, you've got 2 more days. You've got until Christmas Eve to buy pre-sale tickets for a flat fee of $35. The Brewing Network is picking up all of the service fees. So tickets are $35 until the 24th. After that, your pre-sale tickets are $35, but then you got to pay the man too. You got to pay credit card fee and service fee and all that shit that we don't get anyway. But if you do it before then, buy that last-minute Christmas gift for the that special someone on your list.
Yeah.
Is that how it goes?
I think it is.
Then go to bnbrewfest.com, bnbrewfest.com. It's a great lineup of breweries. We'll get the breweries up there next week, actually. They're all saying yes. Actually, they're calling us. Can we be involved? So there's going to be a lot more breweries this year, I think. Lucas, Ohio is playing, and so is Forest Day. So it's going to be a good time. Go to bnbrewfest.com. If you want to be part of our new segment, Homebrewer of the Week, send an email to Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll put you in there. Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. That's for our Homebrewer of the Week. All new shows, Dr. Homebrew, Brew Strong, Brewing with Style, all available on the Brewing Network. A lot of you have done your Christmas shopping via Amazon through us, and we appreciate it. You can always do your Amazon shopping by clicking the Amazon link on our homepage, and then you just shop as normal. It doesn't cost you any more money, but Amazon, instead of keeping all of that money, gives a little bit to us. So it's a great way to support us without spending any extra cash. Moscow?
Yeah, well, just an extra thank you, not only to the audience, also to Amazon. I mean, it's really an amazing program. It's just a win-win for everybody. Everyone loves shopping there, and everyone loves supporting, who they like to support. And we've never even talked to anybody at Amazon. Never.
Nope.
It's just an unbelievable program, and everyone gets what they want. And so thank you so much for shopping there, and keep it up.
It's helped us a lot, so thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I clicked through a couple days ago to order my stuff.
Thanks, Tasty.
Hell yeah.
I'm the only one who doesn't, but I can't.
No, you're not the only one.
I'm not allowed.
Oh, you're
asshole.
JP tries to talk people out of it.
Yeah, I actually had one on my blog, an Amazon affiliate, and I got fired from it.
Why?
Because you clicked it yourself.
No, because I apparently you're not supposed to tell people that you know to click on it.
What?
That's a violation of TOS. Yeah, I got canned.
How did they know that you did that?
I don't know. They won't. You can't call them and ask. You can call.
It's the same. We got dropped from Google for that. So I wonder if we're not allowed to say it on the air then.
I think you can mention it, but I think you're supposed to encourage. It's a way for other people who don't know about it to learn about it.
Oh, because they're not we don't like the people who listen, so they're not our friends.
Correct.
So
so
it doesn't count.
I'm sure
is that fine. It's in the fine print?
Yeah.
If you don't like the person you're telling,
yes,
it's fine.
It's okay.
I don't want to.
That's easy for JP because he hates everybody.
We got dropped from Google AdWords for the same reason. I think because we have a forum or something, and you can't call anybody, you can't talk about it. I've appealed several times, and then when the Google YouTube thing merged, they're now the same account. So now we get thousands of views on our YouTube videos, and we can't get paid on those either,
right?
Because they're linked with the Google thing that dropped us for whatever reason that they won't tell me. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So, Amazon hasn't done that yet, so thank them.
Amazon's better than Google.
They seem to be more interested in revenue. So if we're sending people their way, they are happy.
Okay. Excellent. iPhone and Android apps, if you want to listen on the go, just search BN Mobile in either one. It's a free app. Watch all this live on thebrewingnetwork.com/TV. It's only live when we're live, but you can go to that same page and watch old episodes. They're all up there. Old Brew Strong, Old Session. If you want to see JP's lovely face.
It's actually the back of my head, usually.
The guy at Creek Monkey was like, hey, there's a guy downstairs. He has a really creepy handlebar mustache. He says he's on your tab. And I was like, handlebar mustache? He's like, yeah, he's kind of tall. No, like a mustache. He's balding. No.
Is that me?
And he's like, balding, but then he has weird hair coming out. I was like, oh, JP.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, he's on my tab. Oh, okay.
I didn't think I had a handle. It's just how it goes. I don't
I think you had pulled it out at that. I think you had at that point.
No.
Then It looks
like
like
tonight?
you have.
No,
Yeah.
I just-
It looks a little handlebar-y.
It just
See?
happened. Yeah.
Anyway.
Whatever. Fuck that guy.
Can I go downstairs?
You mean the guy with like the eight little hairs for the fucking chops? He has like little chops.
That guy.
Yeah, fuck him and his facial hair. I have better facial hair.
Okay. All right.
No, I mean it. Have sex with him now.
Okay. Get all these updates and more over on Twitter and Facebook. Send your show ideas to Scott at scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Do we have a Twitter game tonight?
Yes.
Twitter game is brought to you tonight by Williams Brewing. You can go to williamsbrewing.com right now. They've been around for years, and they've been a supporter of ours for a very long time, several years. They're a great company, known for their fast shipping and great customer service. Go to williamsbrewing.com.
Twitter game tonight is, since it is the show, the year in review, sort of, the year wrap-up, I want to know what everyone's favorite moment of 2013 was.
Just on our show or like in
Just
the world?
on our show.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess I should have clarified, because I'll probably get like, you know that time when the girl held the door open for me?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, your favorite moment of BN 2013. That's
Yes.
our Twitter game brought to you by Williams Brewing.
It's 2013, by the way.
That's not... Scott gets very
It's my
upset.
game. I wrote it. I can...
All right.
Yeah.
If you insist on sounding like an idiot, it's no skin off my back. Perfect.
I do.
Our good friend Michael Fairbrother from Moonlight Meadery's on the line. Michael, welcome to our final show of the year, my friend.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing well. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you.
You know, I wish you could have made it out for this party, but I think I'm happier that you're sending Moonlight to our Winterfest.
Yeah, we got 4 cases on the, I think on the way out to you guys.
Really? Is it different mead or all 4 cases of one?
Oh, yeah, 4 different ones.
Excellent. This will be the first time at any of our festivals that we've poured mead, I think. So
I think it is.
I think we're excited about that.
They haven't made you do anything weird with like permitting or something because it's mead, have they?
Shh, we haven't asked.
I mean,
This is in Alabama. What is this?
It shouldn't matter. For the nonprofit license, it's a little bit different. It should be fine. There's no actual... When you apply for licenses like that, there really aren't boxes to check for mead. It's beer, wine, and liquor. So unless we had to check the wine box, which I'm just going to pretend we didn't, we're fine. Right, Michael?
Yeah, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, me neither.
Call it a braggot.
It'll be fine. Actually, the City of Concord loves us. The ABC was really good to us. I went in to do our license this year, and they just looked at me. Have you done this before? Yes. This is our 5th year. You'll have your license in 24 hours.
Wow.
They were really great. They
Excellent.
And literally...
Because you don't have a violation, they would have came up.
Yeah, no, I can't. 24 hours later, it's in my mailbox. Yeah, they did a great... They love us. So Moonlight Meadery will be out at BN Winter Brews Festival. Just go to bnbrewfest.com if you want to get... it's a great chance to try some wonderful mead. So, Michael, what are we trying tonight? Slow dance?
Yeah, that's a collaboration mead that I made with Lynn Howard, who's won a homebrew competition back here in New Hampshire from Brew for Your Die. So it's our first piment that we've ever released.
What is a piment?
It's a mead made with grapes. So this is a Cabernet Sauvignon grape with orange blossom honey.
So you don't ferment the grapes like wine separately, right? You actually just use the sugar from the grapes like you would honey in a mead?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. JP, how do you like this one?
I like it.
Yeah?
It's very different. So we had this, and we had another one in there, and I read this. Orange Blossom Honey, Cabernet Sauvignon, Grape Wine, and I was like, we've never tasted anything like this before on the show, and I thought it'd be a really good one. And
it tastes
I'm not
better than
disappointed, that's for sure.
It tastes better than a Cabernet to me. You can taste that it has Cabernet grapes, but it doesn't have a lot of the thick or sweet flavors to it. It's actually, it's higher alcohol, of course, as Michael's meads tend to be. And then it really smooths out the Cabernet grape, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, it's a little lighter and not as sweet, so it's a nice dry finish to it. I'm really trying to showcase how diverse meads can be.
Is this something? No, you said this was your first piment, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What made you want to do a piment?
We've got actually 4 in the running right now. We've got a Riesling grape, the Chardonnay, which you guys are, the Chardonnay and Old Vines Infidel, and you guys are trying the Cabernet. So we haven't released the other 3 yet, but just playing around, trying to see what I like.
No, it definitely showcases the Cabernet.
Huge complexity in this. Have you thought about putting this in a barrel?
Yeah, that came out of it.
It came out of okay. I thought it had a little bit of that in here. That's cool.
So you get almost like a smokiness. That's from the first char of the barrel, so it gives a little finish to it.
I feel like you could, if you serve this for somebody and told them it's a wine, they wouldn't argue with you.
No.
Right?
Not at all.
They'd go, oh, that's a really wonderful,
or that it
easy drinking wine.
Or that it had no honey in it.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, if just a pure grape wine, I think it's.
The honey adds a distinct aromatic.
Yeah, I get a distinct honey character.
Yeah.
What is the ratio of honey fermentables to wine fermentables?
Yeah, it's probably I think north of 75% from honey, 25% from the grape.
Okay, great.
Excuse me, I'm choking on it.
Oh, attaboy. Took a good shot of it.
Well, I'm trying to talk at the same time. Nate, there's a big honey nose, but I don't get a whole lot in the flavor, though.
No, it's all in the nose.
Yeah, it's a surprising ratio. I would have thought the grapes dominated it.
Yeah, I think a lot of Michael's meads they're separate in a good way. You know, you get different aromatics than you do with the flavors, and a lot of times I enjoy that, especially with a beverage like that. It's more than just kind of one dimensional.
I feel like he's given us some that are on the sweeter side, which have been okay, and which I generally don't like, but have been good for me because they're also on the high alcohol side to cut through that. This one, and as Michael I think said too, is definitely not on the sweeter side. It's drier and it finishes nicer. And I like this one a lot.
What's the ABV on this? About 15?
I think it's close to that. I believe it's just shy of 14%.
Yeah, it says 14 on the bottle, but
yeah,
very nice,
well balanced.
How many states are you in now, Michael?
Let's see. I think it's somewhere around 27. Our distributor is telling us they expect to double that. So next year we should be in close to all 50 states.
At the end of next year?
Yeah,
that's insane. When did you open?
That's a little over 3.5 years ago.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
What is it, about 4 cases per state? I mean, how are you going to make enough mead?
No, that's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to see some pretty good demand, so we're trying to figure out how to keep ahead of it all. We're starting to eyeball 100-barrel fermenters at this point, and buying as much honey as we can.
What size fermenters do you have now?
We're in 1,000-gallon or 33-barrel fermenters right now.
Okay. I do think it must be a little different for mead than beer. Like if Firestone next year wanted to say, yeah, we're going to go ahead and be in all 50 states, it'd be nearly impossible because of the quantities they'd have to send.
Exactly. Each state requires a lot of beer.
But just by being able to send, and I mean, I'm sure you're sending a lot of cases to certain states. By being able to do it by the case, it seems like you're able to spread a little faster.
Yeah, our scale is so different. I mean, we topped out at 9,000 cases this year. And next year we may be approaching 20 to 25,000. That's a drop in the bucket for somebody like Firestone Walker or anybody else that's got some really great quality beer. I mean, the fact that we're just even making the amount of headway we're making is phenomenal.
Right.
I've got invited to be a guest speaker at the Australian National Homebrewers Conference next year, and I got to tell you, I'm pretty psyched to see my face next to Vinny's on there.
Oh,
Vinny's going to be there?
What?
Oh, he's cool. That fucker.
Man, if only the Brewing Network was also going to be there, what a lineup that would be.
Yeah, but it'll never happen. So
Man, those guys get all the best gigs.
And I'm better off for it.
Someday.
Yeah.
Someday.
Well, you're going to have fun out there, Michael, I'm sure of it.
So 33 barrels. What's the largest batch of mead ever made? Michael, do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
Well, you might want to check on that because you're getting up there pretty big.
He's getting there.
I mean, I don't know.
Are you not the largest mead maker in the country now?
Well, he's
a big
Nobody
guy.
knows.
It's a fine balancing act between what's determined to be the biggest right now. But I look at it as we have the most different styles of mead that anybody's made. We've got over 70 registered labels at this point. And, it's arguable. I mean, it's a tight competition. I think that what I really love to see is that, we're spawning new meaderies to start up that want to try to kick us in the pants. And as long as everybody's making great product, I'm trying to help as many people as I can.
Well, that's just like the rest of craft beer, isn't it? Another great meadery helps you, just like another great craft brewery helps craft beer. Now, you don't want to help everybody, by the way.
Right. No, but we've been helped by quite a bit. I mean, Brad from B Nectar came to the meadery to tour, and he showed us how to use our label machine. And I can tell you, I was never so happy to figure out how to label, the bottles without doing it by hand. So there's been some great camaraderie in the industry.
By the way, 70 labels. No wonder you work all the time.
Yeah,
maybe you should pare that down. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was a finalist on the Sam Adams Brewing the American Dream.
I saw that.
pitch room competition. I didn't win, but I think I won in the end. But they said, well, why the hell do you want to make so many? And I said, it's very simple. I said, look at craft beer. There's choice. I said, I want the same choices in mead, and nobody's doing it. So this is why I'm doing it.
Oh, I would have voted for that answer.
Right?
That's a good reason.
That wasn't good enough for them?
And you know what? So I went to a store. I was down in Long Beach visiting a friend, and we went. He's like, oh, we got this really good beer store, and I know the owner. He's always talking to me about beer, so let's go in there and look at it. He had 2 shelves full of Moonlight Mead in the fridge, by the way. Not warm on the shelf. In the fridge, 2 different shelves. He had 20 of your brands, I think. And to me, actually, that's the answer to your question is exactly that. I had 20 different flavors of mead to choose from one meadery because the guy probably couldn't. There was no other mead company to choose from,
right?
You know, so
it's a good beverage. You got to get it out there, and I like it is nice to see like you said, Jay, other craft breweries helping out craft breweries. I'm sure Firestone Walker gets a big boost from like the 10th and Blake craft beers. So I feel or like Blue Moon, that's the craft brewery that's up and coming. So I feel like
probably a lot of help.
Yeah, I think so too.
Blue Moon is up and coming. I see them everywhere now.
Yeah, well, they've had little problems. They've had rocky starts over the years, but it's just you got to support the small guy,
the little guy.
Yeah, the craft beer guy. So,
Michael, who beat you in the Sam Adams competition?
Blue Moon.
No, there was a. Now I can't remember the name of them. It was a popsicle company out of New York City.
A popsicle company. Wow. I thought maybe it was all alcohol people.
Alcohol pops.
It was everything?
Yeah, there was a salsa company out of Colorado, a ice cream company out of New York City, a guy that makes seaweed snacks out of California, and Ups and Figs makes jams and jellies up in Boston.
See, why that's BS is because like we need another popsicle, company in the world or more seaweed snacks. No, we need more mead.
Yeah, there's only one kind of seaweed snack.
Yeah, it's called seaweed.
Yeah.
Oh, I make salsa. Really? Join the list, you idiot.
Hi, guys. I'm from California, and what I've brought you today is this wonderful snack. It's not only tasty, but it's also nutritious. It's nutritious, and it's made. Okay, wait for it. Just wait. You know when you're walking on the beach and that shit really smells and there's the flies all over? It's made from that. It's made from that.
It's gluten-free. It's vegan.
Seaweed.
It's kind of like kale chips and stuff, but it's a cleanser, and it's a micronutrient and an antioxidant.
All right, you're the winner. Here's $20,000.
Thank you. I need to go get my Birkenstocks resold.
Me and Michael just sitting in their corner going, oh, Jesus.
Yeah. The only original product on the panel.
No.
Popsicle.
Huh. Interesting.
Whatever.
Well, you got publicity out of it, right?
Yeah, we did some pretty good publicity, and I think that whenever I'm told I can't do something, it's more fuel to the fire, which is they couldn't quite see how mead was ever going to take off, and the fact that we're on 2 continents now and possibly expanding to our 3rd.
Right.
Yeah, it's just get out of the way. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're happy to see it, and every time I go to a new shop and see your mead there, I'm happy to see it there. Thanks for sharing Slow Dance with us tonight, brother.
Hey, guys, have a Merry Christmas, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, we'll talk to you next year, and looking forward to tasting your mead at Winterfest. Thanks, Michael.
All right, take care.
Cheers. There you go, Moonlight Meadery, everybody, and God, we got to taste a lot of good mead this year too.
Yeah, it's been great.
So that's fun. It wasn't just a good beer year.
I think we actually have one more next year too.
Oh yeah, we can't drink that tonight.
No,
I was thinking that we could. I saw it on the shelf in there. I was like,
"Tell Michael he got broke."
Yeah,
he haven't tried. Now, is he?
Oh, sorry, Michael. We broke it. I dropped it into several people's glasses.
Yeah, well, with the maniac crowd back down there.
There's 70, and we've had maybe 20 of them.
Who knows what they're doing down there? They got their clothes on?
So far.
Is my kid okay?
Can we go to break? I need to go next.
My kid okay.
Well, your kid does not have her clothes on, but everybody else has their clothes on.
Oh, that's even... Wow.
Is she screaming, I'm naked at the top of her lungs?
No, I hope so.
That's her thing, isn't it?
That's her thing.
She's screaming, Abby went poo-poo in the toilet.
Abby did go poo-poo in the toilet.
And over and over.
I scream the same thing.
She's a happy girl. Don't crush her.
You'll be hoping to scream that in the morning.
Right. Well, Doc, you'll be happy. I didn't think we have time to do this, but we got time to do feedback.
No way.
We're on schedule, right?
All right. Hang on, let me make sure I know who's supporting our feedback. Today. Yeah, it's important to do that. Right. It's important to pay attention to your sponsors, JP.
We didn't mention when we talked about the Brewing Network Winter Brews Fest that we'll be pouring homebrew again at Tasty's Tasting Room, as usual.
That is
That's
important
right.
to know.
All right.
Should people contact you to pour?
Yeah, there's
homebrew?
an email going out tomorrow, but they can contact me, and I'll move it on to where it's supposed to be.
Tasty@thebrewingnetwork.com. We will be doing Tasty's Tasting Room. Maybe we have to expand it to a double wide this
We're
year.
doing a double wide. Yeah, we're on the same page there.
That's
gotta be a double wide.
Maybe do 50. I don't know. We'll have to talk about a limit because there's.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Don't show up all the craft brewers, Tasty. You gotta lay low.
It's always the most popular
It never comes up that we're showing anybody up.
No, I know.
We just have more variety, right?
In the longer line.
We have 50 different beers.
Matt's like, fuck that. I'm calling the ABC.
Well, we'll take care of the line. I'll have my tasty girls there. They'll be trained and.
Oh, thank God.
They'll be fast.
Excellent. And easy.
Are you going to train them?
Yeah, I wouldn't know if they were.
I'm tired of all the.
They're trained and fast.
Yeah.
When was the term Tasty Girls coined?
About 8 seconds ago.
No, every year.
I like it.
Every year I bring in assistants to help the guys. I mean, you imagine a bunch of boring homebrewers pouring the beer.
Fat homebrewers.
Right. Yeah.
Is it sexist if I get T-shirts made that say Tasty Girls?
No, I feel like it's right on par, actually.
I mean, I'm not. It's not
Might be
like
a
I'm
violation of my
forcing
brand.
people to wear them. If a girl wants to wear it, why? How's that my fault?
It's not sexist.
Nicole?
It's just in poor taste.
Only if you call them.
Nicole into the studio.
right.
There's no women allowed in the
They
studio.
know their
Right.
taste. That doesn't matter. Let's not go there.
Only if you call them the cookie puss
And
posse.
besides,
Oh.
Nicole's just upset because she wants to be the only one with a Tasty Girl shirt
Right.
on.
Nicole gets an extra tight one.
I tell you what, to protect the Brewing Network, I may provide those shirts.
Okay, well there you go. See, I didn't do it now, Nicole. You got no say over him. I'll listen
You
to
gotta
your input
talk to me about
because I
shirt.
know I have to listen to your bitching for the rest of the year. But Tasty, he's immune. So,
Yeah,
all
just
right.
Bounces right off of him like Teflon.
Let's do some feedback. Feedback's brought to you today by our good friends over at craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American craft beer. All you need to know about, of course, craft beer. There's a style finder there. There's a brewery list there, food and beer, lots of education, blogs, news, events, and more. Go over to craftbeer.com and check out our friends for supporting the Brewing Network.
Oh my God! You've got mail.
Kick ass. All right. Mr. Bucket writes in.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Hi, I recently listened to the Full Tilt episode. What was that, just a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Did I get tips on dry hopping? No. Did I get information on using wild yeast or open fermentation? No. Did I take away any useful brewing info, such as how to oxygenate wort or make a proper yeast starter? Hell no. Here's what I took away from your show. And this was in my head the entire next day while at work. Wacka, wacka, wacka on her bare behind.
Mission accomplished.
It's all he took away.
Changing one life at a time.
Right. What a great song.
One cheek at a time.
Can we hear that again? Just to get in my head
Yeah,
again?
listen
Can
to
we
you
not?
Just skip ahead.
I need a raise.
And a sweet one.
I think you're getting one out of this one.
We all love the Bevo.
I'm not getting a raise.
Highlight of the session show.
Highlight of the session show.
Wacka, wacka, wacka on her bare behind. She provokes me to do it, and it suits me just fine. Wacka, wacka, wacka
Oh,
on
I'm
her
not gonna hurt her.
Wacka, wacka, wacka. Look at that. She is a squirter.
It still grosses me out. Every time.
It's a good thing women don't listen to this show.
The worst thing in the world.
I've heard worse.
Suddenly the banjo music sounds more appropriate.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, he says, thanks for making it hard to concentrate at work. Do you have any idea how hard it is to be serious in the office with that song going through your head? You people have no idea what it's like. You just come in and say whatever the hell you like.
Cry me a river.
Nobody says a damn thing. Well, next time you need to think about the people in the real world, ass clowns.
Who is he? I'm going to cut him.
Oh, by the way, this wasn't Mr. Bucket. This was This was Grain Man. In all seriousness, I get tons of good info from the session. Please keep the funny stuff going. Keeping it light is one of the positive attributes of the show. Thanks a lot, fuckers, from Grain Man. All right, here's Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket writes in, hey, fuck faces.
Thanks, I'll take Grain Man.
When are you going to put JP's Glory Hole, a.k.a. Dr. Homebrew, on Stitcher? I know this has been brought up before, so how lazy are you, assholes? You guys fill a need we as brewers can't get anywhere else. No homo. Thanks for everything, Mr. Bucket. I don't know, JP, get it on Stitcher. What do you want from me?
Figure it out.
To know how to do it.
Write them. I don't care.
You're not too old to learn.
Google it.
Tootmaster 2000.
That's great.
Let's take a. Do you think? How old do you think?
Is that better than the 1000?
Is Tootmaster one part of our younger contingent who's not very funny, or is he part of the older contingent who would invent something like Tootmaster?
He's old. I think he's in his late 40s.
I was going to say late 30s.
Yeah, I'm thinking younger.
I think he's like your age, like.
Fuck you.
So
I'm
late
just
30s.
saying.
I think that everyone is emotionally about 15, regardless of their actual age.
They listen.
The 2000
Scott
part
has a
makes
good
him
point.
more older and sophisticated.
Dude, why did he pick 2000?
I don't know.
Is that when he
You know
started
what?
tooting?
Futuristic.
I think as
That's when he graduated kindergarten.
Sugar Valley has proven, the older they get, the creepier they get. So
That's true.
All right, Tootmaster.
Maybe.
Tootmaster writes in, I recently entered my first competition with the Kalamazoo Libation Organization of Brewers, or CLOB.
Club.
Oh, right.
Club. Are they club-footed?
Is it supposed to be club? But it's club. So the whole the acronym thing, I get it. And so you sometimes go out of your way to make an acronym, like DOZE, if you go out of your way and when you read it, it's not that cool, but the acronym works, I get it. But what about when the acronym sucks too?
Like DOZE.
What does CLOB mean? At least DOZE is something. What is CLOB?
What is DOZE?
Like you're dozing off?
Yeah,
like you drink so
exactly.
much you fall asleep? At least it has something. But it means
yes,
something.
You're right.
What does CLOB mean?
It means something too.
What?
Club, but spelled stupid. I don't know.
Except not
You're absolutely
spelled.
right.
No.
So I feel like they went out of their way for nothing.
There's good ones like burp. Those are always funny, like those
My
kind of
point
things.
exactly.
Fart.
So why would you end up with CLOB?
Well, how did we get Benarmy?
Because you can get clobbered with club.
But we weren't looking for an acronym.
That's true.
It was the Brewing Network Army. We ended up with an acronym.
Benarmy.
Why is this so difficult a point to get through?
I don't know. I'm feeling competitive.
Trying to make the show last
I have
longer,
a full
I think.
bladder and...
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, let's just get on with this.
All right, anyway, he entered under CLOB, which I'm sure is a fine club. Forgive me for making fun
It's a fine club.
Yeah, we just don't like your acronym.
Maybe they are from Germany and they want to make a club.
I entered a bell... Now that's
Thank
the
you.
JP I like. All right,
41 minutes into the show.
home run.
I entered a Belgian blonde as a blonde and a triple. Also, I didn't know what it best fit in, and an oatmeal stout. I don't think he entered the Belgian blonde as an oatmeal stout.
Yeah.
I think he entered additionally an oatmeal stout. I got my scores back, and I got a 31.5, a 30, and a 29, respectively. No medals or awards, but I was pleased with my consistent results.
There you
Consistent.
go.
There's a silver lining.
Shoot for that C+.
You're consistently getting a 30.
Yeah, he was pleased with that.
When you rather consistently get a 40?
I'm sure he
I'm a
would.
3-star brewer. You
Baby
know?
steps. Baby steps.
Out of
guys.
100.
It's like, yeah, I got a C. That's passing.
Wait, he goes on to thank us for the help.
Right.
I couldn't have
When you
done
get a
this.
40, call me.
I
You're welcome,
couldn't have
sir.
done these 30s without the help from the BN.
Right. I think it was his first competition. That's not bad.
And I wanted to thank all of you, even JP.
What?
I'm a podcast listener.
Yeah, you helped him get that 30.
Have you ever gotten a mail that says I stopped listening and my scores went up?
Never. I'm waiting for that.
Who filters out the
He
mail?
might.
I want to see the mail that goes in the garbage.
Do we have to quit then? Are we over then?
Oh, I'm just wondering. This guy might mail back in a few months, attempting to amend his
Yeah.
Stopped
scores.
listening to what you were saying.
I
and
hope
got
my
better.
30s, fuck you.
I hope he hasn't peaked.
Tootmaster, keep entering beers. Good job. All right. Matt writes in. Let's
That's
see.
made up.
He said something insulting, and then he says, okay, now that that's out of the way, love the show, listening to the Sunday Session back catalog, and the Brew Strong Bizzo. What does that mean?
That's another acronym.
Business?
Bizzo.
Yeah, get up on your bizzo.
Really?
I guess.
I don't know.
Think
white,
of a better
isn't he?
reason. I don't know.
We need a Martian in here every show
where's
just
he
to
from?
run these words off. of and
Translate.
see.
What's a business? It's a Razziger.
Yeah.
Maybe it's his homebrew club.
I'm on the cusp. He loves that word, of the commercial brew scene here in Australia, and soon to take on a full-time brewing job after spending the past 15 years homebrewing. All in all, I've learned a huge amount about brewing and the industry, and excited about the future. Blah, blah, blah. I really enjoyed the Sunday Session. You guys hate people almost as much as I do. Fuck those guys. More importantly, you love beer and brewing, and that's all that counts. Fuck those guys. On a final note, Sugar Valley Brewer has some catchy songs for a crazy redneck inbred creep.
Like
Great.
what?
I have Wacka 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 stuck in my head.
Fantastic.
As well as JP lost his wiener
That's
in the
gonna hit the
dildo
charts.
mold, or whatever that song is
That
called.
is catchy, too.
P.S. Love you guys. Fuck you guys. Matt. All right. And now it's time for our spam of the week, everybody. Yay. Roberio Pablo writes in for our spam of the week. Hello, friend. You treated me some years back during a surgery at your hospital.
But you didn't know that. Remember that? He was a real good patient.
Was it the domain name at the end of the email that gave it away? I have less than a week to live because I am suffering from the cancer. And the doctor has just confirmed that I will die soon.
Oh, is that the one we didn't cure?
I wonder if that's how the conversation went. The doctor comes in and goes, "You will die soon." And that was that. The doctor has just confirmed I will die soon. Please, I need your prayers. Also, I have today willed my properties to your family, and I want you to also help the poor. Find below the contact of my lawyer. You are to contact him because I am at the moment in Asia for treatment. His name is Mr. Ed Hartman, Esquire, and then gives his email. Thanks, Roberio Pablo. So I guess if we contact Roberio...
Why is Roberio taking treatment in Asia?
He needs it. Because the doctor clearly said, you will die soon.
But wait, why isn't his name like Yan?
Yeah.
Well, he maybe flew to Asia.
It's just a new Obamacare thing.
Why are you questioning him? He's clearly a hurting individual.
I apologize.
Cancer patient,
Well,
Bevo. Jesus.
I want to know who the doctor confirmed the first one. Oh, yeah. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm confirming that one.
Well, you know what? That's what he gets for not coming back to us.
Right. Should have come back to our hospital.
Why is he continuing treatment if he's going to die soon?
Why isn't anybody sympathetic for the guy with cancer?
Cancer. It's a long plane ride over to Asia. He's probably dead.
So did you talk to Mr. Hartman? What's the deal?
Well, not yet. I'm just reading this for the first time.
I am kind of surprised that you guys are like really bagging on this dude for having cancer.
I know,
mean, that's
right?
Fucked up.
It is.
I just want to know what we're going to get.
Well, it's just a spam, though, right? I mean,
well, you don't know that he could really have cancer. I mean, of all the feedback and all the bullshit we get about women and hating people and stuff, like you guys are really coming down.
Well,
on
since
the guy.
when are you so sensitive? The guy, it's a spam of the week with cancer.
How old's his email? A week?
Yeah, a week maybe.
He's dead.
That's not. You know, I have cancer, and I think that's really rude.
But you're not dead.
What?
Huh?
Yeah, I have cancer. Apparently,
this is a spam. It's all right to joke with the spam, but you're just going to throw out a joke about you having cancer.
Yeah.
Now, who's insensitive?
Not funny.
Not okay.
It's not a joke. I mean, it just happened recently. And it takes a while to get over, and now I'm just very sensitive to it.
I won't believe
Do you
you
actually have cancer?
Yeah.
No, you could tell he's lying. He would have called it the cancer. If you know.
I don't think he's.
Nate's
I'm,
right.
I'm looking in his eyeballs, and I think he.
No, I have thyroid cancer.
That's the thing that you've been going to the doctor for with the hormone imbalance or whatever?
My hormone imbalance. My tits won't grow.
I thought it was a hormone imbalance.
It was, and they found cancer in my thyroid. He's been potentially in my lymph system too.
So you actually have fucking cancer.
Like legitimately, I have cancer, yeah.
And you're telling us now on the show.
Through a spam.
He's pulling the cancer card.
Yeah.
Do we have a cricket sound effect?
I'm pretty sure he's not fucking with us.
No, it's real.
Is Taryn?
Holy shit!
I kind of wanted to get a confirmation.
Does she look happy or sad
all
down
right,
there?
All right.
Terrence,
you can tell no one's
There we go.
right?
You can't. Brewer's code.
Brewer's code.
Cancer or no cancer?
Cancer.
What the?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. It's still stage 1.
You guys are assholes.
Maybe, I don't know yet.
So it's
just JP.
So it's operable.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've had a hyperactive parathyroid, which means my parathyroid, these little glands near your thyroid, are pulling calcium from my bones.
Yeah.
So apparently have low bone density for some reason.
Great.
Except in the part that it counts. And anyway, and so they did like not a urology, but a fucking ultrasound, and they found this mass in my thyroid. And
what now?
They did a biopsy and
they have to take it out.
Yeah, so they're pulling it out. So like mid-January, I won't be here.
JP the hypochondriac actually has cancer.
Didn't I tell you that there was something wrong with me?
You were fucking right.
Yeah.
I'll cut you.
Yeah. To do it right now.
I'm actually.
Hey,
I'm
sorry,
glad,
bro. I want to say that. Sorry.
I'm
No, I
glad
appreciate
you're
it.
telling us because I've.
Well, I have to.
Well, I've been
That's
worried.
my thing. Yeah. What have you been worried about?
Kidding himself.
Well, no. I've been wanting to fire you, but now I feel like I feel like
No,
I'm
you
off.
can't.
Now I feel like I'm off the hook. The cancer's going to take care of it for me.
Well, the good thing.
Dude!
Was it too soon to make it?
Not cool.
Too soon.
Is it too soon?
The good thing about it is that they don't talk about it in terms of survivability because it's that like.
So not like in the spam, the doctor didn't come in and say, JP, you will die soon?
No, actually, they're like, it's one of the only cancers that can be in your lymph system and you're still stage 1.
Okay.
So everyone's really positive about it, but I'm not worried about the cancer so much as actually going under the knife and dying on the table. That's like the legitimate fear. She's like, cancer, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I got to get an operation, then I'm going to die.
Everybody else is like begging to get a cancer operation because they're done with the disease then.
Right.
You're like, I don't know, can I wait?
And I don't want to do it.
Well, the thing is, JP, you'll never know if you die on the table because you get the general anesthesia and you'll never know.
Maybe. You don't know that? I mean, they walk to the light and all that kind of stuff. I'll be walking to the light going, I don't want to do this.
It would be better if you had to take a cross-country flight first.
Go to Asia.
To get the surgery.
To Asia.
To go to Asia.
I should ask this guy where he's getting his treatment from.
Does anybody find it odd that you just told us you have cancer and we just think it's funny?
No.
That's what we do here. We try to find the humor in everything.
No, well, no one cares.
Wow.
Like,
we care. We
if
think
you
it's
fired
funny.
me, they'd be like, yeah, that's a really good move.
So they're like, because he was going to die on your show. You could be the guy who dies on the show finally.
Death pool.
Okay. Tasty or you?
We have to
Which one's
revise the
first?
death.
Somebody's going to lose the tasty pool.
Who's going to... Well,
Tasty, you just moved down a rung for the first time in years.
A lot of people
and you
just
could do a
lost
side
money.
bet. Is it going to be heart or cancer first to get me?
Right. Yeah, that's why I feel like the cancer's not a big deal because we all know you're going to die of a heart attack, not cancer.
Well, you're probably...
So this is
especially right now when I'm like concerned about it.
What if you die of a heart attack while you have cancer?
Well, I'm worried I will die of a heart attack while they're pulling the cancer out. Like it's one of the, like Mr. Burns in The Simpsons, where he had every like disease possible, and if he cured one, he would die because they're all in perfect balance.
You're our Mr. Burns.
They pull the thyroid, and the heart goes, I can't do it anymore.
We might have to revise the death pool by the end of today's show. Everybody think about it, and let's decide if Tasty's still at the top of the list or not. Because JP actually has a terminal illness.
Well, I mean,
no, he's not saying that.
It's
treatable.
It's very treatable. All the doctors and surgeons are very like uplifting, but that might be their bedside manner.
Not as much as
us.
Yeah,
not as much
better
as
than
us.
your friends. The doctor's like, everything's fine, and I'm going, oh, thank God, I was going to have to keep paying him.
It's terminal.
This might be why Pablo or whoever didn't come back to us for medical care.
Right.
Maybe we don't have the best bedside manner.
because we laughed at him.
But everything's fine, right? Like it's an easy little thing.
Yeah. I'll just have to go on hormone pills and for the rest of my life.
Good gynomastia.
Really?
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Will
And
you
then
grow sweet tits?
I'll get maybe. I'll get like a radioactive iodine thing, so I'll be like radioactive. I'll need to be isolated for like 2 days.
Okay.
So that'll be fun.
Wow.
Well, you'll like that though.
Oh, I know, right? But I can't have my cats. I can't touch anything. Yeah. So
This
as
is
long as
like
people
me,
aren't around.
the germaphobe, getting MRSA.
right.
Yeah.
JP, the hypochondriac, gets cancer.
Right. Next thing you know, Scott will be poor.
This is unbelievable.
Everybody's got their own nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Tasty never getting laid again.
Right.
This is impossible.
It's going to happen.
All right. Well, Chip, I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Well, I don't know either. It's not the way I wanted to tell it, but
But you felt that you related to Roberto Pablo.
he and I we G chat every now and then. We FB chat.
Well, Merry Christmas. Let's interview Matt Riddleson.
I
need a couple beers real quick.
Let's do every show like it's the last show you're ever going to do.
You know, if I'm gonna go, it better be with Pivo pills in the glass.
That's
you know what I mean?
right.
Right.
We're gonna party like it's JP's last day on Earth.
Right.
Every day.
Yes.
And it might be.
Oh, that went through my mind too. Like, because I found out on Wednesday, and then Wednesday evening, I'm like, I guess I'll feed the cats for the last time. Like super dramatic.
Everything's the last time.
Well,
now.
before you like get the next meeting with the doctors, you don't know what's going on, and you don't want to look online because it's full of stories of like I had thyroid cancer, and then 10 seconds later my heart exploded or some nonsense,
and then I was dead, and then I typed this.
Yeah. Well,
so let me ask you this: Are you thinking about getting out more, or like
making some new friends?
Like for example, now that you've seen that the light at the end of the tunnel has blown out.
Right. Is there a side tunnel I can take?
Like, if we were invited to Australia for the conference, would you now be like, oh, yeah, I got to do that because
I'm not going to be alive by then, probably.
But it doesn't make you think differently about...
There are good doctors in there in Australia.
You're still the same.
It doesn't for two reasons. One, that's a lot of wasted time on the plane. Right, and then two, there's so much about this country I want to see.
There's so much of Concord you still haven't driven around.
Right. I mean, there's farms out past Clayton that I want to look at and stuff. But no, it's like there's so much about America that's beautiful I want to see that I will never get to see. I don't need to go to another country and spend 3 days sweating it out like a lot of times
seeing the world.
Well, a lot of times I go to Philly and I'm like, okay, only fucking 4 days and 4 hours and 8 minutes till I have to get back on the plane. I'm just like counting down, like, I gotta go back home soon.
All right, here's what's going to. This is what your future looks like, JP. This thyroid cancer thing, it's nothing. It's a piece of cake. They're going to rip that thing out. Everybody's going to be fine.
Right.
However, you're going to be the only person in the history of getting cancer who is unmoved by the experience. You will be the exact same person when you wake up from that surgery as you were before you found out.
Probably. I don't know. It changes a lot. I'm writing about it currently. And it's like the big things become real little and the little things become really big.
Right.
It's really weird.
I thought
Give me an example.
The opposite of that, isn't it?
I don't know. How do you mean?
It is, yes, that the little things become more littler.
You stop
more
sweating
littler.
You stop sweating the small
it's
stuff.
Not like that. As in, like, there's a bunch of problems.
The big stuff.
Yeah, you redefine the big stuff, but it's also like little stuff, like like literally, like feeding the cats or waking up in the morning and turning on the Christmas tree lights means a lot more for some reason.
Now that you're dying.
Now that I'm dying.
What's a big thing that means less?
Like
this job.
People's opinions and stuff like that.
Oh wait,
just shit like
that was a big thing in your life before,
or
being
like
stuck in traffic or something.
Yeah, or well, it is a lot of like stress and anxiety. You kind of go, "Fuck, it doesn't fucking matter."
It doesn't really matter. It's your health that matters,
right?
So you're gonna fly in a lot of more planes now before you die. Because it's one thing you got to do because you haven't done enough of that.
I'm going to fucking Disneyland in January. I tell you that.
Yeah, you got to go to Disneyland more often.
Let's go skydiving.
I'm going to Disneyland before the surgery.
Oh my god!
Hell yeah,
Mickey! This is my last time hugging you, Mickey.
Let's take a knee, Mickey.
Oh god! Haunted Mansion. We've spent so much time together.
We have.
My thyroid will miss you. That's all that you'll just be missing a thyroid.
When they pull it out, I want to cremate it and throw it in the park somewhere.
I thought you'd just get the parts and just bury it somewhere.
Doc, how many thyroids do we have?
You got one on each side, and then the parathyroid's above that.
So you got
plenty.
Yeah.
Why don't you feed it to your cats?
They would eat it. They would eat it. Those fuckers.
You guys are sickos. All right, well, I don't know what to say.
Maybe the last time you're feeding your cats your thyroid.
That's a lot of feedback there.
Sugar Valley Brewer, start writing a song about JP having cancer, would you?
Make it a happy song.
JP's cat definitely ends up eating the tumor.
Send it right now, will you?
You're going to be fine.
Hacker on your thyroid cancer.
Should we start... Should we start a fund already?
Yes, please do.
I mean, not for you, but like for a charity when you're gone.
No, that's not necessary.
Someone's got to take care of the cats.
Yeah.
It's funny because
fun for the cat.
I go like, I had all these like I said, like little things kind of become big, and I'm like, I'm gonna be an advocate. Like I'm gonna do things. I was really like excited.
A thyroid advocate.
Not like excited, but like, well, if I'm gonna have it, like I kind of want to. Yeah, and then everyone's going, it's fine. Like we don't literally less than 1% of people have the cancer return, and then we just take it out again. It's not a big deal. I'm like, fuck, I can't. No, whatever.
I'm telling you, even if this was life threatening and then like really bad, and then you came back from it, you would look at what it took to become an advocate, and then you'd go, fuck,
I can't do that.
There's like a
cats to feed.
Yeah,
there's a Disney marathon on today. I can't. I have no time for this.
No, I don't.
You're gonna be fine. I have faith.
Yeah. When did you get faith?
I don't mean that kind of faith. I just have faith I have faith that my luck is bad enough that you're gonna be fine. That's what I have faith in.
You know how at first you thought I was joking and then you realized I was serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that time that JP revealed he had cancer on the Matt Brentelson show?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. We'll be right back with Matt Brentelson from Firestone Walker Brewing Company.
I'm staging the guy.
JP, listen close. This may be the last first break you ever hear. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids. Come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just 1 day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
First time I saw you, well, you were leaving out of Robert's Bar. There was something about the way you carried your drink out to your car. Now I think I understand little things that make you tick. 'Cause I got behind you in the fast lane quick. So be careful what you ask for, 'cause it might just come true. I wanna be locked inside a liquor store with you. The second time I saw you, well, you were screaming naked down the street. Well, I said to myself, I made a mental note, hey, there's a little girl I'd like to meet. I met you under the table, honey, more than a time or two. And I know that I want to get shit-faced with you. So be careful what you ask for, 'cause it might just come true. I want to be locked inside a liquor store with you. Oh, let's get locked up here. Last time I saw you, well, you were sleeping down in your grave. Well, you ran too fast for a slow lame ass like me to try to save. Honey, I hope I see you just seconds right after I die. 'Cause we'll meet up in that big saloon in the sky. So be careful what you ask for, 'cause it might just come true. I wanna be locked inside a liquor store with you. Better be careful what you ask for, 'cause it might just come true. I wanna be locked inside a liquor store with you. A liquor store with you. A liquor store with you. A liquor store with you.
The Session. Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold. Right now.
All right, welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. Everybody's wondering if the last segment was real.
Oh, yeah, we did feedback and announcements. It was pretty cool.
It's all real. JB got cancer in the dildo mold, dildo mold, dildo mold. I bet you we have a new song by the time we're back on air.
But I think you went first, so then you gave it to me.
True.
I think that's how the song goes, right?
That's how cancer works, too.
You're a dick.
It's contagious. All right, we got a lot of things to do tonight. I want to thank our sponsor, Beer, Beer, and More Beer. Go over to morebeer.com right now. They've been a sponsor of the session for a long time. In fact, so long, it's been since the very first show, and they're still with us. They bring you this session and every session, and I sure hope that'll continue as we grow into the future. It's been a great 2013 with them, and it's been a great 8 years with More Beer. Go to morebeer.com right now and check them out. I also want to announce, so of course we have Matt Brynildson from Firestone Walker Brewing in the studio. He's with us now. Here's what we're going to do. We want to give away a bunch of stuff on tonight's show because we want to thank you for listening throughout the year and for hanging out with us. So if you've got questions for Matt or the crew or anything, don't just call in to disrupt the show, but we like good brewing questions. We're going to be talking about Pilsners with Matt and barrel aging and the new brewery, and I think we're even going to be talking about sours a little later in the program, which is a new thing with Firestone. If you call in with a question, everybody who calls in gets a prize. That's right. We'll send you some BN swag, and we got a lot of stuff to give away. 888-401-BEER, 888-401-BEER. You can also ask questions via the chat room, as always. You guys know how this works. Just hit the chat button on the homepage, and Bevo's in there. She'll send your questions to me, and if we use your question, I'll give you a prize for that, too. So 888-401-BEER. Call them. We got stuff to give away. Plus, we're going to play some games later on the show, like Guess How Long JP Will Live.
You know what?
Things like that.
You should really have a little more respect for me.
That's going to be my favorite new game that we're going to play until it's all done with. Guess How Long JP Will Live. Actually, I feel like we could play even when it's gone. We could still play Guess How Long JP Will Live.
Oh, that's true. That's absolutely true.
Because you're a hypochondriac.
Yeah.
It's all a sham, I'm sure of it.
I'm not scared. I'm sitting right next to him.
Right. Yeah. You can't get it from hugging.
That's right. Okay. Can't get it from hugging it out, man.
Right.
All right. 888-401-BEER. Call us up. We got Matt Brynildson from Firestone Walker Brewing Company. I've been drinking your Pivo Pils, for months, but certainly all night. And thank you for making that beer, sir.
My pleasure.
You must be selling a shitload of Pivo Pils.
Pilsner maybe doesn't set the world on fire like IPAs.
Okay.
But we've been happy with how it's been received, for sure.
Excellent. And is it in every market that Firestone is in, or do you make less of that beer because it's a lager?
We have the full book of Firestone products in the western 9 states.
Okay.
But I'm told that it will be released in New York in January or February.
Excellent. How long does this beer take you to make?
It's a 6-week beer.
Okay. Got it. And one of your typical ales, your let's say your Pale 31, how long does that take?
Yeah, we try to get all the ales through in 2 weeks.
Got
14 days or less if we can.
So you guys have a new brewery and new fermenters, I think, as well. Is that why you're able to do something like a lager because of capacity? Or?
No. Just Adam and David. I'd been begging to do a Pilsner for so long. I think they finally just said, go ahead, let them do it. It will never sell. And as a result, it tied up a lot of tank space.
It did?
Yeah.
And it's been at least a moderate success, I'm sure, so now it's going to continue to tie up tank space.
There's a little bit of history here because when I very first started with Firestone in 2001, there were 3 beers. There was Double Barrel Ale.
Okay.
There was Windsor Pale Ale, which later became Pale 31.
Okay.
And then we also had a beer called Firestone Lager. And I think the name alone was just a little blasé.
Yeah.
And people at the time weren't hot on lager beer; they were hot on the hoppy beers and other craft beers. So I think that was the memory. Lager doesn't turn the world on fire.
Yeah,
let them do a Pilsner and
sure. So there's a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth almost from that. Yeah,
we replaced lager with Union Jack.
Oh, okay.
And that obviously
which was an enormous success.
Yeah, exactly.
So you proved them right before you're now proving them wrong.
And we always had the intention of getting back to lager brewing. At least I did. And the tanks were filled up with ale.
Yeah.
Union Jack was doing great. Finally, there was an opportunity. And I think the twist for us was making a hoppier lager beer. I mean, I kind of looked at the landscape of Pilsner beers out there, looked at the landscape of lager beers. I'd have to say some of the inspirations were Victory.
Okay.
Those guys are just doing an amazing job with lager beer and hoppy lager beer brewing.
Yeah.
And then the main, I would say, inspiration is a brewery in Italy, Birrificio Italiano. Agostino, the brewer there, makes a dry hopped Pilsner, and he goes and hand selects hops from the Tettnang region in Germany, just over the border.
I think we interviewed him at your festival.
You did. He's an amazing guy. He knows food. He knows beer. He puts on a festival every year in northern Italy called Pils Pride.
Nice.
And this will be the first year Allison and I'll go and attend that.
Beautiful.
And I think it's a small festival, but I think it's a festival of very passionate lager brewers from around the world.
So if you had to classify this Pilsner, there's a Bohemian Pils, there's German Pils, right? Where would you put it? Because you're saying it's on the hoppier side.
We entered at GABF in German Pils and did well. Although there was a moment prior to the awards being announced when Dan Carey, who is an awesome lager brewery from New Glarus, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
He's one of my heroes for sure. And so when Dan speaks, I just shut up and listen. And he came up to the booth. He asked specifically for Pivo Pils. I poured it for him personally.
Yeah.
He smelled it. He took a long time. He tasted it. He's like, "Did you enter it in Bohemian Pils?"
Yeah.
And I said, "No." He's like, "That's too bad."
Oh, is that right?
I was like,
nice.
Damn it. But
you proved him wrong.
You put it in Hellas. In it.
Well, I mean, I think those of us that do judging know that there may be a fine line, and actually, if you were tasting classic Bohemian Pilsners next to hoppy German lagers, yeah, there's a distinctive difference when it comes to, I typify it as grainy maltiness, sometimes more residual maltiness in the Bohemian Pilsners, and there's always assertive hops there, but they're balanced out by the malt.
Yeah.
In our case, we are making a pretty lean German Pils base on the malt size. It's 100% Weyermann malt. We mash it pretty intensively. We want it to be very, very dry. But then we hop it like a Bohemian Pilsner.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a hybrid beer. There's definitely an American twist, the fact that we dry hop it.
What temperature are you mashing at?
So we start out at 122 in a protein range. This is in Fahrenheit. We step up to the low 145s, and we hold there for a very long time, wanting, full beta amylase activity, and we want a well-attenuated beer. Then we ramp up into the mid 150s to make sure that everything's completely converted. We mash off, and then we run it off. We have a new German brew house now, and that was another one of the inspirations. It was like,
nice.
This shit was built to make Pilsner beer. We need to do this.
Right.
And,
okay.
It's funny, about the time we were formulating this beer, we had a German intern who had worked for the Radeberger Group, one of the larger brewers in Germany. So he fancied himself an expert. And all along the way, he'd come in my office. He's like, "Why are you doing this? This is all wrong.
Stupid.
Everything about the formulation was wrong in his mind."
And then when he tasted the final,
what do you think of the finished beer?
Yeah,
the finished beer's okay.
but
the process is all right.
But I can't, because you're stupid all the way through.
Yes. But,
now, I must be confusing my lagers, because I thought that the Czech Pils style was known as the hoppier one.
No, it always is very hop driven, but there's also a meteor hop. I mean, we have some experts in the room, Nathan. I mean, you guys,
Nathan,
back me up here,
Doc
or
too.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But
so Czech's not known.
We're talking
as
about the difference between Bohemian and German Pils.
Yeah.
In the classic sense.
I think of German Pils just being this very dry, kind of more bitterness focused beer, and Bohemian Pils kind of having that big Saaz hop aroma and flavor all the way through. But sometimes Bo Pils can be a bigger mouthfeel, like a slightly sweeter seeming beer than German Pils. German Pils just being kind of that really dry, northern, sort of slightly more minerally water compared to the two as well.
I look at it as sharper, as the way I kind of look at trying to change the two in between. Minerally is one way to look at it, but it's just got a sharper hard point to it on the northern German Pils.
And you can have something like even a little bit of diacetyl in a Bohemian Pils, which is considered acceptable. I mean, very low amounts. It's not something you want a lot of.
And as you drive, through the Czech Republic and you're tasting beers, there's a wide range, between the brewers. I mean, I think if you just take the two big players in that genre, and you've got Budvar, the national brewery making Bohemian Pils, and you have Pilsner Urquell.
Right.
If you taste those two side by side, Pilsner Urquell has a higher ending gravity. To me, it has a graininess. It was known for diacetyl in the past. I think they've cleaned that up.
Okay.
And it actually has a lower bitterness, a perceived lower bitterness to me. Whereas when you taste Budvar, it's more like Pivo Pils in that it's a very dry, well attenuated beer.
Yeah.
They take great pride in these super long lagering with the yeast, so I think that helps dry the beer out. It's a very clean beer relative to diacetyl.
Okay.
Neither of those beers just scream dry hop or high hop aroma, so I think that's where Pivo Pils... I mean, I kind of get some shit from some people like, Pivo is Czech, and yet you're making a German Pils. What's up, man? You should have checked your facts. I'm like, that's kind of the point. There is no
Did you kick those people in the balls real hard?
I'm a little guy. Look at me. I don't kick anybody in the balls
Well,
unless I got a long runway.
Yeah, you can work through the crowd a lot faster.
So only when I have my big friends with me.
So Pivo's a little minerally, right? It has a minerally character.
Yeah, but we're using very highly filtered water, reverse osmosis treated water. We're using calcium chloride and no gypsum. So any minerally content is coming from the malt, a little bit from that calcium chloride, but we're not looking for water hardness per se.
You just want calcium content from the calcium. It can
just
accentuate.
keeping the yeast happy. Calcium chloride's not accentuating hops, but is supposed to give, kind of the malt a chance to be a little more rounded. But
okay. I would like to try this beer before you dry hop it. Because I'm just maybe not perceptive enough to pick up on how much of the dry hopping I'm tasting in this beer. To me, it's a really great, almost a classic Pilsner to me. I can tell that it's different. It has more rigid flavors to it. It's not as round as some others that I've had, which is, I think, why I like it. There are flavors that really stand out. Part of it actually is a little bit of the mineral part that I'm talking about. The hop character stands out, but I would just like to know the difference between how much of that is the dry hop and how much comes from the kettle hop.
Actually, you bring up a great point. We could do a Keller Pils where we just rack it off the tanks, and serve it, and then have the finished piece. It'd be fun.
I think it'd be educational too. I'd really like to know the difference between what the dry hopping does.
And honestly, at the end of the day, we weren't really looking at a style guide when we created this beer. This beer was all about what I love and what the brewing team loves in a lager beer, which is sessionability, super dry as we can get it. I mean, when it ends at 1.2 Plato, then we're happy.
Nice. Wow. Is it a new yeast for the brewery?
I mean, it's the same yeast that we used for Firestone Lager back in the day.
Okay.
3470, I believe, is the number, the Weinsteffen number, which is probably the most used lager yeast on the planet, if you really looked at it.
Okay.
Not by American lager brewers, but by European and, international brewers. It's out there everywhere.
Who make good lager.
Yeah, it's not by no means a proprietary yeast to Firestone Walker.
Okay. All right. Just as a side note, you mentioned Primo Pils, right, from Victory.
Yeah.
No, was there ever a trademark dispute that your Pivo was too close to their Primo? Prima. That's right. Not Primo. Prima. You're right.
I didn't even think about that until you just mentioned it. But no,
really?
no one's ever that I'm aware of.
Well, maybe that's because I got the fucking name wrong too. It's Prima, not Primo.
And I will say, I mean, it's a dawn of a new age in craft brewing. There is a lot of litigious activity.
I have
There's a lot of phone calls, a lot of lawyers getting involved these days, and this for the first time ever, we're starting to think more and more about trademarking things that we would have never thought of before.
Yeah.
Victory hasn't contacted them, but Toyota with that Prius. They're going to be all over their asses right now.
Prius Pils.
I went to buy a pint of Primo Pils, and I got a Prius, fuckers.
If I'm Victory, I'm honored that's one of your favorites, and that was part of the inspiration for this one.
Those guys are way ahead of us when it comes to lager brewing. I give them full props. It's an awesome brewery, those guys. I run into them in Europe quite a bit, traveling, looking at equipment. I mean, I think our breweries are similar in our kind of approach to utilizing new technology and really researching raw materials, and I have a lot of respect for those guys.
Okay. I want to talk about your new brewery, but before we leave the Pivo, I did want to ask, what are the hops in this? Are they all German hops, or are you using American stuff too?
Yeah, it's all German raw materials from start to finish. So it's Weyermann Pils, and it is, it's Paso Robles water. I can't bring in German water.
Cheapskate.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you do anything to the water, or just...
Yeah, it's all the beers made at Firestone go through activated carbon, water softening at some level, and reverse osmosis. And then we're only adding calcium chloride back.
Okay.
So it's a pretty simple recipe.
That's always been the case, or that's the new brewery?
For the lager beers. We'll use gypsum for the ales.
Okay.
And then as far as the hops go, German Magnum for bittering, Spalter Select for the middle editions for flavor hops, and Saphir, which is a relatively new. It's a new German variety in that it's definitely a progressive hop relative to Hallertau and some of the classics.
Okay.
However, it has more of the noble characteristics than, say, some of the new cultivars, which I'm very excited about, and hopefully we have some time to talk about. But Mandarina Bavaria, Hull Melon, and Hull Blanc
And those are from the noble families?
No. These are new cultivars bred with Cascade, grown in Hallertau and the surrounding regions.
Oh, interesting.
And I think finally the German hop growers, HVG, and some of the breeders in Germany finally took note to what's happening in the American craft brew industry and decided, you know what, we need to start growing some what they call flavor hops.
Yeah.
And really, their target was Cascade to Citra and Mosaic and everything in between. Basically the U.S. growers were dominating that marketplace.
Right.
And they had some hops in the works, and none of the German growers were that terribly interested in them. Obviously, U.S. and international brewers are interested in them. So there's very small acreage of these varieties, along with Polaris, which is another variety. And
I love their Sea-Doos.
But in a nutshell, if I had to, 1 minute or less, explain those 4 varieties, Mandarina, as the name suggests, is very orange-like in its characteristics. I've never smelled or tasted a hop anything like it before, and our brewing team is super excited about it. Melon, as the name suggests, has melony, fruity, tropical notes. Blanc is one that, to me, is very much New Zealand in its characteristics, maybe like Nelson. So it has some of those grape-like qualities. Tropical fruit, once again, really wonderful hop. I think there's so little planted at this point that nobody should get terribly excited about it, but it's out there.
Okay.
And then Polaris, which has been grown in larger amounts, is definitely the dank American, almost Citra-like.
Right.
20% alpha acid and over 3%, bordering on 4% total oil. So it's a monster.
So
so the German hop growers are proving that when given the opportunity, they can put the same type of things in the soil as we do.
Yeah.
And I think that little bit of competition piece is excellent.
Nice.
I think that's really excellent. Meanwhile, we were talking on the break, we have the Southern Hemisphere hops. We've got Australia coming around with some wonderful varieties, Galaxy being a great example of those. And then the New Zealand varieties. And, that's a tricky one. I always say that Mistress is one that you may not want to fall in love with because the availability, at least for medium-sized to large brewers, is almost nil.
Really?
Probably Sierra Nevada imports 90% of what's going to come into the U.S., and the other 10% is, dispersed amongst all the other craft. You probably have more luck as a home brewer getting a hold of New Zealand hops than I do as a craft brewer. I call up and they're just like, yeah, maybe we can contract in 2018.
Interesting. Was it always that way?
No. This is something only in the last 3 or 4 years. I remember people calling me, begging me to take these New Zealand hops. I'm like, not interested, and now I can't get them if I want them.
Yeah. Hey, remember when you said not interested? Fuck you, man.
I'm going to say this on the air, and it's going to totally screw up my game, but what I've been doing is I've been calling New Zealand brewers and trying to take their leftovers.
That is kind of a funny twist.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, oh, these New Zealand hop, but I think once everyone started learning how to use them.
Yeah.
Well, I just got, I shouldn't say I just got back, but I went this last year to New Zealand. I judged the New Zealand International Beer Awards. It was an amazing experience, and I think the moment that really brought it together for me was when I judged the New Zealand Pilsner beer. And New Zealand-style Pilsner is basically what Pivo Pils is, maybe less on the bitterness side in most cases, but the use of New Zealand hops all the way through.
Okay.
And there's nothing better than a lager beer to showcase the purity of any hop. You want to really test a hop, brew a light lager, and then do some dry hopping trials or some late hopping trials. And I tasted a battery of 25 New Zealand, Pilsner beers that changed my life.
Wow.
And then I went, immediately got in a car, drove to Nelson, tried to contract some hops, and they just told me, yeah, whatever, bro.
They laughed at you, yeah.
And the growers there are really interesting. I don't know if you spend any time in New Zealand, but most folks that live there, it's a quality of life issue, and the growers are like, yeah, that's great, everybody wants our hops. How if we just raise the price and I don't grow anymore?
Right. Brilliant.
They're almost Americans.
But on the whole, with so many new breweries opening up and raw materials, becoming scarcer and scarcer, this is a good thing that the Germans are doing more varieties, that New Zealand's doing more varieties. I mean, I can see that right now it's difficult for you to contract, but on the whole, the market's growing, right?
No, it's so good for hop growers, period.
Good.
I think multi-generational hop growing has seen so many mountaintops and valleys relative to how that business works for them.
Yeah.
And craft brewing really represents a solid foundational piece where we're interested in quality, we're interested in paying, what those hops are worth.
Right.
And we're not so worried about alpha. We're worried about aroma. and we're worried about the quality of those hops.
Okay.
And, we're all growing out of our pants, so we're great customers, right? We're always buying 10, 20% more hops than we did last year. So we're a great bunch. Collectively, we mean much more to the growers than any single large brewer who's trying to figure out how to get the hops out of their recipes instead of bringing more hops into their recipes.
Right. So, what a unique place in history, in beer history, that is right now.
Yeah, I don't know if there's ever been a time like this, and hopefully that, I always say that brewing is a team sport, and the supplier is a huge piece of that team. And for the first time, I feel as a brewer that we have an opportunity to support and bolster what hop growers are doing here, not only in this country, but all over the world.
I think it shows that at festivals like yours, where a lot of suppliers like to go, and even at the Great American Beer Festival, I do feel like even when I started this back in 2005, there were certainly a key number of suppliers that showed up at events and were working with brewers. But now I feel like suppliers are putting on big parties and like whining and dining you guys because you're all now finally part of the same team. You're such a big part of the equation that you're worth whining and dining now.
Well, and the tide rises for all that are involved, right? And so if you're a raw material supplier and all your customers are growing 20, 30% a year, your business is doing quite well.
Right. Get out there and say thank you.
But again, I mean, we're willing to pay the price that those raw materials should be traded at.
Right.
And suddenly people can do business as they should, which is wine and dine your customers.
Well, and the other, of course, the end of that equation is that we as consumers and beer nerds are willing to pay the price too.
Yeah.
Because the price has gone up with the six-pack. We all know that. The prices that you guys are paying, which are fair prices to them, are now raising the price of the beer we buy. But it is certainly not slowing down the amount of beer we buy. We're willing to pay them too, apparently.
No, and I think, to the consumer right now, maybe it's going to become a confusing time when there's so many new breweries or so many new beers or so many new labels out on the shelf.
Yeah.
But that doesn't discourage me. I'm really excited. Back to what we originally started talking about was that the consumer becomes so aware that they're looking for a beer with hops grown in New Zealand. Not only New Zealand, but in this particular region of New Zealand. Or I'm looking for a beer that's grown with, or brewed with Saphir hops, not just grown in the Hallertau region, but I'd like to try to find one that's grown in the Tettnang region. And they start, behaving like wine connoisseurs and really getting to know not only the product they're consuming, but the raw materials behind it, the brewers, the whole story. And that builds, that galvanizes the entire, the whole game.
Absolutely.
It connects us to everybody.
So we have, before we move to the anniversary flight we have in front of us, Saphir is the one you mentioned that is also in Pivo, right?
Correct.
I wanted to ask why you chose that hop in particular. And what I really mean by that question is, was it just kind of fun to try a new hop, or did it really satisfy a need for this recipe that you couldn't get in a hop you knew better?
We, in our program, every time we design a new beer, I try to bring a new hop in.
Okay.
And I try to define that beer through that new hop. And Saphir was one that I actually, the first time I got to taste it used as a dry hop was in a Beer Factum beer. That's a small craft brewery based in Germany, and they had dry hopped a Kolsch beer with it.
Okay.
And I was just like, damn, that's right. But I felt like it would be even better in a Pilsner beer. So that leads me to a new beer we're formulating right now is a beer called Easy Jack. And it's a new beer that's somewhere between the pale ale and IPA. I hate to use the word session IPA, but it's somewhere in there, right?
Okay.
You get the idea. So it's a lower alcohol beer that has all of the wonderful blossoming flavors and characteristics of a highly hop beer. And we're going to center in on those Mandarina, Blanc, and Melon as main players. So it'll be, I'm thinking it'll be the first American Pale Ale / Session IPA made with those hops. I'm pretty excited about it. I think Mandarina will be the lead dog in that whole thing. So I've been scouring the planet trying to scrape up enough hops to make it this year. But we're really excited about that.
Well, you're the guy to do it. I like to hear that you're doing it partly just to experiment and have fun with new hops. If you haven't listened to Matt's past shows, go back on the Brewing Network and check him out. The man started as a hop chemist, actually. So people go to Matt to ask other brewers to ask about how to use different hops. So he's the guy to bring the new ones to us in a beer that doesn't just taste experimental. It actually tastes good, and we then get to taste the hop.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, the problem is, and I'm not saying that we did this with Saphir, but I think a few other brewers got excited about Saphir at the same time, a few larger brewers, and I thought I was going to have my day and no problem, I'll buy this, no problem, get what I need.
Yeah.
And now it is a tough one to track down. Damn it.
Tasting-wise, the reason I bring up that you're good at experimenting with it, too, is I've had an interesting experience with Mosaic, where I've had some brewers give me their all mosaic beer that they're trying out, and it kind of blew my mind, and I've walked away talking to homebrew, oh, you got to try mosaic, and then a week later I try another brewer's all mosaic beer, and I go back to homebrewers and go, don't try mosaic, just stay away from it, or at least use it lightly. So really using some of these new hops and how you do it, it's clutch for us consumers, because it can turn us off from a hop too.
Galaxy was one of those for me. The first time I smelled it in a beer, I thought it smelled like, bad fruit in the garbage pail for too long, and I wanted nothing to do with it. And more recently, I've tasted some wonderful Galaxy beers.
Okay.
Now, there's difference, every growing season, vintage to vintage, every grower, you're going to get some different characteristics. So, yeah, it's an endless pursuit for, ultimate hop impact, I guess.
Absolutely.
Before we go on to the flight, the Peanut Gallery slid me a note asking you, Matt, to tell us the Velvet Merkin name story. They say everyone gets it wrong.
Oh, God.
Sorry, Matt. You want me to tell it for you?
No.
I think you got it wrong. I think that's why they're saying that.
Well, here's the story. Like, basically, where do I want to start? I wanted to make an oatmeal stout, and at that time we didn't have a place in the portfolio for it, but we could certainly serve it in the tasting room, so we started making this oatmeal stout. It's an old recipe. Actually, it's a homebrew recipe from when I was homebrewing in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And it's a very simple recipe. It's about 15% roast barley. I use Briess roast barley, and it's hopped with all U.S. Fuggles, so it's a very mild, malty, rich oatmeal stout. So, the word velvet comes up when I think about stouts. And then, this word Merkin had come up, this fanciful name. So Velvet Merkin, it kind of fit. It rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
And no one in the tasting room, the owners, no one said a thing when I wrote it on the chalkboard, and that just became its name.
Okay.
For a couple, 3 years or something like that. Then, eventually people start Googling what is a Merkin, and it starts getting around. And
right.
And then it's time to release this oatmeal stout as a bottle product. And we were going to call it Velvet Merkin, and then at the last minute we pulled the plug on it, and they renamed it Velvet Merlin.
Okay.
Some soccer mom called and said, if you call your beer Merkin, I'm never bringing my kids over to your pub again, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, and in 20 years, that'd be a nice demographic. So you want to support those kids.
And I did get it wrong, right? Because at the raffle at Creek Monkey, I gave away a Merkin, didn't I? Or was it a Merlin? I did.
No. So the story continues. So then the beer comes out. It's Velvet Merlin. I felt like we blew it. We had this opportunity to use this great name. We didn't.
Okay.
Meanwhile, mind you, we had sent the beer to World Beer Cup and Great American Beer Festival, and it won, I think, a couple gold medals at World Beer Cup, which was completely hilarious.
As Merkin.
As Merkin.
Okay, right.
And Chris Schwerzy had to say, and the gold goes to Velvet Merkin, and he knew what it meant.
Right.
So I got to go up on stage and whisper his ear, you said Merkin. And then there was a year at Great American Beer Festival that it won. Now, this is later on. So then I was like, I'm not willing to let go of that name, so we started taking Velvet Merlin and aging it in bourbon barrels.
I see.
And when it emerges from the bourbon barrels, it now can be called Merkin, right? Because this is another beer that's not going to see the light of day in public. Well, sure enough, now we're packaging that as well. And I entered that beer at Great American Beer Festival, had the opportunity to call it Velvet Merkin again, and I always take my grandfather up, right?
Yeah.
And so we're in the back, and I'm like, hey, Grandpa, if this beer wins a medal, you got to do this. When you get up on stage, which is make the triangle sign with your fingers and hold it by your jock. And he's like, okay, sounds good.
Did he ask why?
No. At this time, he was about 88 years old. We got him up on stage, and he just plants a big old triangle in front of everybody and gets his picture taken with Charlie. Well, so that was funny. I was like, good job, Gramps, thanks.
Yeah.
So then we won like 4 or 5 more medals that year, and every time he got on stage, he kept busting out the triangle. And I was like, dude, you don't need to do that on this one.
So I'm actually,
so now every time we take him on stage, he's trying to bust that out. I'm like, quit making the sign, man.
I'm actually really glad you told this story because, I'm always sitting at the end of the stage doing our broadcast where after you get your medals, you guys walk off. And I really like seeing your grandpa up there. He's a nice guy. I've met him before. And when he walked off a couple times this year, he also made the sign.
Triangle.
He was making the sign to me. I was like, hey, congratulations. And he's making the triangle sign. And I was like,
he loves that.
What's up with that? Why did he just give me the vagina sign? And I had no idea.
Obviously, Grandpa
doesn't
know that's the vagina sign. I never call it. It's a Merkin sign for crying out loud.
Now I'm just glad to hear the story because I thought he was a little creepy.
Well, Grandpa just celebrated his 90th birthday, and he's been to at least 6 GABFs, and he's a trooper.
badass.
He's a badass.
It's fun to see him up there. All right, so Listen, if you think you guys get shit about Merkin, imagine being us. I mean, you hear the things that we say on this show. You guys get shit about saying Merkin. We talk about dildo molds and butt plugs for half the show, and
people go, "Love you."
That's why we've decided never to heed to the complaints, because once we start, we're just going to have to. Sorry, I said butt
I've
plug.
promised myself at least 5 times that I would never come back here.
Yeah,
I was super excited about the the second beer after Velvet Merkin was going to be Wizard Sleeve or Sleeve of Wizard. I was super stoked on that name.
Yeah.
And there's no way I'm going to pull that one off.
Now they're on the lookout for you.
Yeah,
you're not just writing it on the board and getting away with it. He's like, no, it's Wizard Sleeve. Didn't you ever read The Hobbit? It's fine.
Yeah, the Hobble Man or whatever it's called.
A reference.
I'm not going to get away with that.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, no, success.
It's hard to come up with an original name these days.
It is hard.
It doesn't offend somebody.
I hope you get sued for Merkin one day, and then it really gets publicized. 2 breweries fighting over the Merkin.
Well, if someone else comes out with a Merkin beer, it's like, come on, man, give me a break.
Yeah, like
we got my beanbag.
We fought for that.
It's almost something should do. You should do it like on purpose.
Yeah,
just to see the headlines, like Merkin fight.
Actually, I want to broadcast this. Sean O'Sullivan came up with this brilliant original name, and what is it now? It's Imperial Jack. Is that one of his beers?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Is it
Imperial Jack?
Imperial Jack
with a straight face, and he puts it in a can. And I call him up. I'm like, dude, what's up with the unoriginal name?
And
so I was like, did you ever pay attention to our lineup? We've got Easy Jack, Union Jack, Double Jack, Wookie Jack. What was I going to do for my triple IPA? Imperial Jack, you jackass.
Oh,
he's like,
no.
Oh, no, I have to tell you the story of this thing. I'm like, really? I want to hear it.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah. Oh, no. So you just allowed it, didn't you?
I love him to death. But
you
yeah,
see?
It's fine.
You guys hang out together, too. Like, he's probably had all those Jacks at your house.
Sean O'Sullivan's a very famous, world-traveling brewmaster. World-famous brewmaster. He doesn't call me as often.
He just does what he wants now,
he just
too,
texts
apparently.
me now. I don't get any actual phone calls.
I'm pretty sure his next can has a hop grenade on it. It's called Hop Grenade Jack.
Yeah.
I told him I was going to make an Imperial Watermelon Jack or something like that.
Yeah, at least make a war out of it. Yeah, a fun war, of course. He was supposed to be here tonight, and I feel like we're allowed to make fun of him because he didn't show up.
Yes, I hope you're listening, Sean.
I feel like we're also allowed to make fun of him because he made an Imperial Jack.
What about bitter South American?
Perfect.
Are you sure he wasn't here and they just pulled a Sully and disappeared?
He just looked in and looked right back out. All right, we have a flight of anniversary beers in front of us, but now I feel like we should take a break real fast. Let's take a break, and we'll come back. We've got, what do we have, years 10 through 17? What year did you...
We started in 2007.
Okay.
But we have 8 beers in front of us.
Interesting. All right. We'll come back. We'll taste some anniversary beers. We'll share it with the studio. 888-401-BEER if you want to call in. And we've got prizes to give away for questions of our brewmaster today. Also, you can send questions in by hitting the chat button on the homepage. We're going to play some games later. We got a lot of stuff to give away, so if you want some free swag, call in. By the way, I think we even have some Firestone beer to give away. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Hey everyone, it's us. You mean who? The Fast Track Guys.
Thanks for the support for the Speed Challenge. All the traffic almost shut down the FastRack.ca website the other day.
Mitchell, the Fast Rack godfather, was at one point the worldwide champion for the fastest Fast Rack hands. That's the man himself at the top of the Fast Rack Speed Challenge page.
And when we were at the NHC last year, I was pushed out of my contender seat by a very talented girl. She had the fastest hands I've ever saw.
We missed getting her name at the time, but she knows who she is. I'm sure one of her friends could identify her also.
We are putting out a call for her.
Yodelay, 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 yodelay. Her time at the conference was just over 12 seconds. I think 12.9.
We need to track her down and want to know if she can do it again or even faster.
Thanks for all your listening to this Fast Rack public service announcement.
And don't forget, visit thefastrack.ca for Speed Challenge info.
Happy fast racking.
BN Army, I'm here to talk seriously for a second. You all are partially responsible for something explosive, and it's time you answer for it.
Moonlight Meadery is exploding.
Yeah, exploding across the country. Wait, they just landed in Australia with insane quality meads.
With nearly 70 different varieties of mead on the market, Moonlight Meadery has blown up the mead category and completely reinvented it.
Seriously?
What?
Seriously?
What?
You're paying money for that watered-down mead when you could have a Moonlight mead?
Moonlight meads explode with quality and flavor.
They're a party in a bottle.
Did someone say party?
If you want mead and want the best, you want meads from Moonlight Meadery and will accept nothing less.
Be a part of the BN Mead explosion and ask for, no, demand Moonlight Meads at your favorite bottle shop.
Moonlight Meads. Girly names, manly meads.
Hey, sign me up for that party.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zanishev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer, one that spits resin in your face and makes you cry uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent Yeast Fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to stop. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Promise
session.
Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
All right, welcome back to the show. Thanks for hanging out with us. 888-401-BEER if you got questions for Matt. He's hanging out in the studio with us. Matt from Firestone Walker Brewing Company, of course. And we're about to try an anniversary flight of beers. Now, you guys have been doing the Firestone anniversary beers. Give us the quick lowdown behind the idea for your anniversary beers, because it's not just something that you brew at the brewery.
Yeah, I feel like I've told this story a lot, but anyway, when I...
Pretend it's the first time.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'll tell it like it's the first time again, yeah. When I came to Firestone in 2001, now the brewery started in 96, and it started with this notion of barrel-fermented ales. The partners, Adam Firestone and David Walker, loved English ale. Fuller's was one of the beers that they loved very much, London Pride. So the beer Double Barrel Ale was a beer that was fashioned after a classic English bitter. It's primary fermentation in oak barrels like the Burton Union system, and that really has been the flagship since day one, and the one beer that everything's been focused on in the oak barrels has been the focus. And I think I mentioned it earlier, when I came on board in 2001, they still were only a 3-beer brewery: Double Barrel Ale, Windsor Pale Ale, and this lager beer, which later got switched out for Union Jack IPA. Mm-hmm. And that didn't happen until the same year as we released 10. So, we went the first 10 years of our existence not making an IPA,
No, sorry. I got really
our
excited.
hoppiest beer was Pale 31.
Yeah.
And, we really cut our teeth and focused on pale ales and weren't distracted by barley wines and imperial anythings, imperial jacks and the like.
Right. Right. Not distracted by that bullshit.
See what you did there.
Exactly. And so any case, they came to me a year prior and said, hey, our 10-year anniversary is coming up. We need you to make something special, and you get to do whatever you want. And I was just like, yes.
Finally.
It's the first time in 10 years. This is incredible. So we started formulating all these beers. We started out making mostly imperial barley wine class beers. We made an imperial brown. We made an imperial stout. We did, oatmeal version of that, rye version of that. And we made all these crazy big beers, and they couldn't hang out in stainless steel because we didn't have the capacity in the brewery. So we got the idea to lay them down in oak barrels.
Okay.
And after 6-8 months of doing this, we had amassed a number of different beers. They were all laying down in barrel, and we still didn't have a beer that we knew we were ready to release, but the clock was ticking. And so then the idea came, well, we could blend all these beers together at some way, and make this anniversary beer. Then the idea came to us, well, here we are living in the middle of wine country. We have more than 200 wineries within a 10-mile radius of the brewery. I mean, It's an incredible, dense wine growing and making region there in Paso Robles. So I said, well, who better than to tap to figure out a barrel blend than a winemaker?
Yeah.
So I called up a bunch of my friends, and everybody got really excited about it, and 10 was born. We sat down with 12 winemakers in the room. We tried to do it in some way, an orderly fashion, but essentially the way it works out is we bring the winemakers in. Nowadays, we pair them up in teams.
Okay.
We set them down with all of the barrels and all the options. They create a blend. We go behind closed doors. We remake that blend and blind taste them out on it, and the winemakers have to judge those blends and choose what is going to be that anniversary blend. So it's
Nice.
cool from the brewer's perspective. One, we made the beers well in advance. The winemakers are now responsible for the blend. And the other cool part is that, a winemaker's palate's a little bit different than a brewer's. I think brewers focus in on hops and aggressive flavors and hop aromatics, where winemakers are looking for balance. They think about things like acidity. They think about tannic astringency. They think about, beverage a little bit different than us. And so in the end, we come out with something I think that's very different than what a brewer would put together, and yet something that's cohesive and very interesting. And it's a great story, and you've actually been there for the blending, so you've seen this all go down.
Yeah, and I've said this before when we've talked about it. It amazes me how quickly the vintners are able to do their blend at the table. For me, I have to taste a beer 7-10 times before I could pick the stuff out. And that's one of the beers of potentially 7 or 8 or 9 that you have them. These guys, they have the 7 or 8 or 9 beers in front of them. They taste them all. It's like a sip of each one really quickly. They start blending almost immediately. And within, I don't know, 5 minutes for some of them, they're handing a blend to Matt and going, this is one I think that's done. And it's good. They're almost all good. They're different because it's different vintners doing it. But the way their palate works and hones in on some of the flavors that Matt was talking about, and of course other flavors, they just do it so quickly because this is what vintners do anyway. They blend for a living. You're right. You're never just going to get a batch of wine that's not been blended. So it amazed me how quickly they do it.
In sensory, it's important to work quickly. I mean, it's kind of like, when you hone those skills, it's kind of like learning how to drive, and you do it subconsciously. Well, the more you consciously try to deliberate some decision that you're making about something as raw as enjoying a flavor, the less likely you are to succeed, really, because then you're splitting hairs, and then you end up with something that actually doesn't taste good. It's kind of like the new Coke. It tastes good the first sip, but you don't want to drink a whole can of it.
Right.
So it is important to move quickly when you're doing that kind of.
It's a good point. The longer I take deliberating, the less decisive I become, by the way. I second guess everything. It all becomes muddled. Although I have a hard time moving forward because you want to think about it. But
exactly.
It's a good point that you make. And the vintners are super at it.
It's not even, they do more than just taste for the blends. They taste for the acid adjustments, and they taste for all these other things. So they're constantly evaluating stuff and trying to dial into what they want to do. So, like Matt was saying, they're looking at acid levels and tannin structure because you can build that back into the wine. Yeah. Sometimes you have to.
And a winemaker has nothing better to do in the off season than to drink.
Right.
The winemaking season is about a 2-month event. It's like hop harvest.
Right.
And they spend the other 10 months of the year staring at these barrels.
You went into the wrong business, I think.
Oh, God.
We all did.
You have no idea. And these guys will bellyache. Oh, my God, it's Crush. I'm working 12-hour days. I'm like, dude, it's Crush every day in the brewery.
Right. All right, I have questions about these. I want to have Nicole Ernie, who is, of course, a master ciceronist here. I'd like her to ask some questions, too. But before I do that, can I ask a very simple question, Matt? Do you have a favorite of these 8 beers in front of you, a favorite year that you really liked how the blend came out? Or even something notable. It doesn't have to be called your favorite.
Well, I mean, 10 was probably the most intense experience because I really felt like everything was on the line. And, I spent a lot of time in the cellar working with these barrels, pushing them one at a time, then tasting it, then pushing another barrel and tasting it, onward.
So if it didn't come out with this...
At this point, 17, on the other hand, I think turned out awesome.
Oh,
and it's one that I think I probably spent the least amount of time stressing about and just let what the winemaker said should happen.
Okay. Nice.
And for whatever reason, it seems over the years, I don't know, in the last time I did a full 10 through the end, I don't know if I've ever done this before. I've done, 10 through 12, or I've done 13 through 17. I've never done the full lineup all in one.
We did it just to get you drunk.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Another thanks to Dave Lowe for giving these to us.
Yeah.
By the way, they're quite a collection, and sometimes they're hard to come by, and they're not cheap. They're worth every penny. So it's very nice of him to buy all these beers and then donate them to us to taste.
I mean, what's a bottle of 10 worth? Like on the open market.
You know what's funny is it also depends on the time of year. When it first comes out, it's one price, and then I go to the liquor store, and if they have like one bottle left, it's more expensive.
It's like $1 million.
Of course, Firestone has no control over that. The liquor stores are charging what they charge.
Yeah.
What do you even give a suggested retail when you guys sell to distributors
I think
or whatever?
Most of these anniversaries sell between $20 and $25 is where they're supposed to sell.
Okay.
Yeah, the 10, the box had the original price tag on it, $14.99.
Very
back
nice.
then it wasn't as much.
Now, if you go to a liquor store and you find a bottle of 10 on the shelf, and it happens every now and then,
buy it.
It's $75.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There are a couple retailers in SLO County who have it priced at $500.
You're kidding!
Nobody's going to buy it.
Right.
Nobody's going to buy it.
It would almost, if they're actually not looking to charge people that, if they're having a little fun with it and they really just want to hold on to it,
that's the case.
Then I'm down charging $500.
Yeah.
But if someone comes in and is like, "I'll pay you that," and you got to go, "Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that to you."
Tax on that's going to be $1,000.
And we were talking about a little bit before we went on was that it really depends on how they were cared for. If these were at refrigerated temperatures for the last 8 years or whatever, they tend to hold up really, really well. And the ones that have been, abused, either they got above 60 or I couldn't tell the exact. But if they're warm stored, they definitely fall apart faster.
Okay. All right, good to know. So, Nicole, you've now meticulously gone through your flight and even ranked them, haven't you?
Well, that's kind of the first thing I did. I'm like, okay, let's kind of go through and see what I prefer. And kind of try to put some order to it. But what's really phenomenal is drinking, 6 and 7-year-old beer.
Yeah.
I would finish all of these samples.
So none of they must have been stored right because they all held up, right?
They all held up. There's some that stand out a little bit more than the others,
Okay.
and I have some specific questions about that for Matt. But it's commendable to have a 7-year-old beer that tastes good. I mean, yeah, everybody's like, oh yeah, there's all these guys that like to have their cellared beer, and it's like, great, that tastes like sherry, old grain, and transdunatanol, and it's like, yeah, that
Right.
was a good beer, but you hung on to it too long, So
I feel like it's
a
a
danger
hard-
with these kinds of beers. But the 10 is in my top 3 of this whole list.
The oldest one, yeah.
Oldest one.
I think I just want to point out that I there's a lot of beer geeks like me getting into this thing, and you go out and you spend a lot of money on a beer, and you're maybe just learning how to store them and do these things, and so you're really excited about how old it is because you spend a lot of money on it, and you've heard a lot about it. It has a legend, and maybe you screwed it up and didn't store it right, but you don't really want to hear that. So even though you're saying, yeah, some have sherry flavors, we need to learn all of it. Don't just go spend a lot of money on a beer because you've heard a lot about it. If you don't store it right, you're sort of just wasting your cash.
I keep all my
But we're
beer at
new- a bunch of
refrigerator
us-
temperature. Some people like to keep their beer at cellar temperature. I keep it all at refrigerator temperature. I lager it.
And
Like,
it's
I
fine.
want those changes to happen as slowly as possible.
Right. I guess I just
And
mean a bunch of us are
try
new.
great. Yeah.
So if
Well, that's
you're
what I
new,
that's my official
put it
recommendation.
in the fridge.
My personal recommendation
Yeah.
is to keep it cold.
Yeah. Turn yourself on.
Yeah.
He has to. He's older.
I said, or new or you.
New or me. Exactly. I'm just lazy. But
in quickly going through, I mean, kind of speed tasting through all these vintages, which first of all is an enormous treat. Like this is actually my dream party for my 30th birthday, which just happened.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
This is it.
Yeah, so that just happened, but I didn't get to do the Firestone flight because Nate took me to San Diego.
Nate, you prick. What a jerk. Don't worry, we got your back.
So we had a great time, but this is like a dream.
No good beer in San Diego.
Right.
So she couldn't have any good beer.
Couldn't possibly have found a nice beer.
It's all IPA, so
But this
snooze
is,
fest.
so this is like really exciting for me today. First of all, it's just such a treat. But
Start somewhere for me.
yeah, so the first thing that I noticed is that standouts are, of course, the new one. The 17 tastes phenomenal. Like, and that's something that I've always been really impressed with. This anniversary series is that the new beer always tastes great right away. Which, for me, Sierra Nevada barley wine, I like to drink it the year after. I buy the 6-pack, I chased one, I put it away. Right.
Yeah. A good example, a great beer, but it can't really be appreciated that young.
I love it. Last year was an exception, but I usually like it about a year old. This beer, I always try to drink it fresh. And then I always buy 2, save 1, What's really interesting to me is that right off the bat, I picked out the 17, I picked out the 14, and I also picked out the 10 as being kind of top. What I did notice about the 14 is that there was a higher blend of roasty beers, more Parabola, more Merkin. So I wanted to ask Matt about that. What do you think the influence is of roasty beers, and how do you think that impacts aging?
13 was another one that had a lot of stout in it, and I tend to think that they age very well. And we also seem to get the best response from kind of the beer geekery out there from the roastier, bigger Imperial Stout-esque ones.
Interesting.
And I tend to encourage the winemakers to go for, lighter character. In fact, I've often thought about not even offering up Parabola one year just to see how they would handle it. But I do think from an ageability, it does add something, no doubt. Whether or not roasted barley cloaks other off flavors, or it just, holds as an antioxidant, I couldn't say for sure. I mean, you can see 15 clearly didn't have as much roasty beer in it, and so you could use that as a comparison point. The interesting thing, too, is about I think it started somewhere between 14 and 15. The winemakers figured out that they could go over to the taps and start pulling some hoppy beer off the taps and using that in their blend, because I told them any beer was open.
Oh, so it doesn't meaning it doesn't just have to be the ones laid in barrels.
No, so I think it was in 14 that they used some Union Jack, and then in 15 we got into some Double Jack, and 16 and 17 both have Wookiee Jack in them. And, we know from experience that hoppy beers, as far as aromatically, don't age well. So I was like, oh, God, here we go. You know, and in fact, I think one of the years the guy was like, "It's going to be 12% hoppy beer," and I went to the brewers that it won't be any more than about 4%.
Right.
Don't forget that. But in subsequent years, we just let it go.
Okay.
And the hops seem to fade, and if at least we haven't exceeded the threshold yet, and not take away from the long-term shelf stability of it. I mean, in 17, you can definitely smell the hop still.
Right.
16 still has some bright hop in it.
Nicole, in something like 15 and Tasty too, can you pick up a large amount of hoppy beer in there, or adversely, are you picking up hops dropping out?
Oxidation.
15 was actually of the group one of my least favorite in terms of how it's held up over time. I think I remember drinking 15 and being like, yeah, 15 when it was fresh, but tasting it today. I'm noticing that it seems a little bit thinner than the other ones, and that there's there's a slight solventy note in the faint background. And for me, it's just not as cohesive of a beer as these others. So I was kind of wondering about that. Like,
could be the higher percentage of hoppy beer,
right? Because those flavors kind of fell out and left a void where they were.
Okay.
And you kind of lose the voluptuousness of the beer.
Which would make sense, a lot of sense to me if they're blending it and they go, I love this blend, and then something that they put in there literally disappears a year later, it would leave a void. Tasty, do you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask Matt, the antioxidizing effects of the dark beers, would that offset the hoppy beer that you blend in?
I would think that there's just not enough antioxidant potential in any of those beers unless, and mind you, these are all in a cork finished bottle too, so there's going to be some air ingress across that cork. Yeah. Across that that closure. Mm-hmm. So I think, no matter what you do, if there's hoppy beer there, that is going to be ill-affected. Now, is there enough other flavor positive?
That's my question.
To cover it.
To offset that.
Yeah.
I think to consume the the elements. And
we have a general rule in the barrel program that we don't do whirlpool hopping or dry hopping in any of the beers that are going to ultimately be offered up for the blend. So all of the hops are going to come from other beers the winemakers decide are going to come in, non-barrel aged beers. We've tried some hoppy beers in barrel, and there have been some very successful barrel aged hoppy beers. Some of my favorite actually are coming from Crooked Stave. Now those are Brett finished beers, and Brett is probably the best.
It's self-cleaning. Yeah,
exactly.
It's always alive.
Oxygen scavenging, surviving yeast. And that's something, mind you, I guess we should qualify, is that all of these beers are critter-free. They've all been certified critter-free because we go through and we plate every single barrel before we push it forward, and we plate the beer, years later to make sure that nothing's come up. So we know there's no Brett in any of these bottles, for better or for worse. That's part of this program. Now,
well, when you go through barrels, any particular percentage that you can give us that don't go on?
I'll be honest. In the early years, we had more, and for 17, for instance, I think there were maybe 2 or 3 barrels out of 300 barrels sampled. Now, not all 300 barrels went forward, but out of 300 barrel samples. So you're talking about just this minuscule 1% or so that came up, and they came count positive, and they may not have been beer spoiler positive. Just something came up.
It doesn't matter.
And so we said, okay, set it aside. Right. So we try to keep the program really clean, and the things that work in our favor is they're all highly kettle hopped, even though. Here's another lesson for you that you might not think about is that we put Parabola in a barrel at over 80 IBUs, and each year it probably drops something like 20 to 30 IBUs to the point where at some point it's a curve. So
what causes that?
I think that it's surface area of the barrel. It's just the simple fact that isoalpha acid's very non-soluble in aqueous solution, and it degrades relatively quickly. And so,
what does it degrade into? That's my question.
It probably
stale flavor or age?
No, probably some of those flavors are somewhat bitter or somewhat hop resin related, but they're not isoalpha acid, and they're not. They don't come across in a conventional IBU as bitterness either. Right. So I can put 100 IBU beer in a barrel, and I will not get it out. A year later, I'm lucky if I have 50, 60 IBUs.
Does the wood absorb
how fast it goes.
Does the wood absorb it?
Well, this brings me to a really interesting question that I discovered recently, is that the char of a barrel, you have carbon, so it's kind of acting like a neutralizing...
Like activated carbon.
Yeah, can you talk about that a little bit and how that affects your wood-aged beers and what that contributes to beer as far as...
Yeah, I don't want to go too far on the limb and talk too much science, but I think that distillers, especially bourbon producers, who are making this completely, like, they don't even boil the sour mash, right? They're pretty much fermenting something. They know there's a lot of other microbiology at play other than Cerevisiae. So there's a lot of off flavors being produced. They're not temperature controlled fermentations. And I think that char works like activated carbon. I think it absorbs a lot of off flavors and it mellows. I mean, that's the whole point of it, the product. And in the case of aging a beer in that same barrel, yeah, I think that it's taking out what would be some bitterness. It would take out other flavors, but at the same time, it's imparting all of this wonderful oak character. It's imparting a lot of, right? Yeah, it's an exchange, and it's a positive exchange. Like, whoever figured it out was a genius, whether they meant to or not. I have a feeling some hillbilly burnt his barrel, and he's like, I ain't throwing that away. Shit, here comes the cops, and he buried it and forgot about it, and then he came back to it, he's like, damn.
Yeah, we love Sugar Valley Brewer. He's a hell of a redneck.
He makes a lot of good duck calls. He's a good guy.
But, I mean, we see that. I mean, I want to say that we see a fairly substantial drop in IBUs in a beer aged in a wine barrel as well. And I can't give you, a comparison because I haven't done that study. However, we get a completely different aging characteristic. I mean, those bourbon barrels really mellow, and they mellow quickly, and they take there are a lot of flavor-active compounds being exchanged, as you said. Where in wine barrels, we tend to get this really heightened oak character, and everything else is there as well. So sometimes it gets really busy really fast.
Well, these are all excellent. I'm a little embarrassed to bring up a characteristic that I find in 14 and 15 and kind of the mid-range. And I'm only embarrassed because I don't actually think of it as it's not an off flavor to me, but I'm afraid it is one when I say it. But cola. In the 14 and 15 range, I don't get it early in the 10 and the 11, and I don't get it in the 17 and the 16. But something about the blend in the 14 and 15 gives me a bit of a cola
nut,
like a sweetness, dark cherry
cola nut.
Yeah. So to me, I don't think it's an off flavor. Although I was just afraid maybe it is perceived as one to others, but it's good, right?
Like a Dr. Pepper cola, because to me that has like that dark cherry kind of cocoa thing
and then
going on.
Some of them, some is more on the sweet side, and then as it the earlier ones, like the 14, is more on the Dr. Pepper side, where there's a bit of the spiciness to it. The 15 is actually more just on like the classic Coca-Cola
let's
side.
change this whole thing and only compare it to colas.
To different colas.
Well,
there's a Mr. Pibb here on the...
I think it's more like Dad's Root Beer. No, I'm just kidding.
But is that something... Am I wrong? Or
no. I feel so validated that you said that because corn syrup. That's what I thought. And I didn't want to... I wrote it... away from the eye shot of Matt, of course, but yeah,
you can't offend.
Yeah,
me.
What is it?
It already all sold out, so it's already been taken.
Right.
Well, I will say this: I'm not saying that I don't know the synergy of compounds that create that. I'm sure oxidation has something to do with it. I think it has something to do with the oak, and it probably has something to do with the raw materials. But I remember back blending 10, the thing that really turned the light bulb on for me and made me believe in this program was that when we took a certain amount of base barley wine that didn't have roasted malts in it, that tasted to me maybe a little flabby, a little unbalanced. It didn't have enough astringency or bitterness to back it up, and I was a little worried about it. And we started blending increasing amounts of parabola into it, a really roasty bitter beer.
Yeah.
At some point, the curves crossed, and instead of these two beer flavors just compounding each other, they synergistically came together and created cherry.
Okay.
Almost the same cherry that I would get from a Rodenbach or something, another wood-aged beer that had critters in it. And I was like, whoa, wait a second, where did that come from? Neither one of those individual compounds had that cherry note, and yet when I get them at the perfect level together, this big cherry bomb comes out. And that's what really taught me that blending beers actually has some kind of synergistic positive effect that can be greater than the sum of its parts.
Sure.
And what the point of this whole program is, I'm not saying we nail that every time. I think sometimes the winemakers just,
pull it out of their ass.
I think, I don't want to say that, but I want to say that they don't necessarily come up with something that has a heightened value due to the blend. They come up with a great beer. There are certain years where they just, something happens magically there with the mix of these things.
So when you're blending, you're blending these flavor phenols, basically, right? And as you do it, the chemistry is like you can get the sum of the parts is different than it changes.
Yeah, and
that's what blending. Any blended beer is always better. I mean, it's just amazing.
And I think to segue a little bit into what we're now trying to do at Barrel Works is to take it to another level. We're as you've learned, it took Firestone 10 years to actually make an Imperial anything.
Not an Imperial Jack.
No,
but-
we
Right.
well, we
Something
can't do
else.
that
Better
anymore.
not.
Sean did it first, so now I'm fucked.
Yeah.
But
you can make a beer called Imperial
10 years to
Imperial
make an
Jacker.
IPA. I mean, we're pretty slow to introduce new things.
Yeah.
And so now we're doing the Barrel Works project, where we're actually for the first time doing secondary fermentation, Brett fermented things.
I think we have some sour beer to try later. Clapping just for that.
Yeah.
What is Barrel Works?
Barrel Works actually is a project that started probably 4 or 5 years ago when all this was going on. And anytime we had a barrel that was count positive, or when Jim Crooks got the opportunity to work with a wine barrel that he knew would be count positive, it would end up in the back, of the warehouse, and it would be something that we were trying to hide from Adam and David and just keep this thing going.
JP's thyroid was count positive this week.
I'm count positive.
Sorry.
One bitty.
One country cell,
bitty.
two country cells.
Sorry.
But basically, Barrel Works is the legitimate, us, basically creating a program outside of our normal program to do secondary fermentation, Brett fermentations, Lactobacillus pediococcus, things of that nature. And it's led by Jim Crooks, our former quality manager, who's now become the blending meister at Barrel Works, along with Jeffers Richardson, who was our original brewmaster, who's come back to the company now.
Why
to
does
help
he have
us in that
two
endeavor.
last names?
I know.
Everybody has two first names. I've never heard of two last names. Jeffers Richardson.
Jeffers Richardson. It's even hard to say. It does
is
not
hard
roll
to
off
say.
the tongue like Justin Crossley.
Where is Barrel Works at? Is it right
It's
at
in
the
Gilton,
same?
so it's it's just north of Santa Barbara. It has its own tasting room. It's a 7,000 square foot barrel aging cellar with more than 500 barrels in it now, and it's a pretty legit program. So if you're ever traveling in that part of the state, you should definitely stop by.
All right, let's go to the phones real quick because we had somebody call in with a question. We got Doug from Wisconsin with a question from Matt. Doug, what's happening, man?
Wisconsin.
You got a question for our boy Matt?
I do. Hey, Matt, it's an honor to talk to you, man.
How you doing, man?
So good. So you get a barrel in for your homebrew club or personal whatever. What's the first thing you want to do with it before you stick beer in it?
So I think it depends on the kind of barrel. If it's a spirits barrel and you're getting it right after it comes from the distiller, so in other words, it still has that high proof spirit in it, my suggestion is to do nothing. In fact, just keep it closed up, and when you're ready to put a beer in it, don't rinse it, don't do anything, because you would just take away any flavor that would otherwise be there. I always say a distilled spirits barrel is kind of a barrel with training wheels on. It's already been sterilized for you or sanitized for you. It's ready to go. Now, if it's a second use bourbon barrel or spirits barrel, if it's a wine barrel, then you have to kind of do a little bit of research. If it's been freshly cleaned by the winemaker and sulfured and it's ready to go, then you probably need to do nothing, although I always suggest to rinse those barrels. Certainly, if you have a lab at your disposal, you can do some work to see what's going on there microbiologically, rinsing it with water and then plating that water. But I think it's always good policy with a used wine barrel or a one-time used by a brewery spirits barrel to go through some kind of cleaning process prior to filling it, and do that cleaning right before you fill it.
Nice.
The other thing I would always add is that no matter what you're putting into any barrel, we like to purge it very well with CO2 or some other inert gas before we fill it. And you're just trying to ward off gross oxidation. Certainly a barrel is a porous vessel, and there's going to be some micro-oxygenation, but you want to try to ward off any gross oxidation by removing the oxygen before you put the beer in.
Doug, send JP an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, and he's going to send you a prize just for calling in and asking questions. We got some good swag to give away. How about we give him what do we got? We got something good, right, JP? Got a holistic goodie.
And the phone lines commence to blow up.
How about a hydrometer?
I don't have a hydrometer.
Yeah, you do.
I have a thermometer.
You have a hydrometer.
I do?
Yep.
How about a hydrometer?
There we go. Let's do it. Thanks for calling. 888-401-BEER if you got more questions for Matt. If you call in and ask a good question, really any question, as long as you're not a douchebag, we'll give you a prize. While we're on the subject of the blended beers, another person, Afterlab, from the chat. Afterlab, send JP an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll send you a prize as well. For Matt, he says, Matt, when blending so many different styles, do you see a trend in the vintners naturally choosing a larger proportion of a particular style in the blend versus others? Are there styles that typically found in smaller proportions?
Yeah, actually, I think that, and it somewhat goes with trends in the winemaking world, but there's a trend right now, at least in the Central Coast, away from oak bombs. You start talking to winemakers who taste these bourbon barrel-aged beers or some of our beers that are fermented or aged in new American oak, and they always say AO bomb, which is American oak bomb, and they think that, many times oak is overused, and they would always like to have a certain amount of neutral beer to go in. So I'm seeing a trend where they're actually selecting away from over-the-top oaky beers.
Okay.
Initially, I think they were really attracted to imperial stouts because it was so different than wine. And I think now that this group has become more comfortable with the beers, they're not, going towards the over-the-top, really roasty beers as much. But I definitely see them. There was a year where I had an excess amount of Bravo that had been aged for 2 years in bourbon. I was like, man, that's going to be it. That's going to be the anniversary, anchor. And they basically left it out of the. Yeah, they rejected it because there was too much oak.
Does the trend that they pick follow the trends in wine, do you think? You taste a bunch of wine down there.
I definitely think so. There's a big trend right now, interestingly enough, to use concrete vessels for primary fermentation.
Really?
And use a larger portion of neutral oak. So basically, it's rare that there would be a lot of primary fermentation in oak for winemakers, or if there was, it would be pretty neutral oak. But concrete seems to be somewhat of a counterbalance to high acidity in the wine. So they're actually trying to bring some of that acidity down. Concrete is a porous medium versus stainless steel, so they get some microoxygenation like a barrel.
Okay.
I can't imagine fermenting a wine in concrete, but go around wineries now and you're going to see these concrete vessels. And I'm wondering when the first brewery is going to start using them. And to me, it's counterintuitive. I can't figure it out.
How do you get food grade concrete?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Well, with wine, you're sulfiting, right?
Don't ask.
I don't think that there's a whole lot of food grade anything in winemaking.
But you're sulfiting in wine, so.
Well, alcohol is the great neutralizer. No pathogen known to man can live in an alcoholic beverage, and wine is certainly a much higher alcohol level than beer. But what I can't figure out is, you drip beer on concrete long enough, it eats the concrete.
You're going to get leaching.
How can you put this high acid wine in a concrete vessel and not have some leaching? And it was explained to me the other day, more recently, that they felt like it does counteract some of the natural acidity. And, so this is a trend in winemaking that you're going to see more and more of. I think that that's why breweries are having access to use foeders so much, is that 20 years ago, the big trend was to start going back to all wood, and people were constructing and building all these beautiful foeders. And now the wine industry, or the beer industry, is getting them because the wine industry is moving away from foeders. They're going to stainless steel and or concrete is the new buzz.
Wow. It would be a throwback, wouldn't it? I mean, remember I reported the story about the beer baths at the old castle, and they used to be fermentation chambers. And they were big, sort of shallow pools, but they were concrete.
Okay.
Right? So it's been fermented in concrete before, hasn't it?
It's going back to it.
There's people in the chat, or one guy in the chat saying that he's seen this happen already, open concrete fermenters in breweries. I'm trying to figure out where it is, because I've never seen it before.
Well, it's interesting because the first time you use it, that acid erosion is going to be stronger than subsequent use.
I mean, they're beautiful. And I think the other advantage for winemakers, if they don't have, for instance, a glycol system, or they're looking for some way of, it's quite a heat sink. It's this super dense material. It's going to hold temperature for longer.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of interesting things about concrete and fermentation.
Slow Brewer, who is the person who donated the flight of beers, wants us to know about the storage of the beers.
Oh, right on.
He says 10 was stored in the fridge the whole time.
That's why
I think that's pretty obvious.
Good.
It's in great shape.
Good.
The rest were stored in their case boxes in an exterior closet in my house in Slow. So the temps ranged actually from 60s to 70s. So even with the fluctuation of temperature, they still held up pretty well. I would venture to say they'd be even better, of course, if they were all in the fridge. Like the 10 is kind of a rock star.
Yeah, but he did a great job, I think, across the board with these beers.
Yeah.
So I owe him huge.
It's phenomenal that these beers can hold up. I mean, it shows that.
Dave. You'll recognize him when you see him.
All right.
Interior, not exterior.
Oh, sorry. I'm dyslexic.
My exterior closet.
Sean from Oregon writes in, otherwise known as Wallet Phone.
That's from Flattail. That's our buddy from Flattail.
He's got a question for Matt. Sean, what do you got?
So I wanted to ask Matt if the perceived bitterness drop and the IBU dropped correlated, linearly in the barrel-aged beers. You mentioned that, the IBUs dropped out, but whether you perceive the beer as less bitter or not.
All right.
Yeah, I think definitely. Norm Stokes, our sensory technician at work, could probably speak a little bit more scientifically about this. And I think if we were to do a study, and we should probably start doing this, and I think we have the data, we could probably chart it out, is that there's a linear relationship for probably the first year or two, and then it starts to curve out to the point where, maybe the IBU drop is not happening as rapidly, or it just baselines out after a while. So you finally found that long-term solubility. However, to answer your question more directly, yes, both the analytical IBU data along with what the panel was saying was somewhat of a linear relationship. In other words, as that IBU dropped, the product was perceived as more mellow and less bitter. I think that's one of the beautiful things that wood offers. We wouldn't even conceive of making an imperial stout in our brewery without oak aging it from our experience of how it mellows.
Okay.
Now maybe you could do some formulation up front and remove some of the bitterness up front and result in not having to age the beer so long in barrels. We haven't gotten there yet.
All right. Hey, Sean, even though you work for another brewery, we'll still send you some prizes. Send JP an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, and we'll send it over.
We got some flat tail t-shirts,
hat.
right?
Yeah, I'm going to send him a flat tail hat.
You're going to get a flat tail match hat.
Excellent.
Hey, Matt, I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned, that you guys are seeing these things happening, but you're not really documenting the data. Have you heard Garrett Oliver talk about beer scholarship at all and how it's happening at breweries across the country, but none of you are documenting it? I did a panel with him a little while ago, a couple years ago now at GABF, and it was just after the Oxford Beer Companion came out, right? And I did think he made an excellent point. And it was that breweries like you are actually doing these very detailed experiments, these wonderful things where we're finding out about how beer works, but none of you are documenting it in the ways that could really help the future of beer.
Well, I mean, we have I get asked constantly by not only the lab, but by the brewers, why are we taking this data when we don't use it on a day-to-day basis? And my answer is always that someday that data may become useful. And so, yeah, we have reams and reams. I mean, there's nothing that has happened in the brewery that we haven't logged and hung on to.
Yeah.
And so someday when we have time, maybe in my retirement, I'll go back through those brew logs and try to do some level of understanding.
When it's too late.
Well, no, but listen, actually, here's why
maybe not too late to, write my book that'll put me through my retirement.
Well, that's true. But here's where I think Garrett even made a better point. If you are documenting it to that degree like you are, it's time to, instead of just hiring brewing interns, it's time to hire research interns from universities to actually go through that stuff for you and compile the data. Mm-hmm. Don't wait till you have time to do it, Matt, because we all know that you could get thyroid cancer, for example, or
that's not really,
heart attack.
Man,
a number of things could happen.
He's right. How's your calcium level?
Check it.
No, forget that. You just publish it all in one massive book. Just like a big 3-ring binder.
There you go.
Here's just straight numbers on barrel rate evaporation for with a 1 degree swing.
Work it out yourself, bitches.
Yeah, and here's all the information. You apply it whatever you want.
I'm telling you that I genuinely think the guy makes a good point. You guys are all doing this, and if breweries like you are compiling it, there should be people going through it and publishing it and letting
That's where a guy like Tom Nielsen at Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is in such a perfect position. He's in a brewery that's brewing 24/7. There's just all this data coming out all the time.
Yeah.
And he has opportunities to capture data and do legitimate studies. Plus, he's a scientist who understands how to do that correctly.
Right.
I think more people like Tom Nielsen will pop up in these mid-size and craft breweries and be able to do something with all this data. But
I think
we're in a day-to-day grind, and we're just trying to use that data to get consistent beer to our fans. That's the point of our...
Right, and I totally agree. And of course, you're going to focus on those things. And I don't even think that Garrett, in this sense, was being hard on other brewers. He just was sort of pointing out, we're probably learning more about beer than ever in history, and it would be unfortunate if that's not being documented. Yep.
Well, and to Matt's credit, he's done a lot to bring the science of hops to, both other brewers and then also to home brewers. So don't minimize that.
No, you're right. He did the Drunk Show in 2005.
That was a huge contribution.
That was and I actually passed the sobriety test, but the cop said he'd still do a breathalyzer on me just because.
That's true. Just because, yeah. Because you looked shady, I think was the... All right,
pointy beard.
Let's do another phone call. We've got Matt from New York. He's got a question about sour beer. We haven't even tasted your sour beer yet.
No, and the man, actually, we've been drinking it.
You might not even know what the hell you're talking about. Matt, what do you got?
Hi. I just wanted to ask Matt about using dark malts with, souring bugs, like lacto, PDO, those kinds of things. If there's any rule of thumb or, because I got a couple in the Carboys. Just with hits with, YE sour blends. So I don't know, if anything's been done at Firestone or Matt knows of things, rules of thumbs, when you're doing things like that.
I think it's a great question, and honestly, I'm probably not the guy to ask because we have so little experience with dark beers and the souring bugs. We actually started the program out with predominantly pale beers. I know for a fact that more recently, Jim called up some wort that used predominantly Vienna malt from Weyermann, and I was blown away by how much just a little bit of specialty malt enhanced and worked with the sour, the acid profile. And so I have a feeling, there's probably a lot to it, a lot to specialty malts and how they play with organic acids. However, I can't really speak specifically to say soured stouts or soured really dark beers. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. Also, Matt from New York he sent a picture in and he wanted to know if you thought he looked handsome in his Matt Brynildson skin suit. Am I right, Matt?
Got it on right now. You're right.
He's wearing it right now.
How can you not?
Poor
this guy was weird.
That's why he sounds muffled, because his head is larger than Matt's, and so the mouth is skewed.
It's a little.
Is there a Merkin at play here?
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
It'd be in motor.
Matt, thank you for the call, and send an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. JP, what are we going to send Matt in Skin Suit New York?
A woman's hop, but no. How about a White Labs alcohol test kit?
There we go.
Ooh.
Get your alcohol tested.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling, Matt.
On, girl.
It's like a yard sale you're running.
Honey.
Yeah.
So I
have
have a
baby
question
clothes.
about the beers that go into these blends. So obviously all these are different vintages, but what about the vintages of the beers that are going into the blends? Are some of the, I see these named beers that I've never seen at the brew house, like Rufus. I'm like, what is this stuff?
Okay, yeah.
So are some of those really, really old? Are they 5-year-old beers going into the 17?
So if you've been following it, so as this whole program has gone forward, we came out with 10 first, and then one of the first beers that we released it on its own, one of the single variety beers, was Parabola. So pretty much all of the Parabola that doesn't go into the anniversary blend ends up being released on its own each year. So almost every year you're talking, 1-year-old Parabola going in. And for the most part across the board, most of these beers are only 1 year in barrel, with the exception of beers like Rufus, Sticky Monkey, Eldorado. We come with all these goofy names.
As you do.
Terrence is going to sue you.
Who's going to sue me now?
That's racist.
Well, yeah.
I think you're allowed to be racist now.
All right,
yeah,
whatever.
I don't care.
So to answer your question, if it isn't a beer like Abacus or Parabola that's released on an annual basis, you're probably looking at beers that could be 2 years old, or a portion of them are, because we're, it's a bit, we always say it's cosmic slop. It's like whatever's left over from one year probably will make its way into anniversary at some point.
So what's the oldest beer that's made it into a blend?
Would probably be Sean's Saucer Full of Secrets, because that probably came up 3 or 4 years later. And more recently, I'm going to get this wrong, but I think it was at least 5 years. We pulled some 5-year-old barrels out, or maybe 6 or 7. I can't remember how long ago we made that beer.
Yeah.
And to the point, you were talking about this cola characteristic. that beer came out like maple syrup. I mean,
Interesting.
To me, the flavor note, the hook there was maple syrup, which makes sense because it sat in oak for so long. It just extracted so much wood character, and it had so much sweetness associated with it.
It had a lot of candy sugar too, right? So
You could just put it on your pancakes. Done.
I did.
Thanks.
I've eaten breakfast at Sean Paxton's house, and I'm pretty sure it was always saucer full of secrets, pancakes.
I wonder how long it's going to take for a brewery to name their barrel, collaboration beer, Cosmic Slop.
No, I already did it.
Oh, you did?
Already done.
Already.
Don't take it. Whoever's listening,
Cosmic Slop,
think about
TM.
it.
Yeah, Sean O'Sullivan.
Tim. Here's a question.
It's already in cans.
Talking about barrel aging. Hungus writes in. Hungus, this is a good question. Send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. He's going to send you a prize. How about
hat?
2-in-a hat. There we go.
How
There
ironic.
you go.
All right.
How ironic is that?
Matt, how important is storage temperature for barrel aging? My brew shed fluctuates between 50 and 75 throughout the year with variable humidity. Is that acceptable for barrel aging my beers?
Company secrets time.
Yeah, no, there's no secret. We age at 50 degrees Fahrenheit or 10 degrees C. That's been kind of the sweet spot for us. I have a feeling we could probably go a little bit warmer and have, similar results or maybe faster results. And I think it's just like everything. All chemical reactions will occur more quickly at higher temperatures, including oxidation, including everything else, flavor extraction. I have a feeling there's a breaking point. If you talk to most winemakers, it seems like they're talking temperatures between 55 degrees Fahrenheit and 60 or 62 being kind of the outside edge where they want their wine sitting.
Okay.
So that leads me to believe that after all these years of looking at these things, and those are microactive. I mean, many of those winemakers are doing malolactic fermentation at those cellar temperatures, so they also are looking for some microactivity. So I take my note from that is that I want to be slightly below that, and so 50 seems to be a perfect point where I'm not using a ton of refrigeration. I'm not going so cold that I'm just stalling everything out relative to chemical reactions, but that I'm still getting flavor uptake. I'm keeping most microbiology at bay, although still some things could happen at 50 degrees.
Right.
When I start hearing temperatures 70, 75 degrees, I think that might be a little over the top, unless, of course, you do have Brettanomyces involved. And I think that's a game changer. When Brett is in the barrel, now you want to be at elevated temperatures to promote that if you're looking for souring. So, there's a definite divide. We have 50 degrees Fahrenheit for our spirit barrel program with no critters involved. And I believe that Jim has set the cellar at Barrel Works somewhere closer to 65 when he's looking for microbiological activity. It's somewhere between 60 and 65.
Okay. Just in terms of your brew shed, Hungus, I think that was Hungus, writing in. If you listen back to some of the Jamil shows, before he was a professional brewer at Heretic, he had a shed out back that he pretty lightly insulated and put in a normal window unit air conditioner and was able to temperature control that for years. He essentially had a walk-in cooler in his side yard. So if you've already got a brew shed, I would recommend just getting a window unit air conditioner, and I think you could probably better keep it down at the temperatures that Matt's talking about instead of letting it go way up to 70.
Yeah, or get a ferment shed.
Really easier way to do it, yeah.
There's also, if you want to start working the barrel more than just the Brett or the bugs in there, doing a fluctuation, it can be from season to season, or in bourbon. They actually raise them to the top every year, to the top of the barn, basically, so it's hotter at the top.
Within the barrels, you're saying they actually want the heat.
Each they move the barrels up, and because they want the barrels to breathe differently, they want to get more barrel characteristic out of it. Mm-hmm. Scotch is the same way. They do it more seasonal.
Yeah.
Where bourbon, they're going to do it more within the shed itself.
Do you think it works for beer too? To fluctuate
it depends on what you want to do.
Okay.
If you're trying to work the barrel, trying to get more oak and more vanilla out of it, and more oxygen, it's going to change the whole dynamic of it because the barrel breathes.
Okay.
And it's going to breathe more at a higher temperature, and so you're going to want to let it breathe later.
Yeah,
it swells and takes more.
Right.
Yeah.
It seems like you could age it for less time in a warmer temperature, by moving it up.
But from what most of the bourbon guys do is they do it early. They do it at the lower temperature, and they start moving it up.
Okay.
And they're going to get more. They want to get more barrel characteristic out of it. Or you might not want to in a beer. You might want to with
you
bugs.
Want less.
Bugs, it's going to be a whole different gig. You're going to want to have different oxygen uptake. You're going to want to have different kind of oak. How old's the barrel? What kind of barrel it is? And a lot of these are variables on this whole thing.
Well, I think especially with spirits, I don't think that the warmer temperatures you're storing beer at that temperature at 75 or 80 for 18 months or whatever. So that's going to change the characteristics of the beer. Whereas spirits, I don't think it matters so much. You can keep it at 70 or 80 and may not change. I don't know enough about it, but the malt character has to do with that too. So if you have a beer, I wouldn't recommend storing it at like 80 degrees like you would a bourbon.
It's about trying to extract something out of the barrel,
right?
Which is why it's there and at different strengths, different temperatures,
and depending how much you want out of the barrel,
right? And but to a detrimental effect, like JP was saying, that 80 degrees is not good for your beer.
Well, I would say if you're forced to age at higher temperatures, you probably will not need to age as long. And I would definitely be tasting those beers more frequently to make sure that you pull it out of there and get it into its finished package sooner or at the right time.
Okay.
So about getting the beer into the finished package, I have two questions. First, package. Huh? I have two questions, actually. So first, I noticed all of these beers have kind of some sort of lower alcohol beer in the blend, whether it's Double Jack or I'm sorry, Double Barrel or
Imperial Jack.
not Imperial. Yeah, or Velvet Merlin being in the mix. So, what's the goal with that, and how do you see the vintners using that? Do they use those lower alcohol beers consistently when they're blending? Is it usually an accent? What purpose does that serve?
I think in previous years, it was just one more component that they could use, and maybe these were really high alcohol beers, and the alcohol burn was getting to them, so they wanted to taper that down, or they wanted to temper that alcohol. That's another element in wine. Think about most wines are somewhere between 12 and 15%, and some are above that. And yet, when you drink that wine, you don't get the alcohol burn that you do from some high-proof beers. And I think that's part of the balancing act, is figuring out a way of cloaking that alcohol. So I think oftentimes the winemaker is saying, you know what, there's just too much alcohol here. I can't find any way to blend my way around it, so I'm just going to take it down.
Yeah. That is the beauty of your anniversary beers, by the way. We did an anniversary dinner with you out at GABF a couple years ago where you did a bunch of the anniversary beers, and we were all pretty shit-faced by the end. And by we, I mean the people who bought tickets and us doing everything. Not because we meant to, but because it drank very easily, and the vintners did a good job of masking some of that alcohol content.
Yeah, and I think the barrel has this beautiful way of mellowing out high alcohol. I mean, think about it, like probably what whiskey wash tastes like before it goes into a barrel, and then 5 years later what it's transformed into are just night and day.
All right, I got to get us to a break. We're going to talk more with Matt when we come back, especially because we have to talk sour beer. But I do have one more question for you before we do it, because I think it's quick. Do you use the same vintners every year to do your blends, or do you invite new people?
We've been inviting new people, but for the most part, the core members are the same guys.
Okay.
Some of my best friends.
I don't know if I've said this to you on air. I know I've told you off air, but it's just a coincidence that the name is the same. But I was introduced to Justin Winery from Slow by going to the anniversary tasting. And in my opinion, he is the best winery in California. Napa, I don't care what. Every time I've had any of his wines, his blend when I was there, everybody does a different blend and then they vote on it later. His blend was the best one I had. He's just and he's a young guy too. Like, he's not like some 80-year-old person who's been doing wine for his whole, he was a young vintner. His wine is amazing, and his blend of your beer was great too. I just wanted to give him a plug because
what you should know is that winemaker's name is Kevin Sass, and he has since left Justin Winery.
Oh, you're kidding!
Now is heading up a program just down the road for Halter Ranch vintners.
Then I want to plug that because the guy is.
You're a whore.
He was doing such an amazing job at Justin, and both he and his quality manager moved over to Halter. And if you thought the Justin wines were great, wait until you taste the Halter Ranch.
Okay, good, because I'm talking about a big degree of difference between other California wines and his wine. I'm talking about California wine, sort of like a 5, and everything I've ever tasted that he made was like an 8 or a 9. Great. And the same with his blend. Of all the blends I had that day, that was, I think, around 12 or 13. I forget which blend I went to. His blend also was about the same. Really good.
Yeah, he's a rock star for sure.
You think that if it was called the JP Winery, your opinion would be the same?
I do think so. I was telling you, it was just a coincidence because I tasted all his stuff before I ever knew the name.
Okay.
I didn't get introduced to any of these guys saying, I'm from Columbia Ridge, or whatever the stupid wine names are. I'm from Justin Wine. It was none of that.
Okay.
His shit was just awesome.
Hey, Matt, how does one become one of the non-core members of, if they want to be involved?
Seriously.
It just doesn't happen.
You
don't think about it.
It's not.
No, but really.
You know how I did? I happened to be passing through on the day they were doing it, and Matt was like, "Oh, I guess you could sit down."
But didn't he tell you not to say anything and to be quiet and stay in the background?
Not in so many words.
No, he probably it was much more eloquent, I imagine.
Yeah. It was like,
more friendly.
We put this chair in the bottling line for you if you'd like to sit here, and we'll bring you a taste every now and then.
Yeah, we'll take a photo and show you for 5 seconds only about what's going on.
Hey, don't talk to the other guys.
He's like, here's an iPad with a live stream of what we're doing in the other room. You're familiar with live streams, right?
Yeah.
Sit in the middle of the bottling line and shut up.
And it was on Justin TV, so you loved it.
Yeah. Exactly. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Matt's Sour program. Then we got some games to play.
Yes.
Some more things to give away. We're going to play Guess the Fake and name that holiday tune. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and the freshest ingredients, backed by the best customer service in the business. New items include the Big Oxygen Kit for economical wort aeration using common welding oxygen tanks, and the Unistat line of external thermostats for easy control of both electric heaters and refrigerators. In addition, they've just mashed their new oatmeal stout malt extract, so you can make those tasty winter oatmeal stouts and porters without mashing. Go to williamsbrewing.com today and browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays, shipped the same day. Brewing is easy, the Williams way.
This is a public service announcement.
Hey, dude, I think there's... What's wrong? You don't look so good. There's something wrong with your beer. It's making everyone sick.
Don't let your beer make your loved ones ill. Proper cleaning and sanitation is the key to avoiding puke on your shoes.
But I used an all-in-one.
Cleaning and sanitizing cannot be done in a one-step process. No cleaner can sanitize, and no sanitizer can clean. The amazing chemists at 5 Star Chemicals have your solution. Clean with BBW and sanitize with Star San.
Fantastic!
Your friends and loved ones will thank you. 5 Star products are available at fine homebrew shops near you and online. Put your best beer forward with 5 Star Chemicals, your one stop for the cleanest 2-step solution.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blickmanstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My doctor, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickmanstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Brewers, anyone can resell homebrew equipment and recipe clone kits. Get original at Adventures in Homebrewing. Adventures in Homebrewing has the knowledge and expertise to craft their own gear and original recipe kits that you'll love. Home of the Serial Killer Grain Mill, 220,000 BTU propane burners, custom stainless steel false bottoms, as well as custom-built brew stands and systems. These are just some of the items Adventures in Homebrewing designs and manufactures in-house. And the brewers at Adventures in Homebrewing keep designing, too. Original extract and all-grain recipe kits that are tried and tested and proven to be of the best quality. Most popular are the Blueberry Tangerine Porter, the Nor'easter Cranberry Fest, and the Peanut Butter Conspiracy Stout. Once you try one of Adventures in Homebrewing's original recipes, you'll keep coming back for more. And don't forget to use the coupon code BIG10 when you place your order to save 10%. That's coupon code BIG10, BIGTEN. Visit Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org right now and get original today. Homebrewing.org. Join the adventure.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
In a bar alone I'm sitting, apart from the laughter and the cheer, while scenes from the past rise before me, just watching the bubbles in my beer. And I'm seeing the road that I've traveled, a road paved with heartaches and tears. Seeing the past that I've wasted while watching the bubbles in my beer. A vision of someone who loved me brings a lone silent tear to my eyes as I think of the heart that I've broken and of the golden chances that have passed me by. Oh, I know that my life's been a failure, and I've lost everything that made life dear. And the dreams I once dreamed now are empty as the bubbles in my beer. of someone who loved me brings a long silent tear to my eye. And as I think of the heart that I've broken and of the golden chances that have passed me by, oh, I know that my life's been a failure. I've lost everything that made life dear. The dreams I once dreamed now are empty as the bubbles in my beer.
.401-BEER. This is The Session.
All right, thanks for hanging out with us. A lot more to do. Been having a lot of fun.
I've been blending beers.
You've been blending the blends?
Would you like to try it?
Yeah, I'll have a sip.
You won't get cancer. It's fine.
I'll take a. It's not contagious, right?
It's not contagious.
It is in your throat, though. It's like right here.
But it's separate from your throat. But I do have a sore throat.
The alcohol will kill it.
What do you think of that blend?
I don't know.
It's okay, right? It's the dregs.
You know what?
It's the leftovers of 11, 16, 17, 15, and 13.
It tastes like the last blend you'll ever make.
I think, what?
I don't know. It's like it's that good, I meant. I just meant it's that good.
Oh, because I'll be retired.
Yeah. I just meant it was so good, it's like you'll never make a blend again.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, that's fine. I think that's a nice thing to say. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Real quick, before we move forward, I want you to know, as we're talking about blending and brewing beer, if you're a home brewer and you don't have Beersmith brewing software yet, you should go to beersmith.com, and you can get a free 21-day trial. Just you just hit download, and then for 21 days it's yours. And if you don't like it, you don't have to do a thing. But also, if you don't like it, you're doing something wrong. The program is amazing. You can control everything in your brew house. You're almost like a professional brewer right there on your laptop or whatever you want to use. It works on PC or Mac. You can control your inventory. You can change your batch sizes. It'll do everything you need. I guarantee there are things that it does that you have no idea it does.
Or that you had any idea that you should be doing these things.
Yes.
You also get email newsletters. They profile different styles, the ins and outs of this, or different brewing techniques.
See?
And you just get in your mailbox, and
it's great.
Cool tips and techniques on things.
And Doc still has an AOL email, so if it works for him, it's got to work for you, too. It's amazing.
It's got to be
Wait, do I not get... Does my email not come faster or slower than yours just because it has AOL in it?
I think it's just that nobody can believe there's still an AOL, is all.
Well, it just turned to free, because that was back before you guys even knew what the internet was.
Right.
You guys are still reading,
when it took 20 minutes to download a JPEG.
I knew what it was. I was hitting on broads in chat rooms.
No, you were still watching cartoons.
Beersmith.com. Go check it out right now. You get a free 21-day trial. Am I allowed to, if I'm not looking at him, I'm allowed to talk about the listener's wife, right?
Yes.
So the Bryce or the Brace or
Brace. Yes.
the desert kid.
Right.
The Lancaster other desert kid.
What is it about us desert kids that get good looking ladies?
I think
it's
that
something.
it's like the Nurse Nightingale or whatever, where they just need to take care of the poor and the broken.
Yes.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, her dad was an alcoholic, and she got used to taking care of losers.
Brace, is that the deal? It's that we're both broken, and so we tend to land hot.
Yeah, I mean,
ladies?
look at him.
That's it.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know
He's
what
shrugging his shoulders. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
He's a little uncomfortable. I'm getting the feeling this is the first hot chick he ever landed.
Yeah.
And so he met her, and then a week later he asked her to marry him. And how long did it take before he asked you to marry him?
I didn't even know her last name.
14 days? 21 days? 2 months? Oh, it took a long time. Oh, you guys met in high school together?
See, he had to grow on her. That's why.
You're a desert. Oh, it's that she doesn't know that there are other people in the world.
Yeah.
She's now it makes sense. He landed a desert girl.
Did you guys ever go out to the desert and watch like the planes fly over and be like, when are we going to get out of this one stoplight town?
I'm pretty sure that he's convinced her that there's nothing outside the desert.
You just fall off the end of the world,
and that if she goes anywhere without him, she will die.
It's like Saudi Arabia, but not as dry.
So she came here because they came together in the air, but he's probably convinced her that if she goes by herself, she'll explode. Her head will explode.
She actually might.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Choices, boom.
Hey, yeah, thanks for allowing her to show up here tonight without her veil on. But we all appreciate it.
Brace, you've done a good job.
Yeah.
All right.
We appreciate it.
Oh, wait, before we go, I have a gift for you from
Thinly
Bob,
veiled.
from Chad's father.
Bob Mosier.
Yes, Bob Mosier. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
It's empty.
It's a Dunkin' Donuts coffee cup.
But the best part is...
I like Dunkin' Donuts.
Best part is... You ready for this? You ready for this?
Full of cocaine.
Yeah. It's got my Yukon Huskies on the back.
All right.
Who, by the way, despite not having Jim Calhoun and being suspended from recruiting anybody for several years because of violations, we're still in the top 25 this year.
And so
Nobody cares.
You can use that one because there's a whole bunch of them.
See, Bob knows me.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob. I got my Dunkin' Donuts Yukon cups. Now I can invite my dad out from Connecticut. We're going to hang out. Matt, you know a little bit about Yukon. You're from the East Coast originally, aren't you? Or at least you brewed at Kalamazoo.
No.
What?
Here, you want this
I don't know
poster
anything
too?
about it.
Oh, he got me a Yukon poster. Is that my team right now?
There's two of them.
Oh, it is my team.
They're all really handsome.
Look at how many white people are on the team this year.
No, that's why you're not going to go very far.
That's true.
Can we
We're
get back to
doing
talking about Brace's wife, please?
right.
You don't talk about strapping young lads?
Thank you, Bob Mosier. These are wonderful, and those posters will go
Bob
up.
Mosier, a.k.a.
Chat's dad.
Chat's dad.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Before we start to get too crazy, because I do have the feeling that's about
It's coming.
It's happening soon.
It's coming.
I did want to talk about the sour beer that we got poured for us real quickly. Of course, it's a Matt Brentelson sour beer. And what is this beer? Is it the first one from the Barrel Project?
Well, I explained a little bit earlier, but just to put it all together, we did the barrel program that we just tasted through all the anniversary beers, what we call the Spirits Barrel Program, or the Clean Barrel Program, or the Vintage Series. And these are beers that are purposely laid down with no critters at temperatures that will keep all that at bay. And that's a program in and of itself.
Okay.
Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Jim Crooks, our quality manager, who started playing around with Brettanomyces, Lactobacillus, Pediococcus, all of these critters that you're well aware of.
Yeah.
And we got to a point where we said either we have to go for it or we abandon it altogether. So Jim actually stepped aside from his quality manager position. He's now working full-time down in Buellton in a 7,000 square foot facility that's dedicated just to secondary fermentation.
Nice.
And it's been a ton of fun. My piece of it is that I get to go out and find barrels for Jim to work with. We have some fooders. We have some puncheon style barrels like you would see at Cantillon and things like that came from wineries in France, and a lot of normal format wine barrels. And so basically we've taken the wine barrel program and moved it to Buellton. Jim's inoculating everything with Brettanomyces first and foremost, and working with the other critters. And we're not really trying to, our inspiration, our sour beers in general are American wild ales, but I don't think that we're really trying to replicate anything that's out there. We're trying to work with the indigenous organisms that are there and coming to us from the wine barrels locally. The very first beer that's come out is called Agrestic, and Agrestic is basically double barrel ale, oak fermented, and then sent to Buellton to do a secondary fermentation. And that's what we have in front of us now. Is a barrel sample from a
Feral One? Is that?
Actually, no. This is Agrestic, the amber beer you have in front of you. And then the first beer that we poured earlier during the last session.
You might already drink that one.
I see. I did.
Was it named after the a planned community from Weeds?
I'd be lying if I didn't say that that's where I picked it up from. Yeah,
great.
Then I looked it up what that means, and Agrestic means rustic, so it seemed to fit.
Okay. Very nice. It's all right. You're allowed to take inspiration from things.
But like we said in the last
Look at
session,
Sully.
Jeffers Richardson came back to us. He was when he left Firestone originally, after a couple years of being brewmaster, he went to Sierra Nevada for many years. And then he left brewing altogether and got into olive oil production and really got into olive trees. And he spent some time overseas studying that and really became an olive oil geek. And then he kind of emerged from that and came back to Firestone. And obviously we had the whole Paso program going on, and he and Jim basically took over the Buellton facility and decided that we all decided it was best to keep the critters separate from everything else. And when Jeffers is not active at Barrel Works, he's out doing a lot of promotions, a lot of beer dinners, basically a profit for Firestone. Meanwhile, Jim is back there every day trying to get these sour beers to come forward and figuring out the blends. And he's been busy at it for about a year now, and so you're starting to see the first beers emerge.
Now, you say your contribution is going out and finding barrels and things, but the wort comes from your brewery.
Yeah, there's no brew house in Buellton, so 100% of the wort is coming from Paso. And interestingly enough, when we started, we would make a beer in Paso and ferment it, and then somehow either put it in mobile Grundies or put it into some type of vessel, or maybe even put it in the barrels and transfer it down to Buellton.
Okay.
Then later we got a little more brave, and we'd pull a tanker truck up. We would brew a beer.
The old milk truck trick.
We would pitch the wort, but cool into the truck, and then send the truck down to Buellton and pump it into a tank and let it ferment out. Now we've gotten so brave as to just ship wort.
Really?
To Buellton and let him do both the primary and secondary fermentations down there. And I think those are some of the best beers so far.
How do you treat the truck? Right, because it's not
this
your
is a sour
truck,
beer
is
program. So although we do sanitize and everything is looked at pretty closely, we're not as worried as we would in our normal program.
Interesting. So it's sugary wort, just like I would make at home.
And Buellton is 90 miles away from Paso.
Dumped into a stainless steel truck.
What size? What batch size?
We've been doing 70 to 90 barrel batch.
And you have a truck that'll handle that volume?
Yeah, this truck I think can do
even more,
twice that. Yeah,
it's probably properly aerated by the time it gets.
You would think
a lot of sloshing.
a lot of sloshing. And
do you put CO2 in that and the truck as well?
It's a good takeaway, Jay.
Actually, to this point, if we're doing either wort or transferring pitched wort, we haven't purged out the truck in advance.
So it is getting oxidized.
If we were going to do some type of finished beer transfer, we would.
I see. But it does get oxidized on the way down there.
Oh yeah, it has to promote positive fermentation if you pitch it prior to the trip.
It's got to make you pucker a little bit when you're pumping this in. You're like, this isn't even flushed or anything, man.
Yeah. I think I'd be scared. You said you actually properly described it as we got more brave. Yeah. I would be scared to death to do that. I don't know why. I don't know where that thing's
Justin,
been. And
you're just worried about ruining that much beer.
Yes, exactly. It's a lot of beer. But I guess if you're going to sour it anyway.
Which is probably why you weren't invited to blend.
Well, let me know what you think. These are some of the very first beers that have come out of the program.
They're fine.
It's still a very young program, but I've been really happy with what Jim has done so far.
They're phenomenal.
The difference between the Feral one, which came out of a bottle, so it was more of a finished beer, and the one, the barrel sample called, it gets me again? Agrestic. It's kind of like tasting when I went to Cantillon once. He let me, he knew I was a big fan, and I got to taste all the blended beers. And then he poured me one just out of a barrel. And I was almost disappointed because it was, I just thought, wow, it doesn't come out of the barrel the way I love it. It was very one-sided. It was a singular beer. Mm. It had all of the sour characteristics that I liked. I could taste the things in it that it was going to be, but it was very singular.
One-dimensional.
And I feel the same in these two. Like the one out of the barrel, I can taste all the potential, but it's not as complex as the other.
And I think it points to what carbonation does for the finished product.
Okay, yeah. I think you're going to do great things. Was it not enough to dominate the pale ale and the IPA category? You had to,
and the lager category now,
and now the lager and the barrel. Now you had to move into the. What kind of?
Well, you heard him earlier. He's going to dominate the watermelon beer category next.
Right,
It's actually Imperial watermelon.
Yeah,
South American bitter or whatever.
You're sort of. If we were to look at the last several years of let's just go awards, okay. So you can't really argue with me because I'm just talking facts.
Just facts, man.
Either it is or it isn't.
You're kind of the best brewer in America, and now you have to move on to. By the way, I love it. But if I'm a competitor, I'm going. Really, Matt?
Yeah.
Now I have to watch you go on the GABF stage with sour beer too.
I don't think it's like that.
You don't. Everyone else does.
Yeah, I think they're all thinking it too.
He's the best pro brewer.
Yeah.
Hey, I started out as a home brewer, and I'm just as curious as anybody else out there, and I want to try it.
Right.
I'm not going to say we're going to be good at it, but
yeah, but so do I. And then when I try it and I share it with these guys, give me a noise that describes when I share it with you all.
And also to qualify that, it's not me trying it; it's our brewing team, and we have a lot of really, energetic, curious brewers, and to keep everybody interested in the game, it's important for us to do these kind of projects, and
which results in a noise like. Oh! It's very different than mine.
Matt needs to write a book on management.
You mean hiring talent?
What?
Nothing. I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
Is that the same? Is management the same?
It's the same as management, yes.
Gotcha.
Continue.
It's compensatory with the salary fluctuation.
That's probably true, too. Actually, that leads me to a final question before we need to move on to some fun and games and drinking, for God's sake. I feel like we're marginally sober.
Really?
What?
Yeah, you gauging by me?
Well, yes.
Yeah, it's a bad thing.
This is a serious question, though. Many brewers who are less successful than you have been in competition and selling great beer and really turning a brewery around have left companies to open their own brewery. I'm leaving. I'm successful. I'm out of here. How has Firestone kept you? I mean, you're kind of the heart of Firestone, but I do mean this as a good question. You know what I'm talking about. Other brewers are like, you know what, I'm doing great. I want to own my own place. I'm out of here. I'm going to do it.
David
Why are you still at Firestone?
David Walker gives a hell of a hand job.
Ooh. I do want the real answer. Why are you still?
I should be doing this interview. I know the answer.
I don't want you to leave Firestone because I'm a Firestone fanboy. But I am curious how they've kept you.
Well, it's never been my dream to own my own brewery, number one.
Okay.
So that was... I mean, I'd be interested if the right opportunity presented itself. However, now that things have happened as they have at Firestone about 3 or 4 years ago, Adam and David asked me if I would be willing to become a partner.
Okay.
So,
oh wow.
And I think it's all about those guys and how they run a business and how they culture a business, and they both see it as more than just a paycheck. In fact, I don't think either of those guys have ever taken a paycheck. I think that it's all about building something that's a little greater than what they could do otherwise. And Adam's been very successful in other businesses, so has David. They've both been immensely successful in other businesses. And I think they recognized what the craft brewing industry was all about, and it's about people. It's about talent. It's not just about me. I think it's about our entire team. But I think they saw that as, one of the linchpins in the overall organization was to make sure that what does every successful brewery have? It has a capable brewmaster.
Yeah.
And rather than let me go do my own thing, they kind of, offered me something that would keep me at home. I always say it's the golden handcuffs, but it's more than that. I mean, I really love what I'm doing. I love our team, and they presented an opportunity that I wouldn't have anywhere else. And
that's awesome.
I feel like I'm an owner.
Excellent.
I have a say in what we do on a daily basis, and it has meaning. And now, to be honest with you, now my goal is to keep the team together, the band together, so to speak. And our whole management team, with one exception, has been with the program for more than 10 years.
Oh, that's great.
That's really cool, man. So you're saying that everything feels better when you feel like you're part of the action, right? I mean,
as he stares that,
I'm sure your work improved, and I'm sure your personality improved.
But there's actually action. I think there's action.
But it really has nothing to do with.
I think there's a lesson there for
nothing to do with the
owners.
paycheck.
You know the breweries without mentioning any names. That seem like they have a revolving door, and all this talent leaves, and they go on to do greater things, which ultimately compete with their interests. And so I think there's really something to be said for taking care of your people, culturing a team atmosphere, and making it worthwhile. And usually it doesn't take that much. It's not about money. It's the full package of having creative control is more important to me than anything. So.
And that you're part of the deal.
Yeah.
And I asked that question knowing, not only that you're such an integral part of the brewery, but that I'd feel the same as Adam, too. And I'd go, what do I have to do to keep you here? Because I don't think we're Firestone without Matt.
Well, and since it wasn't your dream to start your own brewery in the first place, I'm assuming them approaching you wasn't spawned by anything. It just kind of, was it out of the blue? Did it surprise you?
I think that we've built a good relationship, and I feel as lucky as hopefully they do that, we sealed the deal. And
it went like this. Let me answer for him. It went like this, Moscow.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Matt came in one Monday morning, sometime shortly after the Great American Beer Festival. And he said, "Oh, hey,
with the golds around his neck.
Remember that time 4 days ago when we won Mid-Sized Craft Brewery of the Year for the 4th time in a fucking row?"
Too right, I do.
I'm gonna go to lunch, and when I come back, you're gonna tell me how much of the company I own. And,
by the way, your parking spot's mine.
Yeah,
your Maserati's mine.
Otherwise,
And anyway,
Avery and Goose Island, those guys are waiting for me to call them back.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
And so, anyhow, I'll see you guys. I gotta go get Togos, but
Can I get you something?
Yeah, I'll get. You want like a
No mayo,
right? You want like a number 17 or something? Because I'll bring it back.
The turkey club's on special today.
Yeah. And
with a side of crow. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, maybe on my way back, I'm going to trade in a car, and I'm probably going to get like a Maserati. I'll be putting it on the company credit card, but it's cool.
Unless you want my Geo, because they're good on gas.
Meanwhile, he was wearing the medals all over. He actually walked in with the GAF medals around his neck,
naked with the Merkin on.
Yeah, he went to the bar and took all the ones hanging up
with just a Merkin.
He says, "Hey, dude, you seen my Firkin?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, and so. Moscow, to answer your question, that's how it went.
That was it. Okay, I got a good mental picture now.
Yeah,
it is a good question because I think we've had this conversation several times. Whenever we're out in public drinking a Firestone beer, it's like what is Firestone without Matt? There's such a flavor and such a instantly it's a Firestone beer, and I don't know how, especially anybody coming into that position, how do you continue? You can only really I don't know. You can only really continue it, but it's like, what do you change? Everything is moving in the right direction.
Here's how the conversation goes to the person taking Matt's place.
Yeah.
I got that for you too. I saw into
Yeah.
the future, and here's how it goes. So Matt's left the company, and here's what happens. Somebody like me comes in and goes, hey guys, so I've been a fan of Matt's for a long. I really like Firestone beer, and I've been brewing over at Goose Island for a while. I'm in a shift brewer and everything, but I really understand what he's doing with the barrels, and I saw that he won some medals, and I think I have what it takes to really take you guys to the next level. It's all in the voice.
Right.
Oh, I got a whole different take on that. It's going to be the new guy comes. He goes, "All right, so I'm here. So I got all these new ideas. I'm going to do this.
I'm fresh
you know
idea
what?
guy.
I got some. I can freshen up this place. I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
And
he's like, hey, Pivo pills? What if we call it Mevo pills?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I know what I'm doing.
Because I can change it. I can tweak that thing. Just enough. It's going to go over the top.
Sure, we've done pale ale, we've done oatmeal stout, we've done IPA, but how about Schwartz beer?
Yeah.
So,
you know what's better than double barrel ale? Triple barrel ale.
So I'm going to go out for
I'll
some...
just move into Matt's office now.
Yeah. I'm going to go out for some Togos. You guys think about
I
this.
got an idea. What about
you get back to
Imperial
me,
Jack?
Yeah. Oh, you mean it's Sully that shows up for the job?
And they're going to say, "Okay, dude, you got all the rain you want. You could just do anything you want because you know what? It's Firestone. We free reign. Just keep everything the same."
How about Nookie Jack? You know that band from the 90s? I did it all for the Nookie Jack. We'll do it like that. That's the guy who comes in for your job, Matt.
You say you'll have free reign when Matt leaves, and you go, well, rain is free anyway. It comes from the sky. Do I have the job or what?
All right, we need to move on to a couple other things. Matt Brittleson, I hope you'll stay with us for a little while. Thank you for being on the program and talking beer.
Thank you very much.
Buddy.
Yeah. I feel like we've redeemed ourselves, since the drunk show. I feel like I can stop apologizing to you every time I see you now.
No, you haven't.
No, still? I have the key.
Speaking of the drunk show, did you forget about the caller?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does he want?
What's he want?
Question about hot varieties? All right. Line
That's what I
one.
typed.
Mike from Washington wants to talk to you about hot varieties. Mike.
Yo.
You got a question for Matt here? Hey, thanks for waiting. I appreciate that.
I did.
I do appreciate
I
it.
just was wondering, all these new hop varieties out there.
Yeah.
I want to really realize the flavor of those. Is a good way to do that to kind of, I hate to say the word randalize the beer, but is a good way to do that to kind of maybe dry hop some, not dry hop, but kind of randalize some light beer? And is that a good way to get those flavor profiles of those hops?
What do you think, Matt?
I actually think it's a pretty good idea, and I think that you want to, create a scientific experiment where you do the same thing to every beer. We will pull kegs of our blonde ale aside and dry hop those individually, and then assess the quality of those hops that way.
Yep.
The Randall, of course, you're introducing oxygen, you're using whole leaf hop. I don't know if that's what you're planning on doing for all your brews, so just make sure that whatever you do, you look at it critically and do it in a quality way. But yeah, I think the general concept is fine.
All right, there you go. Sip, I think, is his name in the chat room. Send JP an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. He's going to send you a prize, something similar to
well, depending on his size, how about a Be-In hoodie?
There you go.
Hoodie?
Send him a hoodie.
What does SIP stand for?
I don't know.
Sucking
I didn't want to ask.
pissin'.
I felt like we should quit while we were ahead. All right, we've got to get on to our first game of the evening called Find the Fake, where JP is going to read us how many stories?
4 stories.
All right, should we take callers for this?
Yeah.
And just get people on the line. We'll take 4 callers. Matt, you're going to have to play, and you're going to be playing for a caller. You can probably collaborate. 888-401-BEER. Call us up right now, 888-401-BEER. You'll all get a prize. We'll give a grand prize to the winner, and we'll help you play. It's going to be JP cannot play.
I cannot play.
He's reading the stories. Matt will be one of the people that you're playing with. Let's go Tasty. Do we want Doc or Moscow? I'm looking at you both, and
it's not a pretty picture.
I think Doc's going to be a little more fun. It's going to be Doc and me, so we'll do 4. 888-401-BEER. Call up right now. Bevo's taking your phone calls. It's going to be Brynelson, Tasty, Doc, and me competing for you. You'll get to help us out, and we'll give somebody a prize. JP, how does the game work?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, Justin. I have 4 stories from the news. 3 are true. 1 am not true. Find the one that be not true.
Sounds easy enough. While we're waiting for our callers, I want to let you know that Nicole Ernie, who is here tonight, our good friend Sean O'Sullivan, and also our friend Jay Brooks over at the Brooks and Beer Bulletin are all going to be on KQED's forum tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. That's KQED Radio. And they're talking about the year in beer. It's 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So that's pretty cool. A local radio station, KQED, is doing a full hour of a beer segment Monday morning from 10 to 11 a.m., which is a pretty good time slot. That's all great. Talking about the year in beer 2013.
It was a great year.
And our friends Nicole, Sully, and Jay Brooks are all on the panel.
Yeah,
so.
that's.
I should have my own show about my year in beer. Freaking amazing.
I would like to know that show. Would you include your sexcapades?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is his year in beer.
It wouldn't happen without beer.
Right. Would you?
It's all about beer.
In your tell-all book,
wait.
Tasty,
It's not getting too many details.
Well, that's what I want to know. In your
my
tell-all
publisher
book,
is not going to want to hear.
Would you name names or
no, they'd be alias.
Because there's no money in not naming names.
Well, there's no money in names. Either. There's no more sex if he names names.
Well, that's true, but it's going to stop working eventually.
There's going to be the home brewer, so they don't care.
I see.
Well, they don't read, so.
All right, well, I'm just trying to help you out in your retirement, Tasty.
All right, well, when I get serious about this, I'll
talk to you. We have to figure out which names are appropriate to name.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be obvious in a lot of cases.
Especially if they're... Never mind.
Well, that's great for them. That's NPR's Bay Area affiliate, KQED.
That's right.
That's pretty cool. They're going to be there, I say, Monday morning?
That's great for them.
Well, that's perfect for Nicole because there's no chance NPR will ever offend her.
They
all agree with each
I
other.
have promised 100 times I'll never come back. Here I am.
Yeah.
That's because you know that you're supposed to be offended, but you're not.
Right. Also, plug my next appearance.
Yeah.
Don't worry. NPR will back all of those opinions up. Just wait.
Anyway, KQED's Forum, which is a great program, the year in beer, Monday morning, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. with Nicole, Sully, and Jay Brooks. It looks like we have our 4 callers on the line. Let's meet them. Moscow, help me out on a point perspective. I need you to write these people down.
Yeah.
Tell me who's winning. We'll go to line 1 first. We've got Dan from Minnesota. Dan, what's happening?
Not much. Taking it easy. Going to enjoy the week off.
All right, Dan, I'm going to pair you up with Matt Brynelson.
I'm from Minnesota.
Yes, sir.
All right.
From Litchfield, correct?
That is correct.
2 Minnesotans are going to play together on the Guess the Fake. All right, hang in there for a second, Dan, will you?
Find the fake.
All right, let's go to Mike from Washington. Mike, what's happening?
Hey.
All right, Mike, turn your radio down, your computer, whatever. I'm going to pair you up with Tasty. Will that work?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Mike from Washington is playing with Tasty. All right, Warden from Iowa. Warden, guess what? You get Doc.
Who? What? Me?
Yeah, you get Doc.
Hey, Doc.
Hey, buddy.
That's Blobber Glob.
How you doing?
They're called out of order.
Oh, I see. Oh, sorry. Blobby has Doc.
Hi, Blobby.
This is line 3 is
Hi,
Blob.
Doc.
Yeah, line. No.
Love you in a man way.
Line 3, right?
I like
Yeah,
how,
line 3 is
I know.
Blobby.
I like how they
My
called
wife's
out of
angry
order.
because I'm yelling.
Okay,
All right.
because you're all the way over on
one
the other
call
side of
hung
the
up.
country.
Is line 4?
I know. I have to yell, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Line 4 is Weak Warden.
Okay. Weak Warden, guess what? You're stuck with me, buddy.
Okay.
We're going to kick ass.
I got Doc.
Although I think I was real bad at this game last week.
Yeah, well.
All right, so we've got our contestants. The deal is JP is going to read us how many fake stories?
4.
How many stories?
4 stories.
One of them's real.
One is fake.
Got it.
3 are. Don't fucking confuse me on my own shitty game.
Okay. 4 stories. 1 is fake. All right, read us the stories.
All right, this one is called Roll Up That Beer. By now, we've all heard a certain homebrew celebrity chef extol the virtues of adding beer as a flavoring component to food, but one company has taken this to an all-new level. Ted's Cigars out of Kentucky has partnered with the beer billionaire Jim Koch of Sam Adams to produce a premium cigar infused with Utopias. The price of the pricey $200 bottle of beer booze is actually used in the making of this hand-rolled cigar, creating a delectable fit. Cigars and craft beer, particularly a complex brew like Utopias, have more in common than most people would imagine and complement each other quite well, says Ted of Ted Cigars.
Okay.
And
Ted Cigars.
And says us. We did the cigar and beer pairing show a few years ago, remember?
True.
That's true.
What's the next one?
The next one is called That's Racist, I think. Cape Town, South Africa is having a crisis of faith, creed, race, and everything else. The town's draft liquor the town's draft liquor bylaws currently allow only one champagne. Wow, I'm screwing this one up.
Ruh-roh.
You're drunk on Firestone anniversary beer.
You deserve it. You're never mind.
You would die.
A piece of shit. Cape
it's your
Town,
last night.
South Africa is having a crisis of faith, creed, race, and everything else. The town's draft liquor bylaws currently allow only champagne to be ordered from a bar or restaurant before 11 in the morning. No other booze is permitted to be poured. However, at a special meeting of the Economic, Environmental, and Planning Portfolio Committee on Tuesday, councilors were told that the draft bylaw dealing with the sale of liquor did not accommodate all cultural groups. A motion to extend the definition to cover all types of alcohol will go to the mayor for a final vote next month.
All right.
Cultural groups.
Number 3.
Number 3 is called Please Don't Get Up. For disabled veterans and our close personal friend Sean Paxton, life can be filled with struggles. Thankfully for the former, there's a new company opening its doors called Pints for Patriots. Thanks, Matt, for the laugh. Located in Colorado Springs, the startup beer delivery service will bring locally crafted beer to your home, provided you are a vet and have troubles getting out of the house. I think it's a great way to serve our nation's veterans, says Bob Shoemaker of the Pints for Patriots CEO and founder. These men and women have enough to overcome without feeling left out of the craft beer movement. Shoemaker cut his teeth on several of Colorado's small microbreweries before deciding on this new business venture.
I can't think of a better thing for PTSD than home delivery alcohol.
Right?
I really can't.
It's a real solution to a real problem. That's great. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And last but not least, you malty dog. 2 beer-loving entrepreneurs in Massachusetts have turned their passion for supporting local beer into something unique, a malting company. Andrea and Christian Stanley opened Valley Malt in 2010 to some rave reviews from local breweries who use their malt. C.J. Terrault, the founder of Trillium Brewing, says having a local maltster means he can brew farm-style beer in the city. What they produce is truly different than what you can get from the big shops, Terrault says. There's a kind of unique rusticity to their malt that you just can't otherwise get, and it works perfectly with the type of beers we're trying to create that we wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Valley Malt will produce 250 million pounds of locally grown and malted grain. That's enough for 2 million pints of beer.
What state was that in?
That was New York. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Massachusetts.
Thought it was Vermont.
That's incorrect.
It's Massachusetts, the malting company?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, we've got our 4 stories, ladies and gentlemen. Callers, you're going to get to play along with each of your coinciding brewcasters. All right, We'll go to Matt Brynelson first, or unless you'd like me to start somewhere else. But you seem to be on top of these things.
I haven't heard any of these stories.
You know, I'll run down the stories for you. Of course, you're playing with who's his listener?
Oh, that was that Dan, Minnesota?
All right.
You bet, yeah.
All right, Dan, feel free to chime in. Here's what you got. Story number one, Sam Adams, Utopias, is now making a cigar. Story number two, only champagne is allowed to be served before 11 a.m., but they need to reevaluate the laws to make sure it's across the board. Number three, craft beer for veterans. And number four, a malting company in Massachusetts. Which one is the fake, Brynelson? And why?
I can't work with my my partner.
You can. You sure can. Yeah.
Can we collaborate?
Yeah, go ahead.
We should collaborate.
He's known for collaboration.
The cigar is for real. That's probably a real one. The Pints for Patriots, I would think, is real. I think it's between the second and the fourth one, really.
Well, I think number 4 is possible.
You think malting in
Is there
Mass?
can you go in Mass?
Okay.
So the champagne at 11 a.m., you think that's the fakey?
I think it's either number 1 or number 2 myself, actually.
I think number 1's pretty believable. I can see that. You know, they're doing cognac and all that crap with cigars. Why not beer? But
Okay.
I think number 2 is pretty good. Can we agree on that?
Yep, sounds fine to me.
All right, they say
Let's
number 2 is
do
the
it.
fake. Please, Moscow. Moving on to Tasty, and you're playing with Mike from Washington. Mike, what do you think?
I don't think number 1's realistic. I think the tobacco and alcohol. I think billionaire Jim Cook doesn't want to risk his money.
Okay. Tasty, what do you think?
Is anybody sober at Mike's place?
Not Mike.
Carry on.
Here's what I think. I think it's either 3 or 4.
Okay.
I really doubt Massachusetts. Great place for growing grain and with malts.
And actually malting.
Yeah, like
Not only just malting, but
maybe that's coming from Canada.
250 million pounds.
That's a lot. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't see how the Pints for Patriots thing would fly. That just seems like, and those guys have left issues with that being home delivery of alcohol.
It does seem like there's a lot of things we could deliver to their house that are non-alcoholic.
Like free healthcare.
But wasn't it in Colorado?
How about Coke for corporals or something? Like, I mean, Colorado puts these guys up good.
Colorado has recreational
I'm
marijuana.
I'm saying, in fact, it is number 3. That's bullshit.
Right. Okay.
Buds for bruisers.
So
Pints for Patriots is not.
So, Mike, Tasty says number 3 is the fake. You say number 1 is the fake. What do you think?
I'm going to defer to the wisdom of Tasty and go with number 3.
All right.
Smart guy, Mike.
All right.
Woke up there.
Doc. Doc is playing with Blobby.
Blobber.
Yeah, well, let's go to Blobby first, shall we?
It's probably better.
Blobby, glooby, gloob, glop, gleeb, glop. What do you think?
No, all I can think is when I heard the story of the Patriots and staying at home is all I could do is sing a song. So it's not the time. So Doc, I need your input because I'm drunk.
Okay, cool.
Or sing a song.
I thought you were sing a song for us.
Yeah, or both.
Well, you painted up your lips and rolled your curled and tinted hair. Ruby, are you contemplating going out somewhere?
This is a
Ruby. The sun is going down.
Is this your love to town?
Is this the Helix song?
Ruby.
Go ahead. Keep it going.
Don't take your love to town.
Who doesn't like a good Kenny Rogers song?
Come on.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Now, which one do you think is fake, Blue?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're part of this whole group thing between me and you. So.
Oh, my. Hi, Doc.
Hi, buddy.
Jesus.
Which one I think is fake? So, Africa, there's no mention of what country it is, right?
South Africa. Cape Town, South Africa.
Doc, which one do you think is fake?
I'm with Tasty. I think it's between 3 and 4. Okay. And 4 is probably, I don't like the numbers there. That's a lot of grain to be a small maltster. And Yeah, it sounds really stupid, giving pints to Patriots, but it's just crazy enough to be true.
Okay.
So I think 4 is the bullshitty one.
All right, Bloob. He's going with malting in Valley Malt in Massachusetts. What do you think? You want to go with that or no?
Approve.
All right, let's go for it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Week Warden, that leaves you and me, buddy.
Yep.
You have an opinion here? You want to express what you think about these 4 stories?
Well, Valley Malting was at NHC giving a talk. Obviously, nobody went to that.
Attaboy. That's my boy. All right.
Was that the early morning talk?
Well done.
It wasn't too early. I made it.
Okay.
You had no trouble
would
finding a
say
seat.
It's either, I think it's probably the Pines for Patriots. That doesn't sound right either, given guys with PTSD, a bunch of booze at home. But either that or South Africa, one or the other.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with Pints for Patriots, too. I'm also having trouble with South Africa, mostly because JP had trouble reading it. So,
but
those South Africans, there's some pretty aristocratic people.
I still don't. The problem I'm having is that I still don't think I understand this story
of South Africa.
Yeah,
it's basic. He recapped it. Basically, there's other religious and cultural groups that want alcohol before 11 a.m., but they can only get champagne and they don't want champagne.
Oh, all right then. Okay, with that clarification,
in order to appeal to every single cultural and religious group, they're trying to open the taps, so to speak.
Since when does any country in Africa care about appealing to all cultural and religious groups?
Well, that's the whole idea, is that they want to do that
Let's
now.
move ours back to that one.
Mandela.
I see.
I'll make the one South Africa reference I know.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Week Warden, I'm with you on the Pints for Patriots too. I'm super skeptical about the South Africa one too, but if we find consensus on the Pints for Patriots, I'm willing to go with that. What do you think?
All right, let's go with that.
All right, we're calling Pints for Patriots the fake one because, let's face
We're all
it,
losing.
these people are in trouble.
Okay, never mind.
Who's the fake, JP?
Well, I will say that thanks to Ted and beer billionaire Jim Koch, which I love calling him now beer billionaire Jim Koch, we will now be able to smoke Utopias with drinking our Utopias, those of us who can afford
I
both.
like that. Yeah,
Yes.
that's great. I can't afford it, but we tend to find some for free every now and then.
Yeah, it's nice that way. It's better free.
Yes, and I will also, I would like to say that everybody in Cape Town, South Africa, who enjoys imbibing before 11 a.m. will now get their cultural, religious, and personal needs met if the true, correct, not made-up name of the Economic, Environmental, and Planning Portfolio Committee has their way.
Okay, that's also true. Wonderful.
So now it's between the Pints for Patriots and the Valley Malt.
Week Warden, we got this.
Company. I will say that in the state of Massachusetts, they are indeed producing 250 million pounds of locally grown malted grain and barley.
Well,
and
that
things.
deserves an applause in itself. That's fantastic.
So, yes, in fact, disabled veterans are not getting beer delivered to their homes.
Right, because there's enough things going on. They're getting hookers delivered already. What do they need crap beer? Yeah.
Well, that means that Tasty and Mike and Justin and Week Warden both guessed it correctly.
All right, then.
Where do we get my T-shirt?
Mike and Week Warden will win prizes. Send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. He's going to send you some cool swag.
Someone gets a glass scrubby thing, and someone gets 2 Northern Brewer pint glasses.
It's not
I
tasty.
love it.
You
Hey,
get
by
nothing.
the way, also, Blobby, send us an email. You will get a prize of a lesser domain. And Dan, fuck it, so will you too. You're going to get a hat or something.
Everybody's getting something. That's great.
Yeah, why not?
Yay,
Dan gets a
2 and a half.
Get that shit away.
Emails to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. Wonderful competition there.
Thank you. We have another round if you would like to play that.
No.
Okay.
Really? Nah.
I think we have a whole other game, right?
That's what I meant, yeah.
Of another game.
Oh, yeah, but you wanted me to have 2 rounds ready, and I did. I stayed up real late.
I'm glad you did that, and, we're going to save that for 2014.
You're a motherfucker.
Assuming you make it to 2014,
right.
We're going to play that game.
Precious moments of his life that you wasted.
My heart can't take that again.
Did you make the game since finding out you had cancer or before?
Both.
You crossed over?
Well, I stopped halfway through.
Well, he did the first round, then he found out he had cancer, so he made sure he did the second
Yeah, that'll tend to kill your momentum for doing a lot of shit.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
I thought your work
it would ramp
it's
up.
been lacking a little bit.
It has. But hopefully, once the thyroid's gone and my hormones are under control, all my work will be better.
Assuming you live.
And you'll be a better human being for it.
Well, let's not get too out of control.
Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to play Guess That Christmas Holiday Tune. And we'll need 4 more callers, 888-401-BEER, and then we're going to wrap things up and get out of here. But not before we drink more. We'll be back. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, Wooly, I'm beat. Can we find a nice tree to just hang out in for a while? You're beat. I've been swinging through this forest for 50 years, ever since we first escaped from the circus. I know, but there's got to be more to life than exploring this creek and trying to populate the valley by copulating with loose, hairy girls. Marquis, stop. Look! What is that? It looks like a man-made treehouse with fresh food and craft beer.
Welcome to the Creek Monkey Tap House, boys. Grab a seat. Creek Monkeys drink free.
Awesome! The Creek Monkey Tap House in Martinez, California takes their mission of fresh food and beer seriously. They only serve locally raised beef and chicken, as well as local sustainable produce. It's better for you and the planet, and it just tastes better. The beer and wine at Creek Monkey Tap House are chosen with the same care for the highest quality and rotate frequently to make each visit an adventure. Swing on into the Creek Monkey Tap House and enjoy a new legend of amazing food, beer, and wine. The Creek Monkey Tap House, online at creekmonkey.com.
A few things happened 30 years ago.
ARPANET migrated to TCP/IP, and the Internet was born. Revenge of the Jedi was renamed Return of the Jedi and opened in theaters. Mila Kunis and Emily Blunt were born, beginning a rad fantasy in my mind.
But all of that pales next to the fact that HopTech opened its doors and began blowing homebrewers right out of their mash tuns. HopTech doesn't fuck around. Real people shipping awesome shit straight to you. Their new website is fast and easy to navigate. Or just call 800-379-4677 and let badass bitch Jade and brewing brother Roberto blow their warm load of customer service all over you. So visit the site or visit the store in Dublin, California, and support those that support you. Get your brewing on at hoptech.com. Are you a member of the American Homebrewers Association? Well, you should be. Members of the AHA can focus on brewing beer, and the AHA takes care of the rest. The American Homebrewers Association advocates on behalf of homebrewers like you to legalize the hobby in all 50 states and make sure that beer laws make sense. Plus, there are many great benefits that come with your AHA membership, like AHA member deals that give you awesome deals at bars, restaurants, breweries, and more. Zymergy Magazine and eZymergy for tons of articles, how-tos, easy-to-follow recipes, and news about the hobby you love, and access to the members-only content on homebrewersassociation.org. But the AHA can't do it without your support. Join today so the American Homebrewers Association can keep fighting for your homebrewing rights. Visit homebrewersassociation.org or join now from the homepage of the Brewing Network website. Relax. Don't worry. It's the American Homebrewers Association.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. man. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot. Oh, yeah. What does craft beer mean to you? Is it a delicious way to support your town's local brewer? Or perhaps it's the perfect beverage to pair with those delicious meals at your favorite restaurant and at home. Regardless of whether you're thinking of pints or pairings, pilsners or porters, craftbeer.com is the site where craft beer lovers come together to learn and share. Craftbeer.com is brought to you by the Brewers Association and celebrates the best of American craft beer and its brewers. Craftbeer.com is the best place to find craft beer events, recipes, great feature stories, the most up-to-date brewery listings, and resources for your next beer tasting or dinner, like style guidelines, pairing mats, and charts. Get the inside scoop on new beer releases and special events from today's craft beer insiders, and chime in to share your own knowledge, perfect pairings, road trips, recipes, and more. Craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American beer.
One of the last things many brewers try to master is the ingredient that makes up most of their beer, water. Brewers Publications is pleased to announce Water, a comprehensive guide for brewers of all levels by How to Brew author John Palmer and professional brewer Colin Kaminsky.
Hi, I'm John Palmer. This book is the result of many years of asking the tough questions about water to professional brewers and brewing scientists, and we are very pleased with how it turned out. It's the first book that is solely about water treatment throughout the brewing process. The book is intended for all brewers, from homebrewers to professionals, and we hope you like it.
From how to read a water report to treating your wastewater and everything in between, Water is the comprehensive guide you've always wanted on brewing's least understood ingredient. Flavor contributions, water chemistry, and adjusting water to styles of beer. John and Colin will teach you everything you need to know. Water is available from brewerspublications.com and fine brewing booksellers near you. Take the mystery out of your brewing water. Visit brewerspublications.com for your copy of Water today.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
You're listening to The
Session.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck.
Oh, it's the last minutes of 2013 on the air.
And the last minutes period for JP.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Guys.
True. Is it still? It's not. I mean,
remember when Schumann's dad died and...
Yeah, we made jokes like right away.
I didn't like it.
Oh. It's not... I thought we were helping.
I don't like it when you make fun of people who I like.
Who are dying?
And I have to actually
like Schumann's
admit
dad?
that I like Schumann's dad. I like JP.
No, his wiener was real.
Can I go fill up my glass?
I don't know about
Make
his
fun of
wiener.
Schumann's dad for like 20 seconds. I'm going to go fill up my glass.
Probably do that.
Make Taryn go fill it for you.
All right, real quick before we go, I need to mention our wonderful sponsor, Adam and Eve. Brace's wife, come sit down in this chair right here. We just lost...
right next to JP.
Right there. We just lost Scott Moskowitz. He was
Nikki. Yeah, it's not Nikki.
Nikki, thank you. Nikki, you're going to help us out with the Adam and Eve spot. If you don't mind.
You poor thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't know what you're in for. Here, just talk right into there. Put your mouth right against there, and just
You mean this is an audio thing? It has to be right there. Matt, you can just hang out for just 1 second, okay? We're busy.
Give her some headphones.
Yeah.
She needs headphones.
Our wonderful sponsor... Don't leave. Jesus, get your ass back here. Our wonderful sponsor, AdamandEve.com. You can go to AdamandEve.com right now, and for a limited time only, you get 50% off just about any one item. And also, you get free shipping. And also, you get 3 free adult DVDs. And there's so many genres of adult DVDs that you can choose from. This is the best thing about the Adam and Eve deal. You can choose from genres such as...
Anal bukkake.
That's... I'm pretty sure that's one.
Well, I was blending.
I wouldn't know what to expect.
I was taking a cue from this show, and I was blending my two favorites.
And also... Sorry, what is your name once more?
Nikki.
Thank you. Nikki, also from genres such as... What's your favorite porn genre?
Oh my goodness.
Nicole's hating this.
Oh,
part of
that's
the
a
show
good
right
one.
now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, all of them.
I like the way she rolls.
Best answer ever given. Moskowitz, what else?
Busty, the only genre you should really need.
That's all you're looking for.
Tasty. What's
lesbian, of course.
Lesbian's a good one. Yeah. Gloves.
Oh, Nikki's nodding in approval over there. That's
Yeah.
fine. She likes
Nikki
them all.
likes Busty. Wonderful.
I like them all.
Likes them all. Gloves. Go ahead.
Fisting.
I'm not sure that's
she didn't like that goes under fetish.
No, that would be taboo.
I mean, there you go. So that's the genre. Thank you. That's
you.
there.
Taboo, yeah, it is.
All right.
I got this.
taboo.
Good. Well done, Doc.
I'm all in for the MILF.
MILF.
Yeah,
Good category.
Good category.
Yeah. All right. You can do that. Plus, you get a free gift so sensual we can't talk about it on the air. And if you remember, we talked about it last week. Apparently, it's a rotating gift. It's not always the same.
We don't know, so we can't say.
Yeah. Sometimes
Rotating
it's,
like it has batteries?
Yeah. It's just it's different
But
things.
it's always something good. It's just different.
Okay, good.
So, Nikki, do you guys use any sort of sex toys in the bedroom?
Oh my
Anything?
gosh. Well, we have ordered from Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
You have ordered?
3
Oh,
times.
did you put in
3 times. Did you use the coupon code?
Yes, we have.
Very good.
Can she tell us what her secret gift was?
What secret gifts did you get?
Oh, goodness. I don't even remember.
It might be
I was
too
kinda
sensual.
drunk.
Getting drunk with what?
You were
We
drunk
got
when
it.
you received them.
Yes, it was.
Both when they arrived in the mail and when I received them.
Both times.
Both times.
What did you order? Can we add even just one item? Are you a lingerie or?
I've ordered lingerie. I've ordered toys. I've ordered it all.
Okay.
Like monster trucks and shit?
Did you figure out how to use that cock ring? We were worried about that last week.
That's not her job to figure out how to use.
I don't think she's the one who has to figure it out.
I don't have to figure that out.
Grace,
It's not my,
You would
that's not my
figure
job.
out whether it worked or not.
Grace,
Yes,
did
no.
you figure out how to use the cock ring?
Yes.
Grace figured it out.
There you go. That's all that matters.
It's like wiring a home theater system. She doesn't need to know how
No.
to do it.
That's not my job.
She gets to reap the benefit.
It's just that when you press play, it should work.
Shit works.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you
And
for
it
playing,
works
Nikki.
well.
Go to AdamandEve.com right now. Use coupon code BNARMY.
Thank you very much.
I would
by
like
the
to
way.
take this opportunity to point out to any potential future sponsors how valuable the live read is.
See?
Look at you never know when the listeners' hot wives are going to be in here to give your brand the exposure it
the
deserves.
boost
That's
that
right.
it needs, the firmness that it desires.
I do feel like we go the extra mile for our live reads.
we really do.
Our live read.
So how about a coupon code NICKY? I think would do really well.
I think it's NIKK.
Oh, that's
NICKY. Oh, I see.
I could probably make
I
that
think.
happen.
Our live reads are the cock rings for Adam.
Hey, it's all about the validation.
Is it 2Ks?
That's right.
You either really are from the desert or you're a stripper.
Or you like poison a lot.
Or maybe it's Norfolk.
Nikki 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you for playing.
You're welcome.
In the meantime, it's time for our last game of the year. We've got 4 callers on the line.
What for that?
Once again, this time we're playing Name That Holiday Tune. I think you remember that we played it last year.
Yes.
And essentially what happens is that Moscow has prepared several holiday tunes.
Yes.
We've made a slight variation, whereas everybody was competing against JP last year. We're going to do the same version that we did with the Guess the Fake, Find the Fake story, where you're going to play with a brewcaster. And what we're going to do is we're going to place a bet on how long it takes us to name the tune.
Right, just like the old game show. So you'll guess ahead of time. I can name that tune in 8 seconds, and
Yeah.
then you will keep sort of negotiating until somebody says, "Name that tune."
All right, well, let's meet our contestants. Looks like first we have B from Michigan. B, what's happening?
Not much.
Hi, B.
Come on.
Hello?
Well, yeah.
Hi, B.
Hey, what's up?
Nice to have you on
I
the
got abandoned. I was on hold for like 12 minutes.
I know, it took a little while.
That's 12 minutes you'll never get back.
All right, B. Not only were you on hold for 12 minutes, but your brewcaster partner is JP.
What's up, B?
Oh, hell yeah. He's the killer of Christmas songs.
As you
I'm
know.
Killer Beast.
You remember from last
He's
year?
got
That's
mad
wonderful.
skills,
I think we buffed him last year.
Yeah,
Shut
we
the
did.
fuck up.
There was a
Bebo.
lot of self-proclamation, but not a lot of substance.
Just saying.
Well, you guys are dicks.
All right, let's go to Bragheim from Indiana. Bragheim, what's happening?
Not much, man. How you doing?
We're doing very well. Guess what, Bragheim? Your partner in crime is going to be Matt Brynelson from Firestone Walker.
Lucky you.
Let's get it
Sounds
done.
great.
All right. And
he's really excited. I love this turn of events in my life.
We've got a local from our new tap house, a local from Concord, California, Orange Brew. What's happening? Orange Brew.
Hey.
There he is.
Yeah, sorry, I had the volume down.
Yeah, that's right.
He's out on the payphone punching in nickels and quarters.
He's actually at our new location in Concord. He's standing at the Hop Grenade.
It looks closed.
There's a payphone there.
Before the hostel closed, we need to get this game going.
He's. I love the new
Where'd you guys
location.
go?
I can hear you, but I don't see you.
Orange Brew, why are you in Concord, but you're not here in the studio with us? man?
Honestly,
I have no legs.
Yeah, but he's got beer coming to his house.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a shot.
All right.
My wife is in the house watching The Sound of Music, so I'm out in the garage hiding out.
All right. Orange Brew, I'm going to give
Good
you
job.
your choice of brewcasters. You can either have Tasty, Bevo, or Doc on your team. Who do you want?
I'll go with Tasty.
All right, going with Tasty. That's Orange Brew. And finally, let's go with Pies, calling in all the way from Australia.
What time is it there?
Hey, Pies.
Hello. Just got attacked by a kangaroo.
And boy, are my arms tired.
Hello, you there?
Yeah, we're here. Hey, Pies, can you hear us?
Yeah, hang on 1 sec.
Okay, yeah, we'll just be right here.
You've been getting ready while you were
Put that kangaroo away.
Yeah.
His dollar.
Hello.
Hi, Pies.
Hello.
Hi, Pies.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Pies.
Are you on the other side of the world?
Why does Pies have 8 phones that he has to...
Hello. I think he's busy falling down the stairs.
Pies, can you hear us or not? Because I got to dump you. If
Yes,
you can.
I can hear you.
There we go. All right, Pies.
I can hear you. Hello.
Wonderful.
Fucking hello.
Hello, who's this?
Hello.
Hello.
Like I'm on an episode of that fucking New Zealand show we did too.
Oh, Lord of the Rings?
No.
Brew dogs. Brew dogs.
No.
Flight of the Concord.
Thank you, Pies.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. At least Pies knows why I'm making fun of him. Hello. No, we're here.
No, because I was on hold, but I couldn't hear what was going on, so I had to put on the app to hear if I could, what was going on. And then all of a sudden you're talking to me, and I'm like, oh, how do I get out of this app?
Hello.
So
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Pies.
yeah.
All right, Pies, you have your choice for a partner between Bevo, Doc, and myself. Who do you want?
What are we playing?
Pies, you're killing me.
You should go Bevo, because Christmas songs are
I was on hold. I couldn't hear what was going on.
We're playing. It's Name That Christmas Tune with your partner. You're gonna bet how many seconds it's gonna take you to guess the tune before ever knowing what the tune is.
Bevo.
All right, taking Bevo. I say good choice.
Yeah, I'd say good choice,
Yeah,
too.
that's a good choice.
This might be terrible, Pies.
All right, who's keeping score here? Jippy? All right, there we go. Moscow?
Well, let me ask you this before we start, because I got crap from this last year.
Yeah.
I started at the beginning of the song last year, and JP was like, oh, no, you should just pick a sort of random spot in the middle of the song. So, should I pick a random spot, or should I start from the begining?
I think random spot.
Yeah, random spot.
Okay.
All right, but the first thing we have to do is go around the room and take bets from our teams for how many seconds they can guess the song, knowing that Moscow is going to pick a random spot, and then you have to guess the song.
That's right.
JP, your contestant is...
B.
What's
up, B? Killer B? What do you got, Killer B?
How many seconds do you think you can guess the song in, B?
What do you think?
JP can do it in 1.1 seconds.
You're a motherfucker.
1 second? Well,
I was asking you.
You can chime in, JP.
Well, I was asking you, do you know Christmas things at all? Are you a Christmas person?
Well,
Are you lonely?
I don't know because our judge is a Jew, but I'm going to go. I can do it in 2.
There's no
I know
judging.
you
It's
do
either
have
you get it or you don't.
Right.
Well, and that leaves no room for anybody else to wager, because we're at 1 second. What's someone going to say?
Yeah,
Half a second?
I'll say neither too.
But they could do that.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yes, you can.
You can do it. So, do you know things?
And stuff?
I'm decent, but can we renegotiate? Like, let's say we bet first. Can we?
No.
Can we get the last bet?
Let's
straight up.
What do you think? 3 seconds?
I was thinking 3. That's perfect.
Okay.
All right. Matt Brynelson, you have Braghelm from Indiana. Can you do it in less than 3 seconds? If not, it's all right. We just move on. And Bragg, you should chime in here as well.
I wouldn't bet on this horse.
Okay. Bragg, can you name a Christmas tune in less than 3 seconds of hearing it?
3.7.
So not less than 3.
How about 2.7? Can you do that?
Let's do it.
All right, there you go.
All right.
Here's my boy.
2.7. Moving on to Tasty, who has Orange Brew from Concord. Can you beat 2.7? If not, just pass.
No, I don't have really strong skills here. So unless you do, Orange Brew.
Orange Brew, what do you think? Can you beat 2.7 seconds?
Go with 2.6.
What?
How are we even?
And you got
monitor
good skills at this, Orange Brew? Really?
Scott has it. Of a second.
It's just like Family Feud. It's good to pass, you know?
Have you got this? All right. Moscow's got
You can
it.
do this 2 point something?
All right, he's calling it 2.6. He wants to do it.
I say bullshit.
Well, he's your partner.
Orange
I'm
Hill?
a partner, too.
Well,
All
that's
right,
true.
So
I say name that fucking tune.
Tasty says don't do it.
What do you think, Orange Brew? You picked me.
Too late.
He said he's going
Moving
with
on.
Tasty.
Yeah.
He's going with Tasty. He's not
not
in.
gonna do it?
All right, that leaves Pies with Bevo. Can you beat
2.6?
Let's just do 2.5.
What?
2.5.
Bevo can do it in 2.
All
Pies
right.
has lost his damn mind.
All right, well,
but we'll
Pies
try.
has faith, so we'll call it 2.5 seconds. That means we play it for Bevo and Pies.
Right.
You guys are the only ones that get a chance to answer. Next up will be JP.
No, it will be Matt and Bragheim.
Oh, that's right. They went less. And
Yes.
then next up will be JP.
That's
All
correct.
right. Are we ready? Only people that can answer are Bevo and Pies. The rest of you, please be quiet. You'll get your chance if they don't do it in 2.5 seconds.
I'm nervous.
What if I know it?
Play them 2.5 seconds.
I need my pot.
Yeah, you do.
I think I have your pot. Oh, here you go.
I thought you already had.
All right, there we go.
2.5 seconds.
Oh, I don't know what that song's called.
12 Days of Christmas.
12 Days of Christmas.
That is correct.
There we go. They did it in 2.5 seconds. That was a piece of cake.
I call
transistor radio.
bullshit because we're supposed to be, with the words anybody can do it. Come on, this is kindergarten
Aren't
shit.
you the one that asked for the random part in the middle of the song?
You know,
Without words.
I love everybody.
That was super easy, though. Even though
All
I
right,
didn't know
by the
name
way,
of
it's
the
the
song.
first team to 5 points, and that puts Bevo and Pies on the board with 1 point. Now we'll go.
Hang about.
Yeah. I'll hang about, yeah.
What are you doing while we're hanging
How long
about?
is this going to take? I'm at work.
Well,
You're
guess
working
what?
overtime tonight.
You got to take till you get to 5 points, Pies.
You're in.
I don't know if I can do that.
You're going to split this with your boss?
You'll be fine. Just tell him you're busy.
Yeah. Go in the bathroom.
Go to that. Yeah, go to
Tell
that.
him you're on a radio show from California that's about beer. It'll be fine.
And cancer.
That isn't really even a radio show, but it's on the internet. And you'll be fine.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to be all right.
All right,
Yeah.
good. All right, let's go back. We'll start again. That's 1 point. Now we're going to start with Tasty and Bragg from Indiana. It's your turn to bet.
All right.
How many seconds will it take you to guess the next song? Now that you know how quickly it can be
there's
done.
going to be words.
What's your wager?
I think we can do it in. I could go really low here. Problem is, the game's not much fun if I go too low. 3 seconds.
All right, Tasty says 3 seconds. Bragg, do you want
Orange.
Pies, shut up.
Yes.
Shut up.
Well, you told me to tell him I'm not going to be able to work for a bit, so I'm organising it.
That's fine, but do it on mute.
Do it silent.
Have you ever listened to the radio before, Pies? Have you ever listened to a radio show and you thought, you know what's cool? I can hear everything going on in the background.
On a 7-second delay.
Yeah.
Did you ever think that?
It's bad.
No.
Thank you. Just put it on mute for a second.
He gave some genuine thought to the answer, though.
I did like that he answered.
I got to
yes.
talk to my partner here, Orange Brew.
Yeah.
What do you think about that 3 second thing? I mean,
you can do
you
it.
deferred to me. I mean, you want to go lower? What are you thinking?
I think 3 seconds is good.
last one was too easy.
Who the hell's saying that?
All right. Orange is saying 3 seconds.
Okay, fine.
I can't. They're all in the same pot, so I can't.
Yeah.
I can't
Turn
have,
your radios off.
We don't have $1 million studio. I can't put everybody on their own.
Well, you got
fucking-
to wait till we get to the hop grenade for that.
Oh,
It'll
yeah.
be $1 zillion.
Yeah, that one's like less than $100 studio, I think. All right, fine. You're at 3 seconds, Tasty?
Yes, we're in.
All right. Let's go to Bevo. Bevo, what do you want to bet as the winner of the last round? Bevo and Pies.
I think we could do it in 2.
Yeah, easy.
All right, they're calling 2 seconds. Let's go to Brynelson. Can you beat 2 seconds? Put your wager down.
Do we get points if we don't?
No, but you do get put in the rotation if they fail.
Well, 1.9.
1.9 seconds. All right, fantastic. And finally, that then goes to JP and B.
Killer B, we got to go 1.8, dog, Sam.
Hell yeah.
Hell
12 Days
yeah.
of Christmas with a big pussy. We can destroy it.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know what he said. It's
We're gonna
something
go
about destroying Christmas.
And pussy.
None of it matters. So.
We're going to go 1.8 seconds.
He was talking about destroying a Christmas.
Pussy.
All right.
That's what he said.
Christmas.
I didn't say it. He said
What is a Christmas pussy?
Ask B. I don't know.
Dude.
Fine. Sorry, Bevo. I want to know. I'm
Just
curious.
go to the song.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, Beo's going to listen to NPR. She's so
All
offended
right,
right now.
JP's in at 1.8 seconds. Moscow, please play them 1.8 seconds.
All right, B,
of the
what's up?
song.
Here comes Santa Claus.
Maybe it's Here Comes
Come
Santa
on.
Claus.
I think you're picking the wrong random parts of the tune.
it's got the words. I mean, the words are like...
Now you see how long 1.8 seconds really is, and what happens when you pick the middle of the song and not the beginning. Thank you very much.
Right.
Here comes Santa Claus.
I would have got it from the beginning, too. It's also by Elvis.
Did JP ever say the name of the song?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, by Elvis.
Here Comes Santa Claus.
All right, JP took it down.
Yeah, I did.
This game sucks.
Stole that whole fucking competition.
All right, this time we're going to start with Pies and Bevo. What's your bet?
I got a question. Is this first to 5?
Yes.
So potentially we're listening to 17 songs and going through this betting 17 times.
God, no.
He's worried about staying
Pies,
late.
will you just bet or not?
Yeah, don't do math.
1 second.
1 second. All right. Tasty?
I didn't get a say in that.
Nope.
Damn it.
I want to bet 9
So
millimeters.
far, it seems like it's a long time. I think 1.8, whatever that was.
So, Tasty and Orange Brew. Do you want to do less than a second?
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't seem like
Yeah, he
much.
does.
Yeah, let's do, I'm going to do it. Yeah, 0.9.
0.9 seconds.
Yeah, 0.9.
Let's go for it. We're doing it, Orange.
JP and B. You want to go less than 0.9?
B, I think we can do 0.5.
Wow.
Half a second, bro.
0.5? I can do 0.5.
Killer B on
You're
the
insane.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to be winter wonder.
And Brynelson and Bragg, do you want to go less than 0.5?
Can you go less than 0.5?
Your call.
Is that inches or
I'm
meters?
going with 0.73.
Okay.
Jeez.
So not less than he's going 0.73. All right. So this one's going to be to JP and B.
And B. What's up, B?
Let's hear it. Here, play it again just because it seemed low. Once more.
Oh, B, I need you, dog.
I need it one more time.
That's it. That's all you get. No, that's it.
I know what that is.
Because the other people get more. We get to pass to their seconds.
Can I phone a friend?
No.
You got no friends.
But you may guess with no penalty. Finally, a little competition. Jesus.
JP, what you got?
No, what I meant was Jesus finally gave us some competition. Sorry.
He is risen.
He's the reason for the season, B. I ain't got shit, dog.
All right, B, do you have a guess?
Yeah, I don't have shit either.
Well, throw out a song.
I'm trying to get the
just throw out a song if you don't.
Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree.
All right.
It's Nancy Sinatra.
That's not a song.
Wow.
That's a person.
Oh, that's the singer though.
Right. Of what song?
You tell me. I did half.
You're a piece of shit.
I got you halfway there, asshole.
I don't know, but I know her fucking bassist is Tom McClure. Does that help you?
All right, we have one song name. It's Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. We're going to go with that. Is that the answer?
No, sir.
All right. Who was next in the lineup? I believe it was...
That was Matt and Bragg with
All right.
0.73 seconds.
Please play them 0.73 seconds of the song. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what it is, too, now, you...
All right, it's Matt and Bragg from Indiana. Bragg, since Team 1 got several plays, if you need another play, we'll give it to you.
Bring it.
Okay. Matt and Bragg.
Are you there, brother?
Brad, we need some. Can we play that again?
Once more.
Oh, wait a second.
It's getting longer and longer.
I know what it is.
Bragg doesn't have it. I'm going to tell you right now. I can just tell by the air in the headphones that he's out taking a piss.
There are no gears turning.
It's Happy Hanukkah. I'm just going to throw it out there.
It sounds like the ocean.
I say that's a winner.
Okay.
No.
No.
Yeah.
This is not
You're
a
not
winner.
the judge. He's the judge.
Wait a second.
Who said
I know
that?
the song. I don't know what the name of the song is, but I could.
But he knows the song.
But that's the game is what song is it?
If you can give me the artist, I'll give it to you. Who sang it?
The guy that played.
You guys are killing me. Doc, shut up. I knew this from the 0.5 second.
Yeah, that's what happens
You
with
guys
you.
suck.
It's the Happy Gilmore guy, dude. Come on, partner, help me out here. Are you sleeping?
Bragg, who's the Happy Gilmore guy?
There's got to be a time limit on this.
Bob Barker.
Oh, for the love of God.
He
lost it. He lost.
Well, he's not wrong. Bob
lost
Barker
it.
He wasn't
is
Happy
in
Gilmore.
Happy
Yeah.
Gilmore.
He lost.
The price is wrong, baby.
Move
But
on.
who else is in?
No, come on.
Who else
I
is
think
in
it's time
Happy
for me to
Gilmore?
play.
You can't jerk out an answer from this guy.
Well,
I think we should.
Shooter McGavin.
Oh,
Really?
Why does the guy know
Okay, so
everybody?
it's Happy Hanukkah
That's it.
song.
He's over. It's over.
And it's
By
Kelly McGillis.
I'm going to give you 5 seconds to
over.
name the artist.
No, wait.
5,
Hey, what did you just call it?
4,
and 3 and 2.
No,
3.
He just called it the right song.
No, he didn't.
You did. What
Two.
did you
No,
say?
No, he didn't.
He did.
No.
1. Wow.
No.
I heard Matt say.
Matt B. and Bragg.
All right, Tasty and Orange Brew are next.
What did they bet? 3
0.9
seconds.
seconds.
0.9. Jesus. We can hold.
All right, 0.9 seconds. Please play it for Tasty and Orange.
What? I totally know.
I just got more pause.
All right.
There was a rest in there.
Tasty and Orange Brew. What is the song? Or who is the artist?
Oh, Adam Sandler.
Okay, and the song?
What do you mean? R? What do you mean? You said R?
All right.
Happy Hanukkah.
Well, let's see if we can get it all. Orange Brew, do you know the name of the song?
Hanukkah.
Weird.
Close.
How did you figure that out?
I don't think the same rules have to apply from the previous team to the following team.
On.
You make a new deal every time?
Having a heart
You
attack
guys
over
are
there.
killing me.
Like
Oh, the time gets
we
longer.
threw them
I
a bone
got
with
it.
just give us the artist, and we're
Give me another bone too.
No.
what's the name of the song?
It's Happy Hanukkah.
No.
Can it be my turn?
It's not.
Yeah, well, you're just blinding back in your seat.
Orange
All right,
Brew.
all right, I got fine. Let's go on.
Orange Brew.
Play
Do you
some
know
more.
it?
Happy Hanukkah.
That's what I said.
That's a phenomenal guess.
All right, who's next on the time
Pies
list?
and Beef with 1 second.
One
I
second.
don't need it.
They
It's the
don't need-
Hanukkah song, and it's by Adam Sandler.
The Hanukkah song.
Oh, I'm so glad it's over.
Wow. Semantics.
Hanukkah.
The Happy Gilmore guy.
I'm anti-semantics. That's what I am.
Technically, it's not a Christmas song.
Does that put
It's a holiday song.
Doc has a point.
It's not a Christmas
song.
That's fine.
Moscow's picking the songs, okay?
Does that put the Beaver Pie team in the lead?
Please don't call us that.
Oh, sorry.
Beaver pie.
Merkin. Better. That's more.
Yes, it does. There's a whole mess of pie going on.
They're in the lead?
Yeah.
All right, then I'm going to make them bet again for the
Beaver
next song.
Pie.
How many times will it take the Beaver Pie team to...
0.8.
0.8. Pies, you good with that?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent.
He's a
Pine's working. He doesn't care.
He's in the car waiting.
JPB. What's your bet?
Killer B, what's up, dog? You want to go 0.5 again or what?
Not do it.
No, do it.
I think you can suck 0.8. Unless you can, can you bring 0.7?
I don't know. The Hanukkah song, which wasn't really a Christmas song,
Name that holiday tune. Name the holiday tune. You politically incorrect asshole.
Everybody's
That
a
was the
little
hard
bitch
one.
when it comes to the game.
Yeah, when
everyone's a little
when you're
whiny
losing, yes,
bitch.
yes, absolutely. I think we could do. Let's do 0.5, dude. No, let's do
0.7, but let's exclude Kwanzaa songs.
Okay, let's do that.
0.7 with no exclusions.
Well,
Got it.
I don't want to be racist like you, so.
All right, let's go to Tasty and Orange Brew.
It's down to 0.5?
You gotta look at it.
No,
They're
you can
at
do
0.7.
0.6. 0.7 is the
0.7
top.
is the low so far?
Yeah.
I don't know, Orange Brew. We're not doing it. What do you think? Feeling lucky? Oh, I'm looking at the screen. Those look like words. Okay, maybe we should go for
Orange Brew?
All right.
let's go
with
0.6.
0.5 then.
Orange Brew says 0.5.
0.5? Okay, let's do it.
All right, 0.5. Matt, do you want to go less than that with Bragg?
No.
All right. Fine, we'll leave it at that. They will go last in the event.
All right.
All right. So who had the lowest? It was Tasty and
An Orange Brew, yeah.
An Orange Brew.
Yeah, let's do this shit.
All right, play the tune. 0.5. Oh, sorry, my bad. Go.
Oh, I got this.
Now you see the brilliance of choosing a random point. You get a fill.
Orange, we both know this. I'll let you go and take the glory here. Go ahead, just shout it out. Just shout it out like you own it. You don't have any idea? Can I hear that again? I don't know why.
Play it again. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Get the laugh every
That's a Love Boat tune.
Yeah, it's Love Boat. I get that. It's wait a minute.
I get that.
Love Boat.
Orange Brew, do you have anything?
Exciting and new.
It's
Climb aboard. We're expecting
Jingle Bells.
you.
All right, next person.
Little drummer boy.
Orange Brew says Little Drummer Boy.
Well, I already guessed, but neither one are right.
I would go with Orange Brew, just in case.
Let's
Fuck
go
it.
with Orange Brew.
All right. Is it Little Drummer Boy?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh.
It also wasn't Jingle Bells.
Is it a Love Boat
I was trying to
tune?
help you.
No, he already shook his head. I knew it.
All right. Who is next?
Killer Bees on the Swamp.
All right. B and Jip. How many seconds?
0.7.
Play them 0.7.
Ooh.
Clearly, it
sounds disco-y.
B.
On a prayer. I have no idea, JP.
Killer Bee, come on, dog. Don't do me like this.
Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer is my guess.
Oh, good guess. I wish it wasn't just holiday tunes. I would love it if that was one.
Can I get it again, please, Scott?
I know it.
Doodly-doo.
I know what it is.
Oh, man. Doodly-doo. Doodly-doo. That's like on the tip. I know every song like that.
Oh, it's like Michael Jackson.
Once more.
I might have a guess, actually.
Yeah.
Brennelson knows it.
He's all there.
All right.
I need to get through the
Can I hear
word.
it one more time?
Yeah.
No, you guys get more plays than anybody. Take it as it is. Give us a guess.
All right.
Hang on. I need to go through the song to get the name of the song.
And go. It's 9 o'clock.
We start at 5. It's 9.
It's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Come on.
We start at 2, dude.
It's fine. It's a game.
It's the one with where you're riding through the sleigh
And
things.
5.
No, you gave him so much more time.
4.
Just because he's popular.
3.
Pull the cancer card.
What is it?
2.
Dashing Through the Snow.
That's not the name of the song.
1.
It's
Give
when
me
you're riding on a
give me a final answer. I'm moving on.
Jingle Bells.
Jingle Bells.
Incorrect.
All right.
B, you're a fucking
Who is
asshole.
next on the list? That would be Bevo and Pies.
Yeah,
right?
it was 0.8.
Bevo Pie.
All right, play them 0.8, please.
Sorry, I hit the button twice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Oh, she nailed it!
Oh, Bevo and
Money.
I'm actually kind of good at this.
Yeah, that's sad.
Wonderful time of the year.
Have they won yet?
Is that 3 points for them?
Yes. Oh, I don't know. Ask JP. He's correct.
Where's everybody else at?
2 points.
Me and Killer Bees have 1, and everyone else is sucking big goose eggs.
All right, can we call that the end of the game and be done?
Yeah, we're done.
All right, Bevo and Pies are the winners of tonight's game. Pies, send JP an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, and we will send you a prize. Actually,
No. We have
all 4 of you. Oh, good point. All
We're
4 of
flying
you
you
should
to-
send an email to JP.
Perth.
Yeah, find you sunny Perth.
At thebrewingnetwork.com.
Yeah.
But check this out. Here, let me do this right.
One person will get a refractometer from More Beer.
Yeah.
Which one?
Person will get a More Beer pint glass from More Beer.
Great.
One person will get two. No, I already did that. One person will get a Brew Strong T-shirt, depending on their gut size. And then the final prize for the winner.
Why does Pies get the thing that costs us the most money to ship to Australia?
Well, he was playing with Bevo. We can just give it to her.
We'll let him decide.
Right.
Hey, Pies, you want to know what the grand prize was for tonight?
I'd like to know, yeah.
You just won a kegerator conversion kit like I've never seen before. JP, describe the kit.
Well, thank you, Justin. The kit has optional secondary regulators for you to serve 3 beers on separate pressures. Yeah!
It's literally...
You wouldn't believe, I'm actually just about to set up a chest freezer, so that would come in perfect.
Wow.
It's like a $400 keg converter kit.
Easily. It'll cost that much in shipping, too.
It has a dual-regulated regulator with two to then it has individual, like 3 of them after that.
It has a manifold
fittings.
too, so you can probably do 6 kegs with this.
You just won a badass keg conversion kit, my friend.
Thank you to our friend Jesse Emerson for so generously donating such a great gift.
Yeah.
Do the gauges go
awesome. Thanks, guys. Well done, Bevo.
Oh, you're welcome.
you.
We're going to send it on Dr. Scott's UPS account.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, congratulations.
Does the AUS Australia?
Yeah, that's good. Well, I mean, I've got plenty of time to wait. I'll just wait until October next year when you guys come out.
Oh, I didn't know anything about that. Do you mean for the Australian National Homebrewers Conference?
We couldn't make
if you guys get invited, I'm sure you'll get invited. I mean, everyone else is coming. Matt's coming. The guy from Moonlight Meter is coming, so I'm sure the invitation's in the mail.
It must be.
One guy.
It must be. I'm sure that if it is in the mail, JP will show up too. Now that he's dying.
Yeah.
I'll be dead by then. I'm going to die on the table.
If you're going to die, wouldn't you want to die in some other place on the other side of the world?
Not Australia.
Right.
That's like dying in Martinez.
If you guys fly into Sydney, we'll road trip down to Canberra.
There you go.
Sounds wonderful.
All right, Pies, congratulations. You've won a great kit. Thanks for playing while you're at work and should be doing other things. All right, I think we're done.
I think it's fair to say that I'm now the champion of this game.
You can suck a dick.
I think that's fair.
Apparently, Bevo, some handsome guy told you to suck a dick.
Well, he'll be dead soon.
Wow.
And that Twitter game.
What would Jesus do?
Is that before or after?
Kidding. I don't think that.
I think it's totally fair, and all I can think of is...
Waka, 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 look at that, she is a squirter.
Right in the spot. Gross!
I think I went that as a ringtone.
Of the song.
She's not in my...
Okay. I can't listen to that song anymore.
Pretty and a sweet one.
I think we're done, yeah?
Nope. Twitter game.
All right, what was our Twitter game tonight?
What was your favorite be-in moment from 2013?
The time we announced that JP was dying.
No, that's not my favorite.
Oh, not yours.
Monumental.
What did we get?
Steve Mayo wrote Chuck the Martian sighting. Remember the Martian?
That was good.
Sam let in.
Oh, yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty
That
good.
sucked.
Bokanon wrote, when I drank that really good beer.
Yeah.
Remember that
Just
when he
like
drank
you
that?
said that was going to happen.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Clay Turnbow says, when Justin tried to become a homebrewer again, but lost the Brewcaster Challenge and hasn't brewed since.
Listen, I was so close, and Matt tried to help with some good advice, and I was right there.
Some good advice, as in he showed up at your house and brewed it for you?
I was right there.
No, that was Chad.
Oh, that's Chad.
Yeah, that was different.
Exit 16 Brewer wrote, the Be-In Band and School of Rock playing in Philly at the anniversary party.
That was great.
That was my favorite moment.
That's pretty good. Dale Watkins wrote, well, hearing Jamil half-ass his part of the Brewcaster Challenge. That was his favorite part.
He tried.
John Indish wrote Bevo's reaction to every Sugar Valley Brewer song.
Oh, good parts.
And Chris B wrote, the Jester King Show inspired me to brew my first sour beer. And also almost crashing my car when I heard Waka Waka Waka.
That was great early on, February.
Well, that's two different...
Yeah, but let's just call it the Jester King Show because he brewed his first sour beer. And let's forget I even said anything else. You don't want to?
No.
Well, I feel like I should give it to you. It could be the last time you get to vote.
I don't want it.
No, I mean, give it. I should let you decide who the winner is.
I don't want to do that. It's a lot of pressure, dude.
But you're,
I mean, it's not like, getting surgery for cancer, but it's a lot of pressure.
Hey, once you're gone, we're going to reverse the vote anyway.
Right.
So.
We're
The second show of January, it's be like, all right, look, everyone send their shit back. Well,
By the way, we're going to go back through all 7 years you've been with us and go,
Yeah.
hey, remember that time, JP, where we didn't mean that?
right.
We're going to reverse everything.
It's going to be a whole series of redaction shows.
We might actually delete that you were ever even here.
You probably will.
It's a lot of editing.
You probably get more sponsors.
I feel like we're being real hard on you.
I think so, too. I deserve it, though.
You're going to be fine.
I'm sure.
It's fine. It's a little thyroid.
It's only cancer.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's only cancer potentially in your lymph node system that could spread elsewhere in your body and kill you, but that's fine.
It's not like it's in your colon. It's fine.
It might be. I haven't got that test yet. It's on the list.
Oh, wait, you should ask for that test first.
Oh, I have a list of 10 tests to run.
Do your naughty parts still work? Then you're good.
My butt?
Your naughty. Whatever's your naughty part for you.
Whatever you consider
My
naughty.
butt. Yeah.
You mean my butt? See, he's still happy about his butt. He's fine.
Hey,
are you talking about my butt?
As long as your booty hole works, everything's all right.
He's fine.
Whatever.
He just happens to.
What are we doing? What are we? Or who is it? Who wins the thing?
I don't know. There were so many answers.
None of them were good.
What's the other ones that you didn't screen?
Yeah,
that's true. No, the other ones are real dumb.
Well, according to you,
one is the end. That's this guy's favorite.
This is the end.
One was
JP's only friend. The end.
One was the live stream picture that showed Doc being a lech while Nicole is talking beer. One was
I don't remember that.
Shocking.
When one was squirting.
That's my
one was Bevo's reaction when you first played Waka Waka Waka, which is actually from Sugar Valley Brew.
I think that's the best one.
Well, that's from Sugar Valley Brewer, as a matter of fact, everybody. Sugar Valley Brewer.
Oh, we can't give it to him.
Why not?
Because you screened it out.
And it just, yeah.
Man, whatever.
It's rewarding bad behavior.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's really not a whole lot of...
JP, you pick.
That's the first time he didn't make a one about my butt.
Waka Waka.
You mean besides the song?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to play a sad song for you, JP.
I'm going to go Clay Turnbow, because it's about you failing.
What was it?
When you tried to become a home brewer but lost the Brewcast Challenge.
All right, that's our Twitter game winner tonight. Thank
you.
This song's for JP, the last song we'll ever play for him. Maybe he'll make it back to the next show.
Is this Sheryl Crow?
I don't think so.
I like how you played it and you don't know who it is.
It's the
Is
Dirty
this Sheryl
Glass.
Crow? I don't know.
Get us out of here.
All right.
All right, we're off for the next couple weeks. Merry Christmas. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be back on January
6th.
Thank you.
Nick
January 6th.
Steele will be in studio. We're going to do the Brewing Network Awards.
Excellent. Don't forget that Monday shows are the norm come 2014. They're all Monday shows. So that means, Matt, you get to take 2 days off work when you come do a show with us next
Hell
time.
yeah.
You're welcome.
They let you do that? Not your partner?
Thanks to Matt Brittleson from
No,
Firestone
never.
Walker Brewing Company for hanging out with us tonight.
Thanks
I very
to
much
Dave
appreciate
Lowe
it.
again for the donations.
Yeah, thanks for making
thanks,
the check.
Dave. Thanks, Dave, for the beers.
We're going to go drink some more beer. JP, take us out of here, will you?
Please.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. A big Martinez thank you to Matt and Firestone Walker Brewing Company. Mentally awkward and socially retarded, JP is riddled with cancer on Twitter at Major Jip. Scott is no longer on Twitter in silent protest of the escalating gender wars. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate Smith and Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Production director on the session has been Push Eject. Tonight's show has been produced by Scott Maskowitz. JP is probably going to die very young. Your game-winning call screener was Bevo, and your host was Justin Crossley. Be sure to run the Beer Network on Facebook and Twitter.
Call me mister, you won't be the last. Oh, I'm sure I wasn't, honey. I know all about your past. Listen